luxurious halls of a certain estate, a man introduced his son, Roel, to the girl Alice, who would now be his new sister. The white-haired, purple-eyed little girl made a graceful curtsy, as she had been taught, greeting her new relative with words. But she didn't hear any answer. The boy just stared at her angrily with his amber eyes. This look immediately frightened Alice. Tears came to her eyes and she hurried to hide behind the man, who noticed what was going on and scolded his son for his behavior. Then the new father put his hand on the girl's head and told her that Roel's mother had passed away early, and he had been too negligent in raising his son. He also justified his son's behavior by saying that he was too tired due to the huge number of tasks assigned to him. Alice looked up at him and assured him that she did not blame her parent for this. Then they started to leave from there. The man wanted to take the girl to her room, and his son remained standing in place, tightly clenching his hand into a fist. Looking at this picture, the guy mentally refuted the words that he was tired due to the abundance of things to do. But he did not say anything out loud. The reason for his reaction was something else, and it's worth starting with the fact that he was previously an ordinary person from an equally ordinary world. But he got into an accident. The consequences were too severe, and the ambulance did not arrive in time. The guy died too quickly, but his story did not end there. Unexpectedly for himself, he opened his eyes again, but no longer in his body and not in his native world. Just like in many of the works he read or watched, in his new life, he was surprised to learn that he had been reincarnated in a familiar game, into the body of Roel Asgard, a spoiled youth and the main villain, and as befits such characters, a bad end awaits him. 10 years later, the guy will be humiliated by the main character's team, and his life will be taken by the very sister he just met. Once again rereading the book with the notes about the events of the game, Asgard threw it on the table in a rage, expressing his indignation at the current circumstances, because he did not want to die like this. But very suddenly his emotions came back to normal, and he began to read his notes again, because complaining about his fate now was useless. He wanted to find some way out of all this. The first thing the guy noticed was 3 entries. The first one said that he often bullied Alice. The second one said that her father died defending Roel's father. The third entry was about how, when his family collapsed, the girl was given away as a bargaining chip. The main villain would easily prevent the first, the second was useless now, and he planned to find out the details about the last. Then the emotions overwhelmed the guy again, and the book was thrown down on the table with force again. No specific plan of action appeared, there was little information, and the problems could become serious. Then came disappointment and humility, because Asgard was just a small child. He decided that everything was over and all that remained was to await his fate. He understood that at 9 years old he would not be able to take any serious action and believed that he did not have the slightest chance of influencing anything. It was at that moment that the universe seemed to hear him, and a translucent window appeared in front of the boy, informing him that a certain system was loading. A little later, the process was completed and Roel was examining the interface. The system itself was at that moment dumping messages about the completion of the rebirth, scanning the world, loading some functions, and so on. Soon, this too ended, and the guy was presented with his status, which displayed his name, age, gender, kinship with iron, lack of titles, F rank, and the spells Microthermal Wave and Invisible Hand. The main villain was somewhat disappointed with his low rank, which also included the word Sorcerer's Apprentice. But he decided to ignore it for now and try out his spells. First, he activated a micro heat wave, which immediately failed to live up to expectations, as its effect was most reminiscent of the actions of a simple hairdryer from his past world. Asgard didn't even bother checking the second spell, realizing that it was just garbage for now, but he didn't despair, because there must be other functions in the system, which is what he started looking for. The guy found a store and a huge window appeared in front of him with a list of various goods, divided into purchases for gold and for a certain reputation. For reputation, the assortment included such items as the Holy Water Bowl for 2,500,000 points and the Light Armor Enchantment Workshop for 700,000. The main villain had no idea about the value of reputation points themselves, nor about these items, and he also noticed that for 10,000 gold you can buy a bronze affinity, which can even be harmful. The boy immediately began complaining to the system about the terrible pricing policy, to which it responded with a mocking smiley face and assured him that everything in the store was simply perfect. But Roel wasn't happy with this, and so the system advised that reputation could be gained by improving relationships with people, with the wearer's family being the priority target, and that these points could be exchanged for gold. However, even this seemed insufficient to the guy, and then the system finally gave in and decided to give him a certain starting item due to the high difficulty of the start. Right in the air, a certain thing began to appear with a golden glow. It was an icon, similar in shape to a shield. The system presented it as a Medal of Honor, an artifact that enhances charisma, carrying a light and unnoticeable charm, the strength of the effect depending on the owner. While looking at this item, Roll asked that in other words, this thing would help him earn reputation points more easily. The system confirmed its host's guess, and the main villain became determined to change his destiny with new opportunities and this artifact. But the first thing Asgard decided to do was to somehow test this Medal of Honor. The idea of how to do this immediately popped into his mind. At that moment, he heard footsteps outside the door that could only belong to one of the maids of his new house. The green-eyed blonde was calmly walking down the corridor about her business, when something caught her attention. It was Roll who opened the door and immediately addressed the girl by name. Her name is Anna, and also assumed that she was tired. The maid merely cast a puzzled glance at him with her green eyes and tilted her head questioningly. The next moment, the boy suddenly rushed towards her and hugged the girl tightly, which caused her a fair amount of surprise, and she asked what happened. The boy squeezed tears from his eyes and told them that he had read a book that talked about how children like him were eaten by werewolves in the forest. Then, Anna stroked her young master on the head and began to calm the child with words that all this was fiction. And even if it were not, the monsters would not have been able to break into the Marquis palace. Then, the boy pulled away from the girl and began to apologize to her for arguing with her yesterday, as well as for all his behavior in the past. This behavior made the maid wonder when the boy had become so cute, or if he had always been like that. The main villain didn't know what the girl was thinking, so he again began to ask for forgiveness and assure her that he would not do such a bad thing again. Then Anna suddenly fell on her knees in front of him, took his hands in hers and began to assure him that she forgave him. At that moment, the guy realized that his plan had worked as intended, because a reputation bar appeared above the maid's head and began to fill, giving him a whole 50 points at once. But then Roel was even more amazed, because more and more points began to be added, immediately bringing him a solid profit for such a simple performance. This allowed the main villain to find out that farming reputation is much easier than earning gold, and the goods in the store sound good, and Alice is waiting for him next. After some time, Roel was already sitting at the same table, filled with various dishes, with his new sister, but both were silent and the atmosphere was so-so. At one point, the guy glanced at the white-haired girl to assess her behavior and reaction to all this. Alice was very embarrassed and wary of her new brother due to her less than ideal first impression, and Asgard decided to start fixing that somehow. First, he apologized for his past behavior, justified himself by saying that he was not in the best mood, introduced himself and stated that he would now be her brother. In response, Alice only obediently agreed with his words, while remaining just as wary and tense. The main villain was not going to give up so easily and began to tell the girl that he could always help her in case of any difficulties, and could also play with her. But all this was useless. Words did not bring any benefit, and the girl did not change her behavior. It was not so easy to correct the first impression, and while Roel was clutching his head, unable to figure out how to win the trust of a 7-year-old child, Anna brought her cutlery, and the next moment, Alice suddenly dropped the fork that had been handed to her, which fell on the table with a loud clink, attracting the attention of the maid and the guy. The girl looked frightened, and her hand was visibly shaking. The maid began to ask about what had happened. The white-haired girl responded by saying that she was fine and that Anna shouldn't pay attention to it, and Asgard, hearing this, suddenly remembered something. But the maid still felt a little uneasy. Alice said that she simply couldn't hold the fork, and the guy was deep in thought. He remembered that this girl is afraid of sharp objects. To explain the reasons, a few details are needed. So, she has a silver affinity. This is a rather rare gift. It seemed that her life should have been luxurious. But after the first awakening of kinship, the girl awakened the ability of super regeneration, which in the future brought her a lot of troubles. Any wound Alice received healed almost instantly without scarring, leaving no traces, so she became the object of bullying by other noble children. Since then, she developed her fear of sharp objects. Anna continued to talk to the girl, and Roel was lost in his thoughts, eventually deciding that this was an excellent chance to earn the trust of his new sister. But since they only recently met, his help should not go beyond what is permitted. Meanwhile, Alice herself was experiencing fear and was afraid that her new brother would find out about her phobia, because then she would end up in hell. He left an extremely bad first impression. The guy finally came up with something and told the maid that the problem was his sister's 7-year age, that she was uncomfortable using cutlery, and asked her to move her seat closer to him. Soon the maid fulfilled the request. Alice was perplexed, and Asgard took a knife and said that he would cut the steak for her himself. Anna, hearing this, declared that such matters should be left to the servants. But the boy replied that there was no need for this and that, as an older brother, he was obliged to take care of his little sister. Then he got down to business, looking kind and innocent, although inside he was chuckling and already anticipating the future profit in reputation points. Having quickly finished preparing the steak, he put one of the pieces on his fork and brought it to Alice, asking her to open her mouth. He was going to feed her himself. The girl still felt a little distrustful and cautious, but the main villain looked quite friendly. In the end, she decided to trust and accept the treat, and then she began to open her mouth, resigned to the fact that she would be fed. This was a somewhat embarrassing event for Alice, but she was surprisingly not afraid of the sharp cutlery. After she ate the first piece, Asgard decided to ask her opinion about the taste and to evaluate her reaction in general. He expected anything, from embarrassment, the same wariness, or something else, but the girl surprised him. Tears started flowing from her eyes. This really bothered the boy, and he began to rush about, assuming that it was a matter of taste, and immediately rushed to order a new dish to replace this one. But it turned out that these were apparently tears of happiness because, with a smile, she declared that it was wonderful and thanked him, calling him brother. Such a sweet and touching reaction did not leave Roll indifferent, causing him embarrassment. And it was also worth remembering the reputation scale, which had increased by an impressive number. Soon greed replaced other emotions because he received a whole 1,000 points at once. The guy saw this as a real goldmine, and Asgard was going to gain more reputation. For this purpose, he turned to Anna and asked her to bring here his precious chocolate, milk candies, and in general all his sweets and goodies. The girl quickly understood where everything was heading, so she did not have the slightest doubt, and even began to happily carry out the order of her young master. Soon, boxes of various sweets lay in front of Alice. She was actively eating them all, and her brother was only more active in slipping her new treats, because this brought him reputation points. Anna watched this action with affection, noticing that the boy was not the same as usual today, and assumed that he had fallen in love with the little girl. The white-haired girl had truly lost all her wariness, fear, and tension. Now she was actively communicating with her new older brother. Some statement made her burst into loud, ringing laughter, and the maid continued to be touched by all their interactions. She admitted that young Mrs. Alice was indeed a beauty, and the affection between the children was indeed very sweet. Soon it was all over and Roll fell onto the bed in his room. He was happy with what had happened, because he hadn't had this much fun in a long time, and he also noticed the points he had received and the improvement of his relationship with the girl. The boy could also very well call Alice a cutie, starting to think that in the distant future he could take her as his wife. Following these thoughts, he decided to look for something in the store. But so far the selection was only junk, for example, an umbrella that screams when it rains. But browsing the contents was not useless, and the main villain found something. An army of skeletal pallbearers, which he could afford for only 2,500. After some time, Roll visited a place called the training field of the Asgard House, where he was going to test his new abilities. To do this, it's true, he had to wait a long time until everyone left. But in the end, he did wait, and now he could finally stop burning with curiosity. The boy called up the system window and announced his decision to buy an army of skeletal tomb bearers from the Reputation Point exchange shop. The system accepted the request, asking the user whether they were confident enough to spend 2,500 on the specified item before purchasing it. The main villain had no doubts and answered this in the affirmative. Then the exchange was completed, and it was necessary to choose the place where this army would appear. And Asgard had already chosen a place like the training field of his house, just when no one was there. So he ordered the skeletons to be summoned right here. Then a ball of blue energy formed in his hand, in which, apparently, this army was sealed. The guy threw it forward, and a huge tornado immediately formed in front of him, raising a strong wind in the surrounding area. This event immediately delighted the main villain. He was delighted with his new power and the prospects that were opening up in the future. Soon the riot of energy ceased and the dust raised by the tornado began to settle. Asgard eagerly awaited the final sight of his skeletons. A squad of 6 skeletons could hardly be called an army, but the guy was quite happy with that, especially considering their price of only 2,500 reputation points. But he soon calmed his emotions because it was too early to rejoice at the acquisition. He still didn't know how strong these skeletons were, so the guy decided to try them out, albeit in a dubious and training fight, and ordered an attack on one of the dummies. The bones immediately became active, rising from their knees and staring at the target, their empty eye sockets glowing a bright red. Then they gathered around the coffin that had appeared with them and began to lift it up, which did not inspire confidence. But Roll still hoped for something good, assuming that it was just their unusual weapon. But he was already beginning to remember something and guess about something. Very soon he realized that he had seen something similar somewhere before, and his eyes opened wide when he realized everything for sure. The skeletons began to dance, carrying the coffin on their shoulders, and a painfully familiar song from a past life began to be heard from them. All this made Asgard make a strange face, because he realized that this was all apparently just a joke from the system and a reference to a popular meme with dancing African Americans. After some time, the guy somehow came to terms with this event and was now thinking about the situation. Lying on the grass under a tree and chewing the stem of some plant, he also remembered the description of this item in the store, which he had not paid much attention to before, namely the line about how, born to die, they bring joy to the living. Meanwhile, the skeletons themselves continued to dance. But Asgard was already so tired of this music that he ordered them to stop what they were doing. Despite the circumstances that came to light, the main villain wasn't all that upset, as the purchase only cost him 2,500 reputation points. His attention was also drawn to the coffin of these skeletons, because it itself looked quite good. Then the boy's face took on a sly and satisfied expression, and an idea came to him about how to use his new acquisition. After some time, he was already sitting in the living room and talking with his new father, who had just recently returned to the house after some business of his own. The man sat and asked his son what he needed, while already knowing deep down that he would most likely just ask for pocket money again. As usual, Roel stated that he had an interest in taxation and agriculture, and therefore asked to be employed as a tax inspector for a while. The boy's father first began to answer the expected question regarding pocket money, but when his son's words reached him, he was quite surprised and put out his cigar. He couldn't believe that this child, who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun, was absolutely serious and suddenly wanted to study. The man knew that this kind of work with the peasants was not as easy as it seemed because they were very cunning, but he decided that Roel should experience it himself and understand the value of the money that their family earned. Finally, he slammed the table hard and loudly called for the servants, who were to immediately prepare all the necessary documents for his son to get a job as a tax inspector. Soon everything happened just like that. Just at that time, it was the day when the peasants from the surrounding villages had to pay the necessary taxes. Two of them noticed that Lame George himself was walking ahead, and they were not going to lag behind this person even a step. The old man in question was carrying a sack on his shoulder with what he was going to pay with. He intended to make up for lost time today. All the peasants in their group were heading towards a certain windmill, the doors of which opened just as they approached. Next to this building, there was also a small gazebo, in which Roel comfortably settled down, and the peasants began vying with each other to ask that the collection of taxes begin with them. This wasn't the first time the guy had been to a group like this. He blurted out that there were a lot more people this time than last time, and nearby, in the shadow of a windmill, 6 of his skeletons stood frozen, looking somewhat ominous at that moment. Despite this, the tax collection went well, and the peasants even thanked Roel for returning 20% of the grain they paid. The boy himself was pleased with both the praise for his generosity and the work itself, so he said that this year the harvest was bountiful and wished the man to better prepare for the winter. In fact, the main villain used this method to earn reputation points, and he also planned to tell his father about his skeletons, blaming their origin on the family legacy, since his father himself did not know about everything. The reason for this is that their house comes from a magician, and the parent is not a magician. These same skeletons were extremely useful, since they worked for free and did not require either food or sleep. But despite his success, the child's body dictated its own rules, and the boy became bored. He wanted to return home and meet Alice again. Anna, who was with him, also noticed his complaints. The guy completely forgot about her presence, and the girl hastened to console the young gentleman with the words that they would soon return home while being touched by their affection. This involuntary demonstration of his feelings was somewhat awkward for Asgard, and the maid's reaction was also unexpected, but he quickly pulled himself together. The maid continued her speech, saying that it was time to leave, since the Marquis would soon return again, and a certain honored guest would also come to visit him. The last statement immediately attracted the attention of the main villain, and he decided to find out more about all this after arriving. The return did not take long, and Roel began to prepare for the arrival of this guest, with Anna helping him in this matter. The first thing the boy did was to choose an outfit suitable for the occasion. He looked in the mirror and assessed his new suit quite well. He was distracted from this activity by the familiar voice of his new little sister, who now called him Brother Roel. She was very happy about the boy's return and hurried to approach him, greeting him along the way with a smile on her face. Asgard smiled at the sight of the girl approaching. His eyes sparkled, and it seemed as if one could see an illusion of hearts around him. He immediately rushed to hug Alice, exclaiming about her incredible cuteness, while she laughed merrily and declared that she was ticklish. The boy considered meeting the girl the greatest reward in all the recent days. He really missed her, and was very happy that she now began to call him brother. Anna watched their fuss with interest, and was very touched by the interaction between her young mistress and master. But professionalism still prevailed, and the girl calmed down, informing the children that the Marquis and the others were already waiting for them at the entrance to the estate. Asgard was somewhat surprised by such haste, but still decided that it was not for nothing that the maid had said earlier that this guest was an honored one. In the end, all 3 of them left the room and headed for the exit, the guy already guessing that this day would not be easy. When they got out of the estate, the boy was very surprised by the interesting picture that appeared before him. The thing was that the carriage was pulled by frost-winged horses, rare and expensive animals, hybrids of the mystical Pegasus and unicorn, of which there are very few left in the world. Moreover, only a pure person with angelic affinity could cope with such things, and only one family on Holy Meseta has the necessary wealth to buy and maintain them. Asgard was able to first recognize the coat of arms of the royal family, And he also realized who exactly got out of the carriage. It was Kane Vzglide. This meeting made Roll's hand curl into a fist, and a word escaped his mouth that he was sorry. Alice noticed this and asked her brother about his reaction. But he did not answer. Instead, he immediately rushed to greet Kane, introduce himself, and admire his famous exploits, who laughed and remarked that the kid was quite good. He then turned to Roll's father, whose name was Carter, and expressed his surprise that he had told his son about these adventures of the All-Clyde himself. The Marquis only laughed, complaining about the child's long tongue. But inside he felt uneasy, because something had been wrong with the boy lately. Then Alice decided to greet the guest. She also introduced herself, curtsied, and expressed her joy at meeting him. Her appearance made Kane cast a strange, even gloomy glance at the girl and thoughtfully utter words about this child. But then he stroked Alice and noticed that she was the daughter of Larda, which was the name of her biological father, who, as it turned out, was raised by Seclida. Then Kane glanced sideways at Carter and declared that he was leaving her to him, and the Marcus responded with words about how he would fulfill his duty with honor. The man then turned to a certain Nora and stated that she needed to come here quickly and meet her new friends. She immediately agreed with what turned out to be her father, and Roll thought that it was not in vain that he had taken off his medal in advance, since it really was a certain she. The girl introduced herself as Nora of Seclida, curtsied and said that she was glad to meet her. Roll tried to look friendly, but inside he never felt any joy. But Alice immediately admired the beauty of her new acquaintance. Soon the guests settled into the Ascart family's living room. The guy still treated the blonde with caution, although he tried not to show it, keeping the conversation going with a question about the taste of the tea. But at the same time, he tried to sit as far away from the girl as possible, while Nora asked permission to address him by name, to which she received polite consent. The young lady did not stop there, and then asked the boy if he would be her new friend. Pole agreed, and when asked whether this was too drastic a development, he stated that everything was fine, since this was his wish too. But he was, of course, lying. It wasn't entirely clear what Nora herself thought about all this, but she carefully monitored Ascart's reactions while continuing to sip her tea. Then she asked the boy about his opinion of her, and he immediately began to shower her with praises about her incredible beauty, like the morning light, kindness, mercy, and everything else in the same spirit. This whole speech was a bit difficult for him, and fortunately the girl interrupted him with the words that this was enough, and she also wanted to show him something interesting. Then she continued her questioning. This time she took out her pendant and asked about its beauty. The boy replied that it was magnificent. Then Nora told that she loved this decoration because when light hits it, it refracts as many as 16 red rays, and it also has a special effect. The girl asked Roll if he wanted to know about it, and he replied with a smile that he would be pleased to hear. Nora of Seclide turned her gaze to the boy and informed him that this pendant worked as a lie detector. Immediately after this, there was absolute silence between them. The girl simply smiled sweetly, and Roll was shocked to realize what he had heard. And when he realized that he had not heard correctly and that all his earlier lies had been exposed, he was, to put it mildly, upset. His whole attitude was caused by the personality of this girl. Nora was one of the 4 heroines of that game. She seemed perfect. But this was only at first glance, and she was hiding something else inside herself. To everyone, the blonde seemed reasonable and majestic, but in reality she was a complete sadist, and in the future she would be called the bloodthirsty angel. She herself, meanwhile, decided that the boy had come to his senses enough to continue the dialogue, so she told him that he had surprised her quite a bit. Roll tried to justify himself by saying that there was simply some misunderstanding between them, privately complaining that he had never seen such pendants before. But Nora didn't really listen. She approached the guy, declared that she was already confident in her beauty, and then asked him about such a wary attitude, after which the blonde suggested that Roelu somehow knew about her true nature. Surprising Ascart with these words, all this quite stunned the main villain, and he began to frantically think about his next steps, realizing that this young lady was simply having fun and playing with him. The fact that she had a lie detector left no room for maneuver, so he simply stated that he really did know everything about her, after which he pushed her away from him, asking her to stay away from him. He then began to give a distant speech about how he had no intention of harming the Seclid family in any way, and that he was not interested in any relationship with them, so he wanted to be left alone. Nora herself noted that Roll must know that she likes to see the frightened faces of people begging for mercy, and also that she sometimes wants to step on them, and asked his opinion. The main villain experienced strange feelings from this whole conversation and the topic of the conversation itself, mentally realizing that this was still just the tip of the iceberg. After all, in the future, all sorts of collars, chains, whips, and much more will be added to her hobbies, and her tricks will become much more perverted. But he himself responded by saying that such hobbies are not really anything special, especially among aristocrats, although he added that the main thing is to get the consent of the other party and not to disturb others. These words seemed to please Lady Alclyde, but an idea also occurred to her, which brought a sinister grin to her face. She suddenly stepped sharply and quite painfully on Roel's foot and declared that he seemed to agree to be that other side. Then, the young aristocrat leaned close to the boy and whispered in his ear that from now on he would belong to her. Such news, of course, could not please Asgard. He considered such a development of events undesirable and began to think of a way to avoid it. Then, he asked the girl if she had any favorites among other nobles, and he also exclaimed that it was not necessary for him to be in this place. It was at this moment that Alice began to enter the living room, immediately apologizing to her guest for keeping her waiting. Roel and Nora immediately sat down on opposite sides of the sofa and pretended that nothing unusual had happened. The blonde assured the white-haired woman that everything was fine and invited her to have some tea too. Then, Alice asked Lady Alclyde about the topics of conversation with her half-brother, and she immediately began to tell stories, making something up. Meanwhile, Roel himself quietly sighed with relief, happy about his sister's timely return, since it would have been extremely difficult, if not impossible, to come to an agreement with this sadist. The girls continued their conversation, and at one point Alice asked about Nora's hobbies, causing her to laugh, while the boy spat out his tea. But the elders took their places on the inner balcony and Cain Vicleed turned his attention to what was happening below. There the children actively communicated with each other, looked quite cheerful, and the girls were even able to find some common interests. Roel, however, remained sitting on the sofa away from them, and Cain Vicleed watched this with a somewhat sullen expression. Carter Asgard asked what was going on and the reason for his guest's interest, but he was reluctant to answer. The Marquis himself also turned his attention to what was happening below, surprised that Princess Nora, who was not close to anyone, was communicating so joyfully. He suspected the influence of his son in this. Lady Vicleid took Roel's hand and, with a smile, suggested that they play together more often. He wasn't enthusiastic, but he couldn't refuse. Alice watched this first with surprise and then with sadness. No one noticed her worsened mood. Soon the guests left the Askartov estate and the family gathered at the table. Roel sighed with relief, because in the game Nora had put a lot of effort into killing him. But now she suddenly clung to him, although at first he just wanted to improve relations with the royal family. But in the end, it turned out something like this. Although it's not that important, the guy was just going to use the system and live a carefree life. Here he suddenly noticed that Alice was in a bad mood, and this was also facilitated by the reputation scale, which did not look very good. All this greatly worried the main villain. He was extremely surprised by such an event, and also doubted the system's functionality. This suspicion was also fueled by his father's reputation score, who was pleased that his son had managed to befriend the reclusive Princess Nora. But Roel quickly cast aside all doubts, realizing that the problem with Alice was real and the system was working, so he immediately asked the girl about what was going on. But the white-haired girl just remained silent, and then the boy approached her, asking a new question, this time about why she was silent and what was on her mind. In the end, Alice spoke quietly and hesitantly. She was interested in whether her brother really loved her. She clutched the fabric of her dress. A tear fell onto her hand, and the girl assumed that the guy liked Mrs. Nora better. Moisture appeared at the corners of her eyes, and words flowed about how the blonde was more beautiful and did not require his care, while Alice herself considered herself just a child who brought nothing but trouble. When the main villain understood everything, it even brought him relief and brought a smile to his face. And these words even made him laugh a little, because in fact he was trying his best to avoid Nora. The boy stated that the princess may be beautiful, sweet, and worthy, but it doesn't matter at all. Caring for his sister doesn't burden him at all. He considers her the best. Even these words shocked the little girl. But the boy continued with the words that she should not dwell on fears that will not come true, and that he will always be there for her. Alice believed her brother and was very happy about his statements. Her fears went away, her tears stopped flowing, and her mood rapidly improved. She hugged Roel and told him that she understood everything, and he hugged her back and suggested that they finally go and eat together. Anna, who was watching the children, supported her young master in not leaving Alice alone. But he guessed that for the maid, all this was like a TV series about love. Then Roel thought about the fact that, although at first he had started all this interaction with his sister for the sake of glasses, now he himself could not understand whether he said it from the bottom of his heart or not. Already in his bedroom, he continued to reflect on everything, starting with thoughts about this world, human relationships, emotions, and so on, ending with the meeting with Nora, which did not go so badly. He understood that the entire plot of that game was ultimately the result of a certain choice, so he had to just choose something else, completely ruining the entire future. This world was absolutely real, as were all the people in it and their emotions. The guy was going to change everything with his actions, and also become stronger. In the evening, Anna was doing her duties and making her rounds of the corridors, thanks to which she noticed the slightly open door to her young master's room. The girl looked inside and saw that Roel was already asleep. But he was dressed, and more importantly, he had not even covered himself with a blanket, so he could get sick. Eventually, the maid decided to correct this oversight and carefully covered the boy with a smile on her face. She also couldn't resist stroking the child's hair. He seemed even sweeter and more beautiful to her when he was sleeping carefree. In the end, the maid even decided to stay here with him for some time. She was so charmed by this sweet boy. The very next day, in the morning, the main villain was sitting at the table and attentively reading some book. And at a certain point in time, he exclaimed something about how this could not be. It was written there about the levels of affinity, of which there were 4: iron, bronze, silver, and gold. They determined the transcendental abilities of the owner. Strength is determined by rank, and in all of this, there was one serious problem for Roel, namely that all of his characteristics were at a minimum, even though he came from a hereditary line of magicians. But what was most sad was that the guy couldn't find a single way to improve everything, except spending the already scarce system currency in the store. The system immediately responded to its carrier's thoughts out loud and informed him that his body was too weak to use boosters. He did not want to train to the point of exhaustion, especially in a child's body. He was then offered a solution to develop the basic body by purchasing and consuming potions with low debuffs. The boy had already decided that this was futile at the current stage, since there was very little currency. But the system immediately offered a 50% discount on these goods. The guy liked this development of events much more, and he asked to show him these very potions. The first was the Lobora 2 Enhancing Serum, produced in the region of the same name, which has long been in constant war, with side effects including heat in the organs and a shortened lifespan. The second was Lobor's Cooling Serum, the main effect of which was to neutralize the side effects of the previous product, although it did freeze affinity. Together, it costs 1,000 gold coins. Having fully read the descriptions of both store items, Roel fell silent and stared discontentedly at the system window, which immediately noticed the mood of its user. The first thing he pointed out was that the unknown inventors of these drugs were extremely sick people, and the system had no objections to this. He then said that if the description was true, then these potions would indeed be very useful. But even he, the son of the Marquis, would have to save up this 1,000 gold coins for about a year. Moreover, one could not forget about unexpected expenses. For example, his father announced that Nora would soon have a birthday and Asgard should prepare a worthy gift. The guy was unhappy with this demand, as he was sure that the girl would have liked even a dog leash, judging by her face. These thoughts immediately brought Nora's face into the head of the main villain, and the picture in his mind was so vivid and realistic that he even felt uneasy. Then Roel shouted decisively that he needed to come up with some way out quickly, and if he couldn't, then he would actually give her a leash, even if it was used on himself. At the same time, the boy jumped onto the table in a fit of emotion, which ultimately led to him catching a book, which began to fall to the floor. This caught the attention of Roel, who thought it was a great idea, as the cover said Sorofia Trade Association. This name was familiar to him from the game. This organization is located in the center, thanks to which all kinds of transactions are carried out through it. There, thanks to this association, it was possible to earn quite good money, and Asgard hoped that he would succeed in the same way. In the book, he was able to find a list of urgent purchases. This was what he needed. So the guy immediately asked the system if it had such goods. After scanning, the system discovered item number 172, namely the Sarkorm Calming Lamp, the effect of which brought peace to those who returned to Mother Earth, costing 5,000 gold. Even though the price was very high, the gears in Roel's head were already turning actively, and he already had the right idea. After some time, the main villain had already arrived at the building of the Sorofia Trade Association to implement his plan. Inside, he was met by the head of this organization himself, who asked him his opinion about the local tea and asked him to call him simply by his first name, Arvin. Roel decided not to waste time on idle talk and get straight to the point, announcing his desire to sell them an item from his urgent purchase list. Arvin inquired about a specific item, to which the boy replied with number 172, the vague description of which indicated a calming effect that suppressed spell erosion. This news caused a momentary shock on the face of the head of the association. He was surprised both by what was being offered to him and by the identity of the seller. Because of the strange reaction, the guy had already decided that there would be some problems with this, but the man hastened to assure him that everything was fine. The goods were in a box, and Asgard was going to hand them over to the Sorofia Trade Association naturally, immediately after agreeing on the price and payment. The guy then suggested that Arvin set the price of the item himself, which put him in a somewhat awkward position, since he wanted to both avoid offending him and earn more. Roel decided to take this step, since it would be impossible to deceive him in any case, since he was not going to take less than 5,000, which is how much it was bought for in the system store. The head of the association did not need much time to think, and he immediately offered the first price of 20,000 gold coins. This offer immediately pleased and interested the main villain. This amount was significantly more than he had expected. Arvin was about to continue bargaining, insisting that although such deals were rare and often imprecise, this was the highest price. When Asgard shook his hand and agreed, then it was as if a mental contact was established between them. Both understood each other's thoughts. The man thought that he had overpriced himself, and the boy mentally responded positively. The guy had nothing else to do here, so he took the money and immediately left in a carriage, and the head of the association saw him off. Despite the fact that he had inflated the price, Arvin was pleased, because the magical family of Asgard must have many more similar items, and this deal could contribute to good relations in the future. He also immediately invited an appraiser to check the received goods and give his verdict regarding their quality. He was even amazed by what he saw, because the results not only met expectations, but even exceeded them quite significantly. This news left Arvin satisfied, because it turned out that he had not spent 20,000 gold in vain, after which he ordered it to be sent to the customer as quickly as possible. The man also gave the following order, the essence of which is to report all information about this deal to the family. Meanwhile, Roel Asgard had reached his home without any problems and was happily examining his gold coin card, which had a balance of 19,000. He let out a sinister laugh, befitting his role as a villain, emotions pouring out like a stream, the childish body and unexpected wealth being to blame for this. He also noted a small downside to this method. He essentially takes his product out of thin air, so such an activity can easily attract unwanted attention. But for now, the guy didn't see any danger, since the deal was a one-time deal. So he decided to get down to what it all started for, namely the potions. First, following the instructions in the store's literature, he began to stir the preparations until the color became brownish red. The system confirmed the correctness of its user's actions and informed him that everything was ready, and it was time to use the serum. Roel replied that this was good news, since he had already managed to take the drug without even expecting the system to give him advice regarding it. Despite this, there was still no reaction, and the boy also noticed that the taste of this mixture was quite good. Reminiscent of milk with banana, the lack of results seemed strange to Asgard, so he asked the system about the likelihood of forgery, to which it immediately responded that such a thing was impossible. But these fears turned out to be unfounded. The potions simply needed time to begin to react. Although this did not exactly make Roel happy, the reason for this was that the action of the serum began to be accompanied by very severe pain in the stomach, and the imperturbable system was only satisfied with this because it proved the absence of counterfeits in her store, her honesty, and the fact that the goods were fully functional. The drug's effect continued, the pain increased, a trickle of blood began to flow from the boy's mouth, and he himself lost consciousness and began to fall backwards. In the end, he simply fell to the floor with a dull thud. His eyes rolled back, the remains of the potion spilled, and the boy himself now looked like a corpse. Meanwhile, in a certain city called Rose, night fell, and the goods ordered through the Sorofia Trade Association were delivered and checked. A man experienced the effects of a magical item and was extremely pleased with it. As the anxiety in his soul disappeared, the effect of undeath began to fade, and there were no side effects. In the same room, a magician named Andrew was also sitting on a chair. The cured man immediately asked him what kind of lamp it was. The old sorcerer answered sullenly that he had never seen such things, but everything indicated that this was an ancient artifact, created before the Third Era, and it would be difficult to repeat something like this. This statement already reduced the man's satisfaction to a minimum, and he stated that he never thought that his life would depend on some lamp, then asked for information regarding the seller. The old man told that this item was sold by the House of Asgard from the theocracy of Saint Messeth, and the transaction was carried out by the 9-year-old son of the Marcus, who was the same age as their young miss. The man's face instantly reflected shock and bewilderment at the mention of this name. He clearly had something to do with it. The magician also noticed this and asked about their acquaintance, addressing him by the name of Bruce, who replied that he simply had some kind of connection with them. The man then walked over to the large window and began to gaze thoughtfully into the distance, asking the wizard his opinion on selling the family heirloom for 20,000 gold. He, after thinking for a moment, confidently declared that this was simply impossible and that no one would do such a thing. Bruce, however, remained silent, thinking in roughly the same vein, as if forgetting about Andrew's presence and immersing himself in his own thoughts. The man took a pocket watch out of his pocket and began to examine it, thinking that the Asgards remembered his promise, and this lamp, which would help save his life, was a reminder and a sign of goodwill. Then his thoughts became somewhat scattered and chaotic. The name Charlotte, thoughts about fate, and much more popped into his head. Roel, meanwhile, was still experiencing the effects of the drug, alternately feeling hot and cold. He managed to open his eyes somehow, and the first thing he noticed was that he was in an unfamiliar place, as well as the weakness in his body. At the same time, the guy was lying on the cold floor, and in his head the thought question was beating about what was going on here. Having come to his senses a little, the boy immediately began to rise to his feet. Only after that he noticed that a chain was attached to his neck. At that very moment, Nora pulled on it and declared that it was his birthday present. Asgard was quite surprised by her presence, and the girl meanwhile continued to speak, informing him that he himself was also a bonus to this gift. Then she teased her new friend a little more and easily jumped off the chair with her bare feet, straight onto the cold floor. She came close to Roel and told him that she really enjoyed all of their interactions. After these words, the blonde began to slowly move her face closer to the guy, gradually opening her lips, and from the boy's mouth came words about offers to wait and so on. But words didn't help. The lips came closer and closer, threatening to merge into a kiss at any moment, which didn't suit the boy at all. He ended up shouting loudly, denying and forbidding such a development in the hope that it would somehow help. And his hopes were justified, because the next moment he opened his eyes wide, lying in bed, and not being in an unfamiliar room alone with the sadist Nora. The boy immediately recognized the ceiling of his own room and sighed with relief, because it all turned out to be just a bad dream. Then he rolled over onto his side, hoping to lie in bed a little longer. But unexpectedly he came into contact with Alice's gaze. She seemed to have woken up from her brother's thoughts out loud and was still a little sleepy, so she began rubbing her eyes, creating a cute picture for Roel. He himself quickly came to his senses and began to anxiously ask the girl whether she had been sleeping with him all this time. Anna was also in the room, and both ladies ignored the guy's question, showing joy on their faces. The girl rushed to her brother and hugged him, happy that he had finally woken up, while he himself was perplexed, not understanding what was going on. Marquis Carter also heard the noise in the room, immediately opening the door sharply and asking worriedly if his son had woken up. But he no longer needed an answer, since he had already seen everything with his own eyes, after which he grabbed the boy by the shoulders and began to ask him about the pain and his general well-being, to which the boy said that everything was fine. Then his father calmed down a little, immediately declaring that he felt the effect of some kind of spell in the flask that Roel drank and would find those vile poisoners who attempted to kill his child. The boy hastened to assure his parent that everything was fine, explaining that he had decided to take the enhancing serum he had found in their pantry and that no ill-wishers were involved. And if he thought that these words would calm those present, then he was very much mistaken, as Anna and Carter stared at him in shock and somewhat disbelief. Due to her age, Alice reacted a little differently, noticing that her brother had slept for 3 whole days, which surprised him. The worried father also reacted to the news, lightly hitting his son on the top of the head and starting to lecture him about not taking unknown serums that had been lying around for an unknown amount of time. Roel admitted his mistake and apologized to the Marquise, internally complaining about the system that had not warned him about such consequences, which itself justified itself by saying that it had not been asked. Then Anna brought the young gentleman new clothes, as they needed to be changed after a serious illness, and her father began to lead Alice away from the room. It was only when the guy started to get out of bed that he noticed a strange sensation in his body, as if something had changed in him. A little later, he went back to his clan's training field to check what taking that serum had brought him. For this purpose, Roel also took with him a short sword, which would help him evaluate the changes on the wooden dummies. As a result, the guy made a swift dash and cut through several of them without much difficulty, immediately noticing completely different sensations than before. It became obvious to the main villain that the serum had worked perfectly. His lack of strength had become much less noticeable, although no abilities had yet manifested. Then the guy opened his status and noticed changes in the rank line. If it had previously been FE, now it was E. Everything else remained unchanged. Later, Asgard picked up his card and the amount on it no longer seemed so large because he still needed to invest a lot of money in his development, and also pick out a gift for Princess Nora. But the boy came to the conclusion that the latter could be done later, since there was still time before the girl's birthday, and pumping up would help avoid possible death in the future. 2 months passed in all sorts of affairs and worries. Winter came and the said holiday arrived. Guests began to arrive at the royal estate. The carriage of the Ascart family was quite good, although the horse harnessed to it could not compare with the animal with which the Seclades had arrived earlier. But it was also not bad. Marquis Carter and his son Roel went outside, and the boy immediately noted the very noticeable luxury of the estate, which was noticeably richer than their house. The guy also keenly noticed his stepsister's unusual mood change and asked her how she was feeling. The girl admitted that she simply didn't like this birthday anymore. The boy expressed solidarity and encouraged her by saying that they would be there for each other and that everything would be fine overall. Soon, the family arrived at the banquet hall, where the other aristocrats from various families who had arrived were already chatting with each other and drinking wine or other drinks. It didn't take Roel long to notice the boredom that reigned here and to realize that this was more of a simple social reception than a real celebration of Nora's birthday. Words of pity involuntarily escaped him, addressed to the princess who, due to her royal origin, was forced to go through something similar every year. The boy didn't even notice that the silhouette of that very blonde was already approaching from behind him, having managed to overhear his statement, which she made known when she came close. Then the guy greeted Her Highness somewhat nervously, already regretting the words he had accidentally spoken, and surprised that the girl had approached so close and unnoticed. But he was nervous in vain, because Nora did not experience any negative emotions, and even informed the guest that she was glad of his arrival. A smile appeared on the girl's face, and she told Roll that he was the only one she was really waiting for here. Alice reacted immediately to these words. The reason for this could have been either some jealousy towards her brother or neglect of herself, although more likely the former. Her brother, meanwhile, looked around, easily noticing the situation that had developed around him, in which all the nearby aristocrats began to watch the princess's interaction with him and her sister. Then he decided with confusion that Nora had arranged something like this on purpose, and that he was seriously underestimating her. The next to enter into a dialogue with the blonde was the fair-haired girl, who politely curtsied and congratulated her on her birthday. She didn't stop there, saying that they had a fun conversation last time, but she also insistently asked him to stop making fun of her older brother. Roll felt a little embarrassed by Alice's defense, although he was more pleased with this behavior, and he also noted a more tense atmosphere. The girls actually stared intently into each other's eyes, and Nora began to feel interested in the fact that the blonde was keeping an eye on her brother. The surrounding guests continued to examine the spectacle before them, and Roll began to feel unsure and a little nervous. The reason for this was the atmosphere that had developed between the girls, and also the fact that he was unsure whether he should interfere in this or not. Then the gears in the boy's head began to actively work, analyzing Alice's unusual behavior and her reactions to those moments when he communicates with the princess. In the end, the guy decided that his little sister simply didn't like Nora either, as if they were really real relatives who understood each other. Then his gaze caught on his own father and Cain Allclyde, who were simply talking to each other, only looking at the children, not interfering in any way with the spectacle that was presented to the other aristocrats. The young lady's staring had ended and words had come into play. Nora said that she had not meant to offend anyone, but had simply said what she thought. Alice responded by saying that she and her brother had not waited for the princess's invitation for several months in vain, and thanked her for her kindness, thereby taunting the blonde for the long absence of contact. This really managed to hurt Nora a little, but this reaction also allowed her to analyze everything and understand the reason for the white-haired girl's dissatisfaction. It was completely obvious to her that the girl was jealous of her older brother, which was of some interest, but Roll looked at them with bewilderment. The conversation continued. The blonde apologized for the lack of news and meetings for several months, justified it by the abundance of schoolwork, and thanked the guests for coming to the celebration. And despite the seemingly polite and peaceful dialogue, in fact there was serious tension between the girls. At that moment, both thought that this was not the end, and no one was going to give Roll to their rival. The guy himself had no idea either about the true background of what was happening, or about what was going on in the heads of Alice and Nora, so he was simply glad that it was all over and sighed with relief. He immediately made an attempt to change the atmosphere, cheerfully turning to his sister with an offer to come to the tables and eat something. But Alice, citing a lack of hunger, refused, saying that she would go get some fresh air, and the boy agreed, only asking not to go too far. The blonde was clearly not in a good mood after that conversation. She simply wished her brother not to worry and stomped away. Alice walked down the corridor, thinking that she had nothing to do here, and that Roll should not be interfered with establishing connections with Nora because she was a princess. Moreover, this task was entrusted to them by their father, who gave his son the main role. The girl believed that she had made a mistake, but that this should not affect her brother. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a sharp and loud call from behind, calling her to stop, which she reflexively did, as she immediately recognized the voice. A trio of noble children approached the girl. The leader of their group greeted Alice with a smile and said that they already missed her. The main villain spent some time actively devouring various delicacies, at some point thinking out loud about the long absence of his stepsister. Then he noticed that he had not seen any of the children from the Elric family for a long time, who, according to his father, had a grudge against their family. After that, he continued to automatically empty his plate, while in his head these two facts intertwined, giving rise to an unpleasant guess. These thoughts immediately seriously tensed Asgard. He cursed mentally, and a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Meanwhile, the birthday girl was busy listening to congratulations from the guests who had arrived for her party. She was distracted from this by Roll, who was running quickly across the hall, thinking out loud that since they were not here, they could be next to her. The princess looked at the boy with a degree of doubt, not quite understanding who the guy was thinking about. Meanwhile, a group of children were advancing on Alice, the leader of which was talking about the long time since their last meeting and declaring that he wanted to play with her. The blonde man hovered over the girl and told her that he was her best friend Braun, and that she should not follow his requests, otherwise he might get angry. The blonde asked the guy in a trembling voice about his intentions, and he spoke of his desire to talk about their old friendship, and also expressed surprise at the fact that he had joined the Ascart family and found a loser. Alice didn't like these words right away, and she angrily told Braun not to insult Roel, but he only became interested in her reaction. He realized that the girl had already liked him, and whispered in her ear that he simply did not yet know her true nature as a monster. The white-haired girl clutched the fabric of her dress, and the blonde continued to press, pointing out her abnormal regeneration and the fact that her brother had not yet seen the process, and her face, which was distorted by pain in the process. Then the guy said that no one needed a monster like her, and Alice burst into tears and began to beg him to stop. But Braun wasn't going to listen to his victim. He grabbed a fork, announced that he was already looking forward to the upcoming action, and began to bring the cutlery to the girl's wide-open eye. Out of fear and despair, Alice closed her eyes and screamed as loudly as she could for help, addressing her new brother. The next moment, there was a loud thud that made the girl open her eyes, and she saw that a wooden chair had flown into Braun's head. The boy fell to the floor, clutching the injured part of his body. His friends rushed to him, and the blow was strong enough that the projectile itself broke the legs. The attack was carried out by none other than Roel, who immediately insulted Braun, feeling anger at what he was about to do to his sister. The girl, as soon as she saw her brother, immediately shouted his name and rushed to her protector. The relatives immediately hugged each other. The guy quickly apologized for his slight delay, and Alice assured him that everything was fine. Braun, meanwhile, quickly recovered from the chair hit and began accusing Roel of cowardice and weakness, since he attacked him from behind. The main villain immediately asked his sister to step aside, as the blonde man summoned green energy around his hands and declared that he would take Ascart's life today. Alice positioned herself behind her brother, who was covering her with his body, and thought that the past him could really have been beaten to death. But now everything was different. He was no longer the same complete weakling he used to be. In these 2 months, among other things, he had mastered the same technique that Braun demonstrated, the mana gloves. The color of the energy was blue. The opponents instantly became close to each other. The blonde man wished death on his opponent in the process. He was confident of his victory. Roel responded by saying he wasn't afraid of him, and then caught his skill-wrapped hand with his own limb, which was also covered in swirls of mana. Braun was clearly surprised by this turn of events, not expecting such strength from his opponent. But Ascart wasted no time and grabbed his opponent's elbow more comfortably. With his next move, he threw the guy straight towards his knee, while also stating that this blow was for Alice. At this point, the short duel ended. Roel emerged victorious, and Braun only lay on the floor insulting his opponent and suffering from pain. And his friends, seeing the leader's defeat, hurried to escape as quickly as possible, not risking getting involved with the one who dealt with the blonde so quickly. Ascart picked up a broken chair leg from the floor and told the defeated man that his followers had left him with their tails between their legs, and that, apparently, he was no longer an authority figure for them. Then the guy, waving a piece of wood, leaned over Braun and asked him for information about how it was their group that bullied Alice when she was little. The blonde responded to Roel with a nasty and smug grin and confirmed his words, also asking what he would do now, clearly not expecting anything. But the main villain was not going to stop there. He closed his eyes, smiled sweetly, and told the defeated man that he would now get what he deserved. After these words, Braun's head began to hurt again, and he was hit several times on the back of the head with a chair leg. At this point, the guy decided to stop. He turned around, threw away his piece of wood, and threatened the blonde that he would really kill him if he touched his sister even once more. And Braun, despite the pain in his head, looked with anger after the departing boy and girl. Thinking that he had never been humiliated so much before, he decided that he couldn't let Roel leave like that. So he stood up and reached into his pocket, where almost immediately something flashed. Right in the process of feeling for this object, the blonde quickly rushed forward, easily catching up with the slowly walking children. Alice was the first to react to this. Hearing Braun's steps and turning back and realizing what was happening, she immediately rushed to warn her brother about the danger. He turned his head back in bewilderment, no longer expecting to see anything special, even despite his sister's tone. And he turned out to be too slow to react in time to the vile attack, for which he paid, because the shiny object in Braun's pocket turned out to be a blade that entered Roel's stomach. At this moment, Ascart was in severe pain and began to regret that he had not foreseen such a development of events in advance. The blade that entered the boy's body was long enough that the fabric of the suit almost instantly began to soak with blood coming from the fresh wound. The injury of her beloved brother could not leave Alice indifferent. She looked at Roel with fear and shock, anxiously shouting out his name. Braun, meanwhile, pulled his weapon out of his opponent's body and took a few steps back, which revealed the size of the blade, which was somehow stored in his pocket. It was clearly not without magic, and Ascart, even with indignation at such impudence, asked his opponent about his sanity, since he somehow thought of using a weapon at the princess's name day in the royal estate. But the blonde didn't look too worried. He reminded the guy that their families had been actively feuding with each other since the Gemini War. He continued by saying that in those days the Asgards had helped a certain, as he put it, ugly woman to ascend to the throne. And now he had a chance to take revenge, after which he ran towards the enemy. Roel had a serious problem. The enemy was armed, although a little beaten. But he himself had a stab wound on his stomach. Despite this, he, of course, was not going to surrender. He first managed to stop Braun's charge with a counterkick, allowing him to grab his opponent's arms, and they ended up wrestling, trying to gain control of the dagger. Alice watched their fight from a distance and to the side. She tried to shout to the guys, asking them to stop. But words did not help. It was not even a fact that they heard her, carried away by the battle. The girl quickly realized the futility of her actions and decided that she had to somehow help her brother. But there was no way, so she simply rushed around restlessly. Eventually, her gaze caught on the shiny metal of a fork lying nearby on the floor, which could have served as a poor-quality weapon. But this was both an opportunity to help Roel and a serious problem. His phobia of sharp objects had not gone away. Despite her fear, the girl began to stretch out her trembling hand towards the cutlery, trying to overcome her weakness. This was not easy for the little blonde. Her childhood traumas did not leave her. But she tried her best for the sake of her new brother. Eventually, her efforts resulted in the fork being clenched in her fingers, but her hand began to tremble even more violently than before. At that moment, she realized that if she couldn't overcome her fear here and now, she would regret it for the rest of her life. The girl managed to gather her resolve, gripped her weapon tighter, and turned to the fighters, trying to protect Roel. As a result, Alice intervened in their fight, stabbing a fork straight into Braun's hand, causing him to drop his blade to the floor. Then the blonde jerked his hand, pulling the teeth out of his flesh, and stared angrily at the unexpected problem. With the back of his hand, he slapped the girl across the face, throwing the nuisance away and shouting at her to get lost. Roel was instantly enraged that Braun had once again raised a hand against his sister, so he took advantage of the changed situation and rushed at his opponent, insulting him in the process. Rage seemed to give him strength, and the guy delivered a crushing blow to the opponent's solar plexus. The latter had no time to react to the attack. The strength in Askart's hand was enough for the blonde to even drag himself several meters across the floor. The boy then approached his newly defeated opponent and reminded him of his own words regarding what would happen if he attacked his sister again. As he finished his sentence, Roel grabbed Braun's head tightly and began to lift him up, causing a cry of pain to come from his mouth. Then, having grabbed the blonde more comfortably, he swung and began to quickly bring him closer to the window. Using the same monoglove skill, the main villain strengthened his hand and smashed the enemy's head through the glass, sending shards flying everywhere. As a result, Braun's face was badly cut. Some blood flowed, and his body was thrown to the floor. After finishing, Roel hoped that this was all, and also looked at his hands, but did not regret what he had done, because this guy was going to kill him, and also mocked his sister. Remembering Alice, the guy immediately turned to her. Even a blow from the back of the blonde's mana-enhanced palm was enough to reliably incapacitate her. The brother ran up to his sister, lifted her from the floor, and examined her, glad that she was only unconscious. There was nothing serious with her. Asgard carefully changed her position to a more comfortable one and thanked the girl for saving him, although she could not hear it. Then the guy walked up to the large window, gazed at the night sky, the stars, and the moon, and breathed a sigh of relief because all this was finally behind him. Meanwhile, Nora watched with interest and caution as a group of noble children went somewhere and decided to follow them. The crowd was rapidly approaching this secluded section of the corridors, uttering phrases about Brother Braun, about revenge for him, and so on. Roel began to carefully lower his sister back to the floor, mentally complaining that he was too ill for all this. The injuries were making themselves felt. The boy understood what state he was in, and that he couldn't properly defend himself or his sister. But he had to try, so he picked up a chair leg from the floor. The next moment, Asgard stood in front of the crowd with a piece of wood at the ready, intending to do everything to keep them from getting to Alice. The tense atmosphere was suddenly somewhat dispelled by the sound of someone's confident step, accompanied by the clicking of heels. The main villain did not expect to see Nora here, but she herself stood next to him and loudly addressed the assembled people, demanding that they stop. Then, she nudged the guy with her shoulder and declared that she liked the sight of him making a face in pain. But she didn't like that he was doing it not in front of her, alone, but in front of a crowd of other people. Asgard didn't even know what to feel about this. But no matter how strange it might sound, he was glad that the princess was there, and he told her about it. The blonde herself began to actively trample Roel's foot with her heel. He asked her to stop. She said that she liked it. The boy realized that she was incurable. Her Highness agreed that it was quite possible, but then she stopped laughing and became serious, turning her gaze to the crowd. Those who came apologized to the princess, saying that they did not want to offend her. But this was revenge for their friend, and such a matter concerns only them and Roel himself. Nora noticed that Braun really did have a lot of friends, but Asgard was pathetic in comparison, since she was the only one who intended to be friends with him. Then the guy tried to say that they weren't exactly friends, but he stopped mid-sentence when the blonde began to painfully trample on his leg again. The girl then stepped forward and said that Roll was cute when he snapped, and that he should shut up and rely on her now. The princess closed her eyes and declared that she would protect her friend just as they avenged theirs. And all this time she carried a fan with her, which she now raised to the level of her head. Nora straightened it out, covering half her face, smiled happily, her eyes seemed to shine, and she announced to the crowd that they should now simply enjoy her appearance. Behind her highness's back, enormous energy wings spread out, thanks to which she would later receive her nickname. The angel then pointed her hand at the crowd, pointing her fan at them, and in the name of her house, the All-Clade demanded their immediate departure. The sight of the blonde summoning her wings left no one present indifferent. Braun's friends, for example, began to feel fear from this event. Roll felt surprise and disbelief, because Nora was only 10 years old, and she could already materialize disordered and distorted mana into a concrete form, which is only achieved with the help of the original attribute. And in order to use this attribute, it was necessary to reach a certain 5th initial level, which showed the blonde's outstanding strength. Meanwhile, the situation froze. At one point, Nora was simply waiting for the first move from the crowd, and this was also her first fight against her peers. But the children were very afraid of the princess, and she tried to calm them down by saying that since they were guests, the blonde would not use all her strength. Roel understood their feelings perfectly. They were all at the 6th base level, and the difference between them was so great that all of Braun's friends, even if they attacked together, didn't have a single chance. At that moment, the guy realized that he had greatly underestimated the girl, and she herself noticed something out of the corner of her eye. And the next moment, Nora began to spread her angel wings, and also informed the boy that her performance was over. The boy realized that this was not just a coincidence and began to look around, guessing that someone had come here, thereby interrupting a possible fight, if the crowd, of course, had decided on it. The new characters were Roll and Nora's fathers, Marquis Carter Ascart and Cain Allclyde. The first man immediately noticed the blood on his son's clothes and rushed to him, asking how he was feeling. Even though he was stabbed with a blade, Roll responded by saying that everything was fine, after which he turned his father's attention to Alice, worrying more about her. Carter calmed down a little, and now, along with his anxiety, cold anger began to appear. He glanced sideways at Cain and said that they needed to sort this all out. Seclid himself was also not in the best mood due to the problematic situation that had arisen, and his keen gaze carefully examined the surroundings. The first thing that caught the eye was the beaten, wounded, cut with shards of glass and bloodied Braun, who was simply lying on the floor after what happened. Then he noticed Alice, who had lost consciousness, and the wound on Roel's stomach. He definitely didn't like all of this, and he demanded details of the incident. Suddenly, a third adult joined the proceedings, a black-haired man who placed his hand on Seclid's shoulder. Cain let the newcomer go ahead, and he approached Braun, starting to examine him, assessing the severity of the damage. Then the man sat down next to the blonde, while everyone else remained silent for now, watching his next actions. Roel recognized the man. It was Brian Elric, the father of the beaten Braun, from the very family that was feuding with his own house. Meanwhile, the man himself had seen enough and extended his hand to his son. But Ascart decided that he had come to protect his child. But he couldn't see the look with which Brian looked at Braun. There was not a drop of pity or love for his child in his eyes. And with his next action, he grabbed his son by the neck, squeezing it tightly, and a whole stream of blood instantly burst out of the boy's mouth. Everyone present watched this cruel spectacle with varying emotions. Cain was displeased, Nora seemed interested, and Roel was very surprised by the heartlessness of this man. The man then calmly wiped his blood-stained hands and apologized on behalf of his house for this unpleasantness, stated that he himself had meted out the appropriate punishment to the culprit, and asked Ken's permission to leave. Carter, as an interested party in this conflict, decided to allow him. Then Brian began to leave, leaving behind the body of his son, who had been killed with his own hands. Roel, however, felt shock and a certain amount of fear from the casualness and equanimity with which the head of the Elric house ended the life of his own child while he was passing by. The guy knew that this was one of the 5 big families, but even so, they would not have escaped punishment. And in the end, everything ended with something that no one expected, and Brian did this only for the honor of the family. He is a terrible person. As a result of his reasoning, the guy came to the simple conclusion that he needed to be extremely careful with this man. Meanwhile, he clenched his teeth hard, already thinking about Roel and how he could still stand on his feet even with such wounds. After some time, Ascart was already resting from everything that had happened, lying on the sofa and even enjoying the rest and relaxation that had become quite rare lately. Next to him sat Alice, who cared for and looked after her wounded brother, and also spoiled him with sweets. The guy was extremely pleased with such care from such a sweet girl. These emotions could easily be read on his face. They also actively communicated with each other, while Roll's head was spinning with thoughts about the changes he had made to the game's plot, coming to the conclusion that now it was unlikely that Alice would ever want to kill him. Anna watched their interactions with affection. This kind of activity had already become a habit for her. She couldn't even force herself to be professional, allowing her sister to feed her brother herself. Then Carter Asgard entered the room, coming to check on his wounded son and praise him for his courage and defense of Alice. But at the same time, he also scolded him for his recklessness, because he could have immediately turned to his parent when he sensed trouble. After this, the father stroked his son's hair, and the latter reminded him of his request, which was to let him look at the records of the war that had come up in a conversation with the late Braun. The Marquis decided to satisfy the child's wish because he believed that it was important to know about this event, as well as about the stories and accomplishments of their House of Asgard. He brought a book with him, and also began his short story about the March Rebellion of Prince Wade, who wanted to stop his sister Victoria and expose her involvement in the cult. This conflict became the Gemini War. 3 of the 5 great houses sided with Wade, 1 took neutrality, and the Asgard family sided with the princess. The then head of the clan and ancestor of their family, Ponte, saw the situation as very hopeless. Their forces were few, and the war was raging fiercely. At some point, Victoria and Ponte were seriously wounded during the battle, and the requested reinforcements were unable to break through to the city under siege by the enemy. But the man was able to find a way out of the situation by using a family relic and turning the city into a labyrinth, which allowed him to hold out until the arrival of the Allied forces under the command of His Holiness. So the ancient artifact helped win that war, Wade's forces were defeated, and Ponta saved Princess Victoria. Then he handed the book, where everything was described in more detail, to his son, and he asked whether their current estate was the heart of that very labyrinth. Carter responded by saying that everything was true. This palace was built 3 generations before them, by the same Ponte, who was Roll's great-grandfather. The boy immediately began examining the book, asking his father in the process whether this relic was still somewhere here. The man then explained that the stone had crumbled to dust due to magical overloads during that period, but that some fragments of this relic have survived to this day. The Marquis also recalled the fact that Ponte had refused Victoria several times, as he was already married. So this was not the first time for their family when someone had refused the princesses, and he clearly felt proud. Roll himself felt strange about this fact and the sight of his father becoming proud, but he could only guess where he had learned about it. The boy then returned his attention to the book, particularly carefully studying the information about the Elric family, which was then the most attentive. But the information provided was not enough for him. The next moment, the boy had already started getting dressed and told his relatives that he was going to take a short walk. Carter tried to insist that Roll was not yet well and needed rest, but he simply said that he was feeling better and quickly left the room. While the man was mentally complaining about the wayward child, Alice hesitantly turned to him. It turned out that the girl had deliberately chosen the moment when her brother had left to talk to her father alone, and he had supported her, assuring her that she could always approach him about anything. These words greatly encouraged the blonde girl, but the topic of conversation still left her feeling unsure and embarrassed, so it took her a little time. At some point, she finally made up her mind, looked up with her big eyes at her adoptive parent, and declared that she wanted a brother. These words seemed to strike the Marquis as if he had been struck by a powerful lightning spell, and he stuttered as he asked the girl again what she had said. The girl's gaze became even more determined, and she began to repeat her request to her father. Carter looked at her tensely and listened to her words, not knowing what to do in this situation. And, fortunately, the child simply wanted to say that he wanted to protect his brother. The man began to clear his throat in relief, and also wholeheartedly asked Alice to say everything at once in the future. The girl decided to immediately listen to her father's words and began to talk about the reasons for her desire, which were related to a recent incident in which Roel was injured while protecting her. It was precisely because of her helplessness and desire to help her brother that Alice wished to become stronger, and the Marquis began to calm her down by saying that she was not to blame for anything. He stated that the girl had already done a lot by overcoming her phobia of sharp objects and attacking Braun with that fork, and noted that if it weren't for her help, Roel could have died. The man then went on to say that the path of a practitioner is not as smooth as many people think. It is full of dangers and horrors, and that Alice needs to think carefully about her desire. But the girl was determined, wanting to take this path for her brother's sake, seeing his possible loss as the worst thing that could ever happen to her. Therefore, she persistently asked her father for training in the art of magic, surprising him with her attitude. The Marquis put his hand on his daughter's shoulder, told her that it was foolish of him to try to dissuade such a determined little girl, and declared that in the future she would become strong, giving her a promise about this. Meanwhile, while this conversation was taking place in one of the rooms of the Askartov Palace, Arvin, the head of the Sorofia Trade Association, calmly opened the doors in one room. Inside, A somewhat unexpected but at the same time already familiar guest was already waiting for him. It was Roel who, behind the words about a walk, hid the fact that he was going to visit Arvin again. After exchanging greetings, the boy congratulated the man on his new position, having been promoted to manager of the Theocracy's Chamber of Commerce. Arvin modestly stated that he would not have achieved this without Askart's cooperation, also congratulating the boy on his heroic act at the princess's birthday. Having finished exchanging pleasantries, Roel moved on to business, which this time consisted of the need to obtain information about the Elric house. Hearing this, the man looked at his trading partner and thoughtfully repeated his words, with a hint of wariness creeping into his voice. This tone was immediately noticed by Asgard, who assumed that such information was too confidential in their organization and should not be disseminated. Arvin stated that Roel was his guest of honor, and an exception could be made for him, starting the story with the fact that this family was very unusual. The thing was that the Sorafia Trade Association was devoting a lot of time and money to collecting information, but they had almost no reliable information about the Elric household, which was alarming. This news did not please the main villain immediately. Such secrecy from his family's enemies was a problem. Arvin began to take out a certain book in which their intelligence was recorded in detail, and also began to tell about how after the War of the Twins, their family was exiled to guard the border. It lay between three countries, the Austin Empire, the knightly kingdom of Pendor, and the theocracy of St. Messeth, which posed a serious threat and was intended to weaken their home. But something went wrong, and decades later, this family once again gained strength, taking a leading position and becoming even more influential than the Asgards, while the association was unable to trace the origin of their money, and they were obliged to have a huge sum for such a rise and maintenance of practitioners. And the elusiveness of such information from their organization was extremely strange, as Roel noted. Arvin, having finished reading the book, slammed it shut and said that further information might be a bit unnecessary for the guy. And, although he himself might have already known about this, the man still warned the guest that the Elric's house could be very dangerous and that one must be extremely careful with them. At this point, their meeting ended and soon Roel returned back to his family's palace, immediately notifying his relatives and servants of his arrival. But, to Askart's surprise, the first thing he was greeted with, although it was a familiar voice, he did not expect to see its owner here. It was Noravjeklid, and Roel decided not to hold back his emotions and curiosity, asking her about the reason for her presence here. The princess responded by saying that she was simply worried about the boy's injuries. But now, seeing his activity, she understood that he had already recovered. As a result, the boy had to keep the girl company. She said that the servants would not disturb them as they were busy, but Asgard did not trust her and asked what Alice was doing. Nora ignored these words, approached Roel, and asked him if he would be glad to be alone with her. Then the guy hesitantly began to deliver a long speech about the one and only princess of their great theocracy, and that he only deserved her attention and honor. But in response to all this, he only received another very painful blow from a heel on his leg, which continued with stomping. He immediately asked her to stop this and not do it again. But the sadist smiled contentedly and refused to fulfill the request, saying that she felt more comfortable that way. Then Nora presented the guy with a wooden box, saying that she had come to visit not empty-handed, but with a gift. The guy accepted the gift and immediately opened it. What was inside immediately caused him great surprise. The thing was that the gift was a valuable relic, namely the Holy Blade of 12 Wings. But such things are not given so easily, so Roel asked for details. The princess admitted that she really cannot give this weapon directly for a number of reasons, so formally it was given to the Asgards. Then, after these explanations, she asked the boy to give her his hand. He did not understand why this was necessary, but decided to obey. This eventually led to the blonde grabbing his limb and quickly bringing it to her open mouth, stunning and even frightening Roel with her actions. And the next moment the boy's finger was bitten by the blonde, causing a sharp though not too strong pain. After this, she took out a small knife she had prepared earlier and cut her own hand, also causing a little bleeding and saying that this was a necessary procedure. This sight immediately aroused indignation in Asgard because it turned out that it was not at all necessary to bite him, since she had this little knife with her. But Nora, not for the first time, simply and calmly ignored his words, carelessly urging him to extend his finger to her again. Roel was unhappy with all this, but he had no other choice, so he reluctantly decided to continue following the princess's instructions. As a result, their fingers with bleeding wounds were placed next to each other, and their blood, mixing, began to fall down. It happened right above the box containing the relic. Drops of red liquid began to fall onto the 12 Wings Holy Blade. During this action, Asgard suddenly felt his strength draining away somewhere very quickly. At that very moment, the blade itself suddenly changed. In a cloud of steam, it significantly increased in size in a second, going beyond the boundaries of the box in which it lay. Eventually, the process was completed and Roel fell exhausted to the floor. only able to hold himself up on all fours and breathing heavily. Nora was worried about his condition, and the guy hastened to reassure her that he was fine, but he felt somehow strange. Meanwhile, somewhere in the room, a very large red gemstone suddenly began to shine with a bright light, sending reflections across the walls. The princess decided to take care of the guy a little, so she went and brought him a glass of water, then again inquired about his well-being. He took the liquid, reassured her that everything was fine, and asked about the event that had just taken place. The blonde explained that it was a blade initiation ritual, but that meant nothing to the boy, so he asked for details. Then they talked about how to use the 12 wings. She needed her angel bloodline, and by mixing their blood, the blade recognized the guy as its master. Now the relic has returned to its usual appearance, but is now always ready to grow and transform for use in battle by its new owner. Nora took it in her hands and also added an interesting fact that their blood also created a special ability that others could not use. And usually such a process takes a month. The girl then walked up to Roel and suddenly thrust the sword into his hand, declaring that it now belonged to him, ending her explanation. Now it was time to test the relic, which the princess announced to the guy, pointing her finger at him. The boy, having received his gift in his hands, began to carefully examine the blade in its sheath. And at that moment the thought occurred to him that this weapon was of a divine class. A smile crept across his face. He was extremely pleased with his new acquisition, because he had hit the jackpot. Nora watched his reaction with curiosity, and her mood was also lifted by Roel's joy at her gift. Then she took out a small dagger and said that she also had to thank the guy for his present. The girl showed the weapon to Asgard and, smiling happily, said that it wasn't very practical, but she liked the design. Then the main villain tried to make it look like it was all just an exchange of daggers, intending to settle on that interpretation of events. In response, he received an unexpected reaction from Lady Vaglyda. Her cheeks suddenly turned a little red. She hugged the dagger and asked if Roel knew what the exchange of daggers meant. The guy, however, had no idea what she was talking about, which he said, instantly ruining the atmosphere and causing the blonde to feel anger and irritation instead of her previous emotions. The next moment, the upset young lady decided to vent her feelings by hitting someone, so a very loud blow echoed throughout the room. Leaving the guy sprawled on the floor with a huge bump on his head, Nora announced that she was leaving and advised him to ask someone about this topic, calling him an idiot in the end. Already on the way out of the room, the blonde recalled rumors that the Askartov family would be celebrating New Year's in the capital this year, and based on this, she asked the guy to prepare for attention from her grandfather. Roel himself, despite the powerful blow to his head, was quite alright and had already begun to turn the gears in it. Thinking about what the princess's words meant, he didn't have to think for long. The realization quickly dawned on him that Nora's grandfather was the ruler of the theocracy, His Holiness. After some time, the guest left, but the guy remained in this room, in which Anna soon began to actively tidy up, starting with wiping the windows, and finishing with putting the clothes in a neat pile. The maid worked quite productively, and for some reason her mood was high. She even made some kind of melody in the process. The girl was about to go about her further business when Roel, sitting on the sofa with his gift, suddenly called out to her. He decided to follow Nora's advice and asked the maid what the exchange of daggers actually meant. This question immediately alerted Anna, but she didn't show that this topic somehow alarmed her and turned to her young master with a smile, clarifying that he meant such a tradition. Then her gaze suddenly caught on the box held in the boy's hand, and an answer immediately formed in her head as to why Roel had suddenly become interested in this. She approached the guy and told him that it was a tradition among knightly families, in which a man who courts a woman gives her a dagger as a symbol of recognition, and she gives him a gift in return if she agrees. At the same time, Anna created a somewhat ominous feeling in Asgard. She also inquired about the contents of the box, to which he lied, saying that it was a gift from Cain Ziklida. The maid pretended to believe him and began to leave, returning to her work, while Roel sighed in relief, also a little apprehensive because of the information he had heard. And while he was once again examining the 12 wings, in his head the maid mentally addressed Alice with the news that the cunning fox had gone on the offensive, and the young master had turned out to be a womanizer. Some more time passed and New Year's Eve arrived. The main villain dressed warmly and headed outside. When he came out into the city, the locals immediately noticed him, finding him a very sweet child. Someone even called him an angel. Someone else, hearing this, assumed that the child was the offspring of a royal family, since the blood of these creatures flows in their veins. Roel himself heard all these conversations perfectly well and felt as if he was not walking through the city streets, but walking along the red carpet at some event. Soon the boy arrived at his destination. The passage further was guarded by a guard, so the boy showed him his invitation to meet with His Holiness. The man confirmed the authenticity of the paper and allowed the visitor to proceed without any problems. Inside, Asgard immediately noticed the enormous luxury of the furnishings. Walking even further into the building, he stopped in front of a door that was truly enormous. and wondered about the reasons for its size. Quickly putting that out of his mind, he began to enter, deciding that he had better be on guard, since His Holiness never appeared in the game. Before the main villain had even entered, his appearance was noticed by the owner of the room, who greeted him with the words that the guest had finally arrived. Roll immediately walked to the middle of the room, knelt down and introduced himself, then said that it was an honor for him to be invited to this audience. In response, His Holiness ordered the heir of the House of Asgard to come closer to him. Then Roel immediately rose from his knees and began to carry out the order of the ruler of the theocracy of Saint Mesite. As he approached the man, the boy pondered the reasons for such an attitude and request, finding compassion due to his background to be the likely answer. Then came words that were even more surprising to Asgard. The ruler offered him a candy for no apparent reason. He then handed the child a whole box of sweets and explained their origin. They were given to him as a tribute, but Roel hastened to refuse this. He also referred to the fact that he could not just devour the gifts intended for His Holiness, who agreed with the guy, asked him not to be nervous and reported that Nora had already told him about Roel. Asgard himself was now mentally flowing with the fact that the powerful ruler of the theocracy was not just compassionate, but more like a kind grandfather, at least for now. The blonde man told the guest that he had not invited him here for a specific reason, as he simply wanted to get to know him, and then asked about the dagger. Roel immediately praised his blade, saying that it was very easy to handle, also mentioning what Nora had said about the reason for this, namely the fact that the relic had accepted the blood of its new owner. The ruler then reached out to the weapon, began scanning it, and also spoke about the ability of the winged daggers to open up new abilities, and that it was only a few days away from being ready. Then he suddenly felt that the blade had extremely high compatibility with its owner, and the relic already had 2 new abilities. This news shocked the guy a little, but the man's next words, that with such high compatibility, his granddaughter and the boy were destined to be together, worried Asgard even more. Then the ruler suddenly placed his hand on Roel's head and praised him for what happened at Nora's birthday, noting his fair heart. The man also said that the Asgard family has a worthy legacy, but the years have taken a lot from them, and now he hopes that their heir will be able to restore the former glory of his family. But at this point, His Holiness decided to close the topic and offered to go with him to Vespers, while Roel was eager to continue the conversation. The ruler insisted that this could be taken care of later, but missing the chance to attend Vespers with him was an opportunity that could not be missed, and the boy agreed. His Holiness John Heathcliff rules the theocracy of St. Meseth and is the head of the Heathcliff family. He holds many titles such as Great Leader of the Church of the Goddess, Messenger of God, First Apostle, Hero of the Holy War, Deviant Slayer, and many others, and is also adored by the people. Many people came to the Vespers and Roel was pleased, because being an honored guest at such an event is, one might say, the highest award. But sometime later he changed his mind. Because the prayer had been going on for a long time, he and the ruler were already covered in snow, and they had to continue standing. Now Asgard believed that this was not a reward, but real torture, and a rather vile and perverted one at that. When the evening service finally ended, the boy went to his room and fell onto his bed, feeling extremely tired. But inside, he was glad that this ordeal was over. Despite the problematic last part of the meeting, he consoled himself with the fact that he had learned a lot of useful information. And he was also worried about Nora's possibility of finding out about her grandfather's words. Suddenly the door opened and a pink-haired maid entered the room, who announced that she had a message from the boy's father. Roel was immediately surprised by her appearance, since Anna usually handles such matters, and he had never seen this girl at all. So he asked about the whereabouts of the blonde maid. Then the pink-haired girl told him that His Highness had invited the great families to a great hunt. So Marquis Asgard and the young lady Alicia went there and would return by tomorrow evening. This news made Roel feel quite surprised, because it meant that his family had left him alone and gone out to have fun. But then the guy quickly calmed down, because he was still too tired, which he told the maid, adding that he was going to sleep, so the girl could leave and wake him up only if there was something important. But in fact, before going to bed, the main villain decided to take a look into the system, and he regretted not staying overnight at the ruler's place, since it was still so empty here without his family. The store was currently offering discounts for his recent achievements, totaling 40%, and he also had monetary compensation from House Elric, which allowed him to purchase the ability he had his eye on earlier. It's called. At the same time, he didn't even notice how the door to his room suddenly opened, and the pink-haired maid looked in, quietly whispering that it was time to begin. The main villain had already fallen asleep peacefully after the events of the previous day, and therefore did not suspect any trouble. Feeling someone's presence, Roel, still half asleep, decided that it was Anna who had come to wake him up, and asked her what time it was, while not feeling his best. In response, he heard the words that it was already 6 in the evening, but the voice clearly did not belong to the maid. So the guy opened his eyes to make sure of the person who had come here. Having unstuck them, Asgard saw Nora hanging over him. who at that moment licked her lips and giggled. This immediately caused the guy to feel surprised, confused, and shocked, and he asked her what she was doing there anyway. The blonde laughed at his expression and said that it was not in vain that she waited for the moment when Roel woke up. The main villain continued his questioning, and the girl told him that all the servants here had been replaced by her people, which allowed them to get here without anyone warning him, and so on. However, the guy was not delighted with such a surprise, called such actions kidnapping, and asked the princess to let him go in honor of the new year. But Her Highness was not pleased with this reaction because she had specially arranged this to celebrate the holiday with him. And she had also brought sweets with her, which she asked the maid named Mia to bring. The servant hastened to carry out the mistress's order, and soon a box with sweets and other things was presented to the princess. Nora took one of the sweets from there and began to hold it out to Roel's face, while inviting the guy to take and try the treat. He perfectly understood the girl's intention to feed him from her hands and look at such a sight, which is why he began to feel a little embarrassed and indignant at such unceremoniousness. The blonde justified herself by saying that candy is an integral part of this holiday, and it is necessary to eat it so that life will be sweet next year. In response, Roel offered to toss a candy for him to catch, challenging the princess to a dare, thus intending to prevent her from being hand-fed. In the end, everything went according to his plan. The blonde threw the candy into the air, calling for everyone to catch it, and the guy caught it in his mouth. And only when he was chewing it, the thought crept into his head that now he looked like a dog, with which his owner was playing. Roel was angry that he had essentially deceived himself and Nora, who stated that he had asked for it himself, and also admitted that it was a very fun activity. Then the guy decided to end the conversation, climbed under the blanket again, declared that he was tired, and told the guest to get away from there. But the girl was against it, so she began to whisper persuasions in Roel's ear, asking him to show her the labyrinth, because they say that Queen Victoria herself once lived here. She also threatened that if the guy continued to sleep, she would not guarantee that something bad would not happen while he was dreaming. While her cheeks blushed a little, such words left the main villain no choice, and he was forced to follow the princess's lead, get out of bed and give her a tour. But at the same time, he took revenge on the girl by telling everything in a very special way, for example, pointing to an entire chair and telling the incredible fact that Queen Victoria sat on it. And he continued his excursion in the same style, further pointing to the lamp, which was turned on by the same person of royal blood. Soon he had to move away from this and talk about a whole bunch of diaries left by his ancestor Ponte, and he also allowed him to carefully leaf through them. Nora was surprised by the number of these notes, and Asgard told her that his great-grandfather loved to describe all sorts of events, choosing a random book from the bookcase, opening the diary to a random page. The guy read about his admiration for Victoria, her beauty and dresses, and described her absent-mindedness and angry look after he saw her figure, soaked in the rain. He didn't like what he read and even made Roel angry. In a fit of emotion, he even threw the book on the table with all his might. This behavior attracted the princess's attention, and she asked about the reasons for this, also reminding him of his own words regarding the care in handling these diaries. Asgard replied that there was nothing special there, mentally outraged by such scribbling from his ancestor, surprised that Queen Victoria had not beaten Ponte for his behavior. Looking at a whole cabinet filled with such diaries, the guy thought that it would be a good idea to burn it all tomorrow. His thoughts were interrupted by Nora's appeal. The main villain thought that it was because he was bored during the excursion and began to justify himself by saying that it was not his fault that there was no interesting news. But it turned out that the reason was different. The princess was alarmed by some strange feeling, which she decided to share, and also ask Roel about his protective amulet. He had an artifact called the Sacred Stone of Power with him. It had protective functions and could repel several attacks from a high-class master, created by a mage from the state of explorers Bologna Sealy. The guy showed this object to the blonde, and she immediately advised him to hide it back under his clothes. She couldn't explain what exactly was going on, but her feelings told her that someone was watching them closely. But at the same time, the girl wasn't sure if her feelings were true. Unexpectedly for Nora, Roel grabbed her hand, as if supporting her, and declared that he believed in the words spoken. Asgard decided to take these feelings seriously. Besides, he himself noticed such oddities as the unnatural silence and the absence of servants. And such contact and trust even embarrassed the girl. Then he took off, dragging the princess along with him, explaining that it would be better to take refuge in a certain storage facility in the center of the labyrinth, and that it would be safest there. Their fears were soon confirmed when an unfamiliar voice let out an exclamation, mixing a mixture of surprise and amusement. An unknown man suddenly appeared very close to the boy and girl. He decided to reveal himself because he realized that he had already been discovered somehow. Meanwhile, in some castle and at another time during the day, a completely different event took place, namely, the meeting of two certain persons. The first was a man with aquamarine hair, who relaxedly sipped tea and congratulated his guest on the upcoming holiday. also noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The second was Brian Elric, the father of Braun, whom he had killed, who justified the long absence of meetings by the surveillance of the royal family, which had only now weakened, allowing him to slip away. Then, the turquoise-haired man inquired about the failure of a certain plan, to which he was told that Braun and his friends were prepared for everything. The time was right, but for some reason the prophecy did not come true. Neither of them liked this unexpected turn of events. In the conversation that followed, a faintly unconscious Katya was mentioned, and Roel was recognized as a problem that needed to be either lured away or eliminated. Then, the discussion of further steps began. Brian immediately inquired about the possibility of trying again to take the life of the Asgard heir. Then the turquoise-haired man noted the fact that the prophecy was not only theirs, therefore, there must be those who feared the future and wanted to interfere with their plans. Then the topic suddenly shifted to Elric being asked to appraise a certain recently acquired painting. By this designation, the turquoise-haired man meant some kind of magical influence that revealed to the two of them the events taking place far away from here. The spell showed Nora of Cyclidi and Roel Asgard trying to escape from an unknown ill-wisher at that moment. At that moment, the system's newly acquired ability, Bloodshed Disaster, activated, revealing the enemy's name and highlighting it in red, identifying it as the human skin artist, Peter Carter. Although he only held a surgical knife and a brush in his hands, this, together with his title, appearance, and the atmosphere he created, made him extremely terrifying. But that was not all. Roel noticed the work of his new ability, the red color of his name, which signified a death wish for the bearer, and also the system scanned the enemy, identified his fourth baseline level, and urged him to flee. Brian did not recognize the identity of the attacker and asked the turquoise-haired man about it, who responded by saying that he was a member of the Mithril Priory organization, which he had previously refused to cooperate with. He then stated that the Asgards and the Allclydes had very suspiciously experienced too many changes at the same time that were not predicted by the prophecy, which he did not like at all. The head of the Elrics said that in the Holy Capital it would not be possible to do whatever one wanted, and it would not be possible to fool the Holy See. The second man put the cup on the table and replied that although their rivals had power and connections, they themselves had a certain radiance of Sia in their hands, which they were completely unaware of. Still maintaining the picture of what was happening in the distance, they noticed Brian's interest in this, and it was suggested that it was because of the boy. But Elric was actually interested not so much because of Roel, but because of an inexplicable feeling that he already knew the place the spell showed. At the same time, a reception was taking place in the palace hall. A letter was brought to His Holiness John Heathcliff, and the man stayed to talk. It was one of the members of the Mithril Priory, namely the deputy head, who introduced himself as Lacrasse. He came here to express the intentions of his organization. This visit clearly did not please the ruler of the theocracy, and he reproached the guest for showing up here without an invitation. Lacrasse apologized to Heathcliff and said that they had an interesting proposal, but they would like John to remain indifferent to their certain business. The man stated that they did not want to harm either the daughter of the Cyclid family or the Asgard family, which was under the patronage of the ruler. Their only goal was to fulfill the prophecy. In response, His Holiness only gave Lacrasse a heavy look. They were likely in for a long discussion. At the same time, events were developing between Roel, Nora, and that same Peter Carter, the artist of human skin. Upon his arrival, the man introduced himself as a member of Mithril Priory, apologized for intruding uninvited, and began to explain the reason for his presence there. But he didn't manage to do the latter, because Asgard simply grabbed Lady Vasiclit's hand and ran away. In response to the exclamation about the children's bad manners, Roel said that he did not care about the identity of the intruder, and they would not stand still listening to his nonsense. Then the atmosphere around Peter became more threatening, and he informed the children that he could not allow them to escape. As he spoke, he cut his own finger with his surgical knife and blood began to flow down his hand. He then swung it forward, spraying out a scarlet liquid and using an ability called Personal Workshop. This caused a wave of dark red energy to begin to catch up with the fleeing children at high speed. Nora noticed this, but she was no longer able to do anything in time. The effect of the ability was already covering them, and Roel also noticed the approaching danger, but he was also powerless. The next moment, to their own surprise, the boy and girl did not feel pain, but found themselves in a strange dark space in which there were only them and the paintings. The artist decided to explain that this was his innate ability, which isolates targets from the outside world. Its use was quite difficult, but the bigwigs at the top attached great importance to this task. Carter then stated that in this place all their talismans and artifacts would be useless, and now they would be forced to listen to him to the end. Nora said that this man was too strong for them. Roel already knew this, thinking hard about a way out of the situation, as well as the fact that the course of history had changed again, because this did not happen in the game. At first, the guy remembered that there should have been a guard at the entrance. So he informed the intruder about this and asked how he managed to pass unnoticed. The artist decided not to share trade secrets, but he did reveal a way to escape this space. One of the targets had to die, and he didn't care who survived. Asgard immediately realized that the man wanted to pit them against each other and confidently shouted that he would not be able to carry out his plan. But then his confidence was shaken, because Nora remained silent about this and looked suspicious. The guy turned to her with tension, demanding that she say something. In fact, the sadist simply did not miss the opportunity, even in this situation, to mock Roll a little. And in the end, she was unable to hold back her laughter and smile. After that, she decided to support the guy and told the intruder that they would never trust someone like him. But the man was not at all upset by these words. He even became cheerful, because this meant that he was left with no choice and would have to kill both of them. After these words, the blonde summoned her angel wings and solemnly proclaimed that she, as the heir to the ruling house, was responsible for Roel, her close friend and future subject. Then the princess turned to the guy and said that no one except her dared to offend him. Asgard was somewhat touched by the fact that they were going to protect him, but the girl chose strange words for his taste. Carter praised Nora for the words of a true ruler, but at the same time decided to make sure that she had thought through her decision carefully. It turned these were the most varied monsters, all sorts of spider-like creatures, difficult to describe, birds, silhouettes with eyes all over their bodies, living plants, and they all ran, stretching their tentacles and other appendages towards Nora and Roel from all sides, immediately surrounding them with their appearance. It had been clear before that something was wrong with Peter, but now he laughed madly and declared that he would soon have a lot of fun painting pictures with the entrails of his future victims. Meanwhile, negotiations between Lacrasse and John Heathcliff continued, the member of Mithril Priory waiting for the ruler to read the letter stating the terms of their agreement. His Eminence mentioned names such as Caroline Escart, Vincent Escart, and Roy Escart, and asked if the man across from him was familiar with such names. In response, he received only silence and a narrowed gaze behind the translucent mask on the face of the deputy head of the Mithril Priory. This immediately made Heathcliff jump up from his throne and grab his staff. He was clearly angry, because he guessed why Lacrasse did not want to answer. He stated that the Allclades had sworn to protect the Ascart family back at the beginning of the Third Era, and he, as a ruler, found their offer tempting. But at the same time, he was the Holy See, the Patriarch. Lacrasse realized with a strain that the negotiations had reached an impasse when John stated all this and added to his speech that he must be an example of dignity, righteousness, and justice. He pointed his staff at the guest and declared that the actions of Mithril Priory had insulted the church and him personally, and therefore they must now get away from here as far as they could. At that very moment, Roel and Nora were about to fight the monsters that had emerged from the paintings when something unexpected happened. A voice rang out, which Asgard recognized as the Holy See, calling on him to protect his friend with his own hands, and then to bear witness to everything. The next moment, for some reason, the guy again had a very severe headache. The cause was unknown. Peter Carter was also quite surprised by what was happening. Some light blinded his eyes and he tried to understand what was going on. The strange glow grew brighter and brighter. The artist and Roel with Nora stood on opposite sides of it, and the creatures were afraid to come closer. Then everything suddenly ended for Asgard. He came to his senses only when the princess was shaking him by the shoulders and trying to wake him up with screams. Some of the memories were still hazy, and the guy decided that it must be night now, so he was surprised by some light shining into his eyes. Then he finally remembered the recent events, which made him jump up from his seat with lightning speed and loudly ask where he was at all. And this curiosity was indeed appropriate, because from his current position there was a view of some city, castle, and other buildings. And if you look closely, you could see many wounded and dead soldiers, some debris and small fires outside. This entire picture was revealed to Asgard due to the fact that a significant part of the wall of this room was destroyed, which allowed him to easily observe what was happening in the city. Soon, the system made itself known. A window appeared in front of Roel, informing him about reactivation, rebooting, and updating data. When all these processes were completed, the guy was surprised by the number of changes in his status. His rank was now E+. He had the titles Emperor's Fist and Dame's Protector, as well as new spells. Then came an alarming warning that the host had shown signs of awakening ancestral bloodlines, which was currently extremely risky, with the process 17% complete. This event immediately surprised and alarmed the guy. But the system, in order to protect its user, recommended using its functions and canceling this process. Roel's emotions were also caused by the fact that he had never heard of the Ascart family's blood relationship. His father had never mentioned it, and there was nothing like that in the game. The main villain decided to inquire about the possibility of continuing the awakening. The system offered assistance, noting a 50% chance of success with Nora's blood, and that her support would cost 500,000 gold. The guy, of course, didn't have that much money, and risking his life with such a huge chance of death was unwise, so he was offered another way out. Borrow this amount from the system, and in exchange, as collateral, it will have to be disconnected for 10.5 years. However, it will continue to function. If the money is not repaid within 5 years, it will be disconnected. Various thoughts began to race through Roll's head. First of all, he imagined how he would have to get $500,000 within the specified time frame. Then he came to the conclusion that in a normal situation he wouldn't have signed up for this. But when the artist was chasing him and wanted to kill them, he didn't really have much of a choice, and he didn't want to hide behind Nora's back forever either. And it was far from a fact that she would be able to cope, so the choice was obvious. Roll obviously did not want to die, having accepted the system's offer. As soon as he pressed the button in the system window, a blinding glow appeared in front of the guy. And then notifications began pouring in. First, a message came about activating support for the awakening process. Then, automatic regulation of pain sensations. And at the end, the percentage until this was completed gradually began to count down. A little later, Asgard came out to Nora, who asked how he was feeling, to which he replied that Roll was feeling more or less well, and he himself asked about what she had managed to find out. The girl admitted that she had not achieved much success in this matter. All that was clear was that they were on some battlefield, but the specific city or place was generally unknown. Then Roll decided it was time to act and to start by examining the bodies of the dead soldiers for anything useful or clues about what was happening. When the guy approached the corpses, he first noticed the stench, and then mentally apologized to the dead for disturbing them. As soon as Asgard began to examine the body, he was immediately surprised to find the emblem of the Elric house on his cloak. Nora experienced roughly the same emotions. It was completely unclear what soldiers of this kind were doing in this unknown place. Then the princess took a closer look at the corpse and noticed something strange, which she immediately told Roll about. The dead man was dressed in a Victorian-era uniform. The guy doubted that this was possible, to which the blonde told him about her extensive knowledge of military history, also pointing out things characteristic of that period. All these facts, such as the Victorian era, the soldiers of the Elric house, and being in an unknown place, came together in Roll's head, giving rise to a shocking guess. Everything pointed to the fact that he and Nora had somehow ended up in the past, during Prince Wade's March Rebellion, straight to the Gemini War. A little later, they were able to find a letter directly from that same Ponte, which confirmed their guess, since it was dated March 13, 1828, and the progress of awakening had meanwhile reached 21%. Roll had no idea whether his ancestor had called him here, whether an artifact had triggered some kind of blood awakening effect, or whether he himself possessed some kind of ability. But right now, it was more important to obtain information and supplies. But there were problems looming with this matter, because the entire area began to be filled with a thick fog. The guy read about something similar in one book. It was the effect of that very labyrinth that was created by Ponte. Nora immediately declared that they would definitely get lost here with such a view. But Asgard considered this secondary, because this fog had another special role. But before he could even tell them about it, a figure clad in armor appeared nearby, shouted at them to stay put, and then ordered someone to grab them. It was a whole detachment of soldiers who showed good discipline, moving in formation and holding their assigned positions. It was only when they had surrounded Roel and Nora that the leader came closer and realized they were children, but he still ordered them to be captured. The princess decided that things were bad and shouted at the guy to grab her hand and run away from there. Well, Asgard did indeed grab her by the limb, but instead of running away, he pulled her back towards him, not looking the least bit worried. Then the girl immediately began to indignantly demand an explanation. But the guy asked her to wait for now. At one point, he raised his hand and shouted that they were caught, turning to Uncle Peter, causing strange looks from Nora and the soldiers. The next moment, Carter appeared from the fog, immediately noticing that he had not been addressed so kindly for a long time, and then insulted Roll and said that now was not the time to talk such nonsense. The soldiers decided that the strange man posed a greater danger than the children and decided to deal with him first. The squad leader decided to attack first, rushing towards the artist and trying to finish the fight with one blow, cutting his neck, but he dodged the sword. And then, surprising the warrior with such a move, Peter simply grabbed him by the helmet, holding him in place. The artist showed a mad grin on his face and proclaimed the extreme degree of his own irritation due to the fact that some kind of interference constantly prevented him from killing these children. Now that the soldiers had distracted the enemy, Roll had already taken Nora by the hand and started running, while notifying her of the need to hurry, because the fog would soon clear. The princess asked the boy how he knew the man's name, but he didn't go into detail, blaming it all on some kind of magic, and then declared the need to find shelter quickly. Then Roll explained that the labyrinth spell could not be broken, and that only the owner of the controlling artifact could move freely through it. The blonde realized that he was talking about Pontus and Victoria. As they talked, they continued to move quickly in some direction, when suddenly Asgard stopped abruptly, causing the girl to bump into his shoulder. It turned out that he felt her hands were literally burning and decided that she had a fever. So he began to check it by coming closer and touching her forehead. Nora became embarrassed and said that everything was fine, stuttering. But Roll didn't believe it, because even though he was only on the 5th initial level, the princess for some reason couldn't keep up with him, which indicated some problems. He ended up carrying the girl on his back, which raised her embarrassment to a new level, and added to it was indignation. She hit him and demanded that he let her go, but the guy simply endured and asked her not to be capricious. The blonde couldn't calm down. Her emotions were raging and she continued to yell at Asgard, calling him a stupid subject and asking him to put her on the ground. Night, the labyrinth estate, Ponte stood and examined a certain device in his hand, which was a kinship detector. The readings were strange and he decided that the artifact had failed. Then the man looked up from his task a little, cautiously glancing at the blonde sleeping on the sofa. Thoughts wandered through his head about how when Victoria was drunk, she was like an angel, while he felt some regret because her breasts had not grown for the past few months. He was writing down his thoughts in his diary as usual, when suddenly someone turned to him, calling him a teacher, and asked about his notes. Ponte realized that Victoria had woken up and turned to her with a slightly nervous face, his emotions visible on his face. At that moment, she was stretching, at the same time declaring that her teacher was truly a pervert, since he was interested in the body of his own student. Then the girl looked at Ponte and with a smile invited him to read those notes out loud to her. The man began to justify himself by saying that he could do nothing about his behavior, because this was the price he had to pay for his strength, and Victoria knew about it. She admitted all this with a laugh, while making fun of his expression and regretting that she couldn't continue teasing him, because they still had things to do. Her teacher immediately showed her the kinship detector, asking her to check it for malfunctions, but Victoria stated that such things do not malfunction, and was surprised by the data it showed. The artifact showed the presence of the Cyclide family's blood on Lock Street, and since all the girl's other relatives could not be there, she decided that it was some kind of illegitimate child. Ponte was immediately surprised by what His Eminence was capable of, and he also stated that at that moment he clearly learned something he shouldn't have known. Victoria said that rumors had long been circulating among the people about the Holy See's lack of conscience, but she did not consider the child guilty of anything and wanted to save him. Then Ponte immediately pointed out the risk of meeting Wade on such an outing. It was a huge risk, and the girl could be in danger. The blonde also understood all this, but the problem was that her brother also had a similar device, so it was necessary to act right now. Meanwhile, Roll and Nora still found refuge on Lock Street, namely a certain cathedral, in the windows of which the light was still burning. Asgard sat inside, discontented, thinking hard about the princess. She didn't have a simple cold. All the symptoms indicated an increase in the level of kinship, and here and now there was no way to help her. Finding her silver kinship was certainly good news, but in this situation, it was just another problem. The guy also couldn't understand how this girl could be so monstrous in terms of strength and talent. The system meanwhile showed a 60% progress of awakening, but also a certain countdown to the end of the witness state of 74 hours, and an average rating appeared. Then the guy didn't know what the last words meant, and the system responded with some vague and philosophical statement, and also advised him to constantly strive for self-improvement, which he simply brushed off. Then the main villain fell onto the bed, preparing to wait the 73 hours indicated on the counter, and also thought about what else could and should be done during this time. In the end, Roll decided to just forget about it. The future would show everything anyway, and he was already at his limit and needed to sleep and regain his strength. But he was not destined to rest peacefully. He found himself already on a strange land, among crosses and giant skulls. Everything seemed strange and the guy doubted whether it was a dream or something else. While he was wondering where he had ended up, a skeleton with a sword thrust into its chest suddenly began to rise in front of him. A red light flashed in the empty eye sockets of the undead, and a question about who was in front of him came out of his jaws. The size of the skeleton was simply enormous, and the next words showed that he didn't really care about Roll's identity. He only intended to ask him something first. The undead asked how the dead transferred their power, and Asgard was stunned by both the creature's appearance and its pressure. Seeing his difficulty, the giant skeleton allowed the man not to answer this question right away, so that he could think about it for a while first. But the guy still couldn't come to his senses, and the undead wasn't going to wait too long, so he told the guy that he could come back with his decision next time. The next moment, the main villain woke up in his bed and suddenly jumped up from it, still feeling fear from the unexpected meeting. It turned out that this was part of the awakening process, which was now frozen by 80%, and he also somehow managed to make a promise to the king to return him to the real world. He also received from him the ability of temporary invulnerability, which will last for 30 seconds and has only 3 uses, and Roel also received a unique status called Grandar's Promise. All this was extremely unexpected and required careful consideration. But this was prevented by Nora, who woke up and called out to the guy in a weak voice. He immediately approached her, glad to see her awake, and asked if the girl was feeling better. She answered in the negative and also admitted that this was the first time she had been sick. The princess also rose from her bed and said that she felt like Roel didn't hate her as much anymore. Asgard said that he never hated Nora. He was only a little afraid of her, but now he no longer has such feelings towards her. The blonde smiled weakly and contentedly in response, and also glanced to the side, also feeling a bit embarrassed. Then, the princess told the boy about the date of her baptism, June 15th, and that only the people closest to her knew this date, and if he suddenly incurred the wrath of her father or grandfather, he should tell them about it. And after that, the girl declared that Roel should continue his journey tomorrow at dawn alone, because she would now be nothing but a burden, and only an ancestor could guide her awakening of kinship. Asgard apologized and said that they didn't have many options and suggested that she have a good rest, surprising the blonde with his words. He had previously purchased a special sleeping potion from the system's store for 800 reputation points. It was a candle that needed to be lit for it to work, which he did. In the original storyline of the chronicler's testimony, there were no deaths, and Nora herself said that she did not find herself in hopeless situations. It is obvious that all of this happened as a result of Roel's actions. The change in Alice's fate brought with it an avalanche of other changes. The girl, of course, did not know about this, but Asgard felt guilty for having put her life in such danger. In the end, he decided to do everything himself to save Nora, and she would only have to rely on him. The guy just had the trump card needed for this. It was a new ability gained through the process of awakening his kinship, Grandar's Promise. It was certainly a great power, but it also portended great danger. The main villain's eyes burned with steely determination, and he confidently walked out of the cathedral straight into the street. The only threat Roel knew was that same skin artist, Peter Carter, and he had to be dealt with, because there was no other way out. But first, preparation and planning, because although the enemy should have been somewhat exhausted by those nights, he was still at the 4th initial level. So dealing with him would not be easy, even with a trump card. The good news was that the cost of using transcendental abilities was too high, so cultists couldn't engage in protracted battles. And Peter was just one of those. And in the last battle, he showed traits typical of the summoner specialization, summoning those various monsters from the paintings. Based on this, it was assumed that the artist's weakness should be close combat, so an ability that grants invulnerability for 30 seconds would be very useful. But there was still a difference in physical characteristics, so it would be difficult to strike, so Roel decided to rely on his 12 wings. Peter himself was badly wounded after the battle with those soldiers and complained out loud that if he hadn't been stuck on his 4th base level, he would have easily dealt with those opponents. The man then summoned a monster that looked like a woman, but had sharp teeth and a long tongue, and a hound. The first one led the second one on a leash. The dog was able to cope with its task and detect traces of the presence of its targets. Their refuge was a certain cathedral, but the artist was somewhat alarmed by the fact that the children, for some reason, had opened the doors wide open. Peter decided to be cautious and sent the summoned creatures ahead to check everything there. Then the hound sensed the presence of another person besides its master and rushed forward, scattering saliva into their mouths. Roel at some point acquired a camouflage ability called Shadow Lover, but it did not help him hide from the beast's keen sense of smell. Finally, realizing where this was all heading, the guy canceled his technique and prepared to attack. The dog rushed at him, and Asgard swung his blade. He managed to get his sword right into the hound's mouth, which instantly stopped its charge. But that wasn't the end of it. The 12 wings were a powerful holy relic, so the beast's flesh was easily cut through. So Roel rushed forward, intending to finish off the summoned creatures. In the end, the main villain destroyed the dog and the pseudo-woman without much difficulty, which was certainly good. But they made him lose the element of surprise. The next moment, Peter Carter's silhouette appeared nearby, and the guy prepared for a real battle. The artist himself was quite angry, both from the loss of the summoned creatures and from the resistance from the boy. So he clenched his jaw and wished him death. A new attack called Colorful Drawing came out from his brush and flew straight towards Roel at high speed. It was at this moment that Asgard decided to use his new camouflage ability again, and at the same time some kind of protection was activated. Its activation was accompanied by the appearance of an energy shield around the guy, which was supposed to neutralize the impact on its bearer. But the protection did not extend to the surrounding area, so the powerful attack resulted in the formation of a lot of debris and raised dust. This temporarily obscured Carter's vision, and only when the light cleared did he see the crater that had formed. But there was no sign that Roel had been hit. Peter did not understand where the enemy had disappeared to, and he was suddenly overcome by the realization of what kind of weapon Asgard possessed. This made the man wary, and he began to look around, trying to spot the guy who was in no hurry to show himself. Meanwhile, he settled down on the roof of the cathedral, glad that he had managed to awaken the ability of the 12 wings in advance. Otherwise, there would have been problems. The Holy Blade was able to achieve this through the crystallization of the energy of the Awakener of the First Kinship and the Bearer of the Attribute of Compassion. The ability allowed Rowell to teleport to a point within the user's line of sight 3 times a day, with the maximum distance and mana cost determined by his magical power and attribute. It was currently using up 10% of its reserves and was limited to 50 meters. Asgard had also purchased a special artifact flashlight from the store in advance, which would help with visibility in the fog. This is what allowed him to comply with the condition of direct visibility of the teleportation point. Now he has 2 charges of this ability left, one towards the enemy and one back. In other words, the guy had only one chance to succeed and he had to kill the artist with the next blow. Otherwise, everything would be bad. The first thing Asgard did was to distract the enemy's attention, which he succeeded in doing without any particular problems. He simply dropped his lamp, which Peter now stared at, trying to figure out what such an object was doing here. The main villain then moved behind Carter and activated his cloaking ability to get very close. Its use, like the use of all other techniques, was accompanied by the pronunciation of a verbal component, which allowed the artist to hear the guy but not see him. But he didn't have time to react in any way, which is why he received a blade thrust straight into the center of his chest. At that moment, the man suddenly decided to talk about how he hadn't expected anything like that and had underestimated the boy, while also recognizing him as a formidable and worthy opponent. Roll expressed his surprise and displeasure that after this attack, Peter still had the strength to continue talking nonsense. But the situation was even worse, because despite the blade piercing him, he grabbed Asgard's hand and told him that the power of a 4th-level Origin Transcendent would not allow him to win so easily. He also had an ace up his sleeve. It was an ability called Dive. Part of his body on his chest turned into a painting. Carter laughed madly and said that now the guy will not survive. The artist then summoned a new creature, a vicious and clawed likeness of a nun named the Smiling Mother, and commanded it to kill Roll. The creature attacked instantly, but for some reason unknown to Peter, it had no effect. The main villain's face took on a confident and somewhat anticipatory expression, and he declared that Carter's order could not be carried out. The thing is, he activated his Grandar's Promise ability and became invulnerable, and the 30-second countdown began. The artist understood the effect of this technique, and also realized that the guy had made a deal with some powerful entity for this purpose, and wanted to say that one day the same fate would befall him as he did. But Roll already had a rough idea of what he wanted to say, so he wasn't going to continue the conversation, although he thanked his opponent for this warning. The system continued to count down the seconds. Almost half of the time had already passed. Carter could not cause any harm to Asgard, which he took advantage of and gained power for the final attack. Having finished with this, the boy said goodbye to the artist and cut him in half with a wide swing of the 12 wings. The battle was over. Roll had won. The evaluation parameter in the system had changed its status to high, and he himself felt very tired. He also noticed that it was already getting light, and came to the conclusion that he needed to return as soon as possible. He voiced his thoughts out loud out of a strange habit, and they were heard by an unknown man who crept up and inquired about Asgard's destination. The appearance of a new character caught the main villain off guard. He turned around, looked at him, and decided to act. The guy decided to start right away with an attack with his blade, skipping possible negotiations and so on, intending to finish with this immediately. But the man was able to easily block the blow from the holy relic, and he did it with just one finger, albeit covered in the steel of a plated gauntlet. Asgard's reaction and his immediate actions were caused by the fact that he recognized this man. Now the guy was stunned and frightened by the fact that he appeared here and right now. It was none other than Prince Wade, the leader of one of the sides in the Gemini war conflict, and the brother of the still Princess Victoria. Not only was Asgard tired after the battle with the artist, but this man was already at the 3rd initial level, and there was no way to deal with him now. The prince himself, continuing to hold the blade, noticed how the boy defeated a rather strong opponent, noticed from his clothes that he was from the aristocracy, and felt curious about all this. Part of this was also because he hadn't heard any news of a noble being given a holy blade, much less an activated one, or a child. Meanwhile, Nora supports Princess Victoria and will never agree to join the prince. It is simply unacceptable for her, so we urgently need to figure out how to save her. Meanwhile, Wade was silently and coldly examining Asgard, while he was tensely turning the gears in his head. And it was at this moment, apparently, that some process began that was connected with the awakening of blood kinship, causing severe pain. It was extremely inopportune when he and Nora were in danger, and now it does not allow Roll to think normally or start to act somehow. Suddenly, during the process, some initially blurry images began to appear in Asgard's head, which soon became quite clear and sound was added. In these visions, he saw at least 2 small children, a boy and a girl, playing somewhere in the middle of sunny and bright green hills near a mill, calling out to a certain Queen Mary. She was a blonde woman who was blindfolded at the time and playing a game with them, trying to catch them and tickle them. Soon one of the children did fall into her hands. He had the same color hair as her, and he lost, being captured. Therefore, the queen could already remove the blindfold, and upon seeing the child, she immediately recognized that it was Wade. She began to gently pat her son on the cheek, and he expressed some bewilderment at the fact that his mother had come here again. The woman explained that she plays with these children because they are as cute as her Wade and Victoria. She also added in a sad voice that they were constantly busy with their studies or something else and they had no time for their mother. Then Marie turned to her son and said that he was different from all these children in that he was the future heir of the holy theocracy. But these boys and girls, for various reasons, were left without parents, and Wade must work hard to become a worthy and fair ruler, since he is an angelic child and a messenger of Sia. She also asked him to never forget that all people are truly equal, regardless of their status. At the same time, somewhere nearby, a piece of tile began to fall from the roof of a building, and everything would have been fine. But there was another moment. Right under the place where he was supposed to fall, a little girl was passing with a bucket. The danger was noticed by a young nun, but it was too late. This did not go unnoticed by Wade and his mother. It seemed as if no one would have time to intervene and help the child. But Queen Marie suddenly used some kind of magic, which was accompanied by the appearance of black energy with a red border in the air. This made it possible to save the girl from a falling piece of roof tile, which was broken into two pieces and kept from falling further downwards. The young nun, who had observed the whole situation from beginning to end, covered her mouth with her hands in surprise when she discovered what kind of attribute had been used. The soldiers present tensed up and gripped their weapons tighter, and Wade was also surprised by what had happened. But Queen Mary didn't pay much attention to this, approached the rescued girl and asked if she was hurt, but ultimately, this good deed led to the woman's imprisonment, since her attribute did not belong to any of the three main ones, which meant the status of a heretic in the theocracy of Saint Masida. The prince began to study even more diligently, mentally asking his mother to wait for the moment when he would become the Holy See and change everything. While he was once again thinking about this and continued to write and read something, one of the maids burst into the room. She immediately rushed to the prince and began to actively whisper something in his ear. The news immediately surprised and alarmed the boy. Soon he took off and rushed off somewhere, but at the entrance to another area he was stopped, because the plague was raging further on. Then the man on guard declared that although Queen Marie was His Highness's mother, she was nonetheless a heretic. Later, their mother died, and all the other people seemed to be happy about it, repeating that she was a heretic and nothing more, and her children came to the cemetery. The young Princess Victoria was deeply grieved, falling on her knees on the wet grass, and even the rain could not hide the enormous amount of tears she was shedding. Much the same could be said about Wade. But he stood on his feet, clenching his fists tightly and also feeling angry that all the people somehow failed to show their attribute of compassion. At this point, Roll's visions ended and he returned to the present moment, still experiencing a sharp pain in his head, and, it seemed, in his eye. Prince Wade, looking at him, realized that the guy was no longer in a position to fight. While Asgard tried to move away from what had happened and comprehend it all, it turned out that he was somehow able to see the blonde's memories, and from them it became clear that he was not a cultist, but a heretic, which completely changed the situation. Wade told his subordinate that he was going to get his sister, and he himself gave the order to keep an eye on the guy for now, which shouldn't be difficult, since he was already exhausted. The man began to carry out the order, warning Roll that he needed to be more respectful with His Highness next time. And suddenly the skill that showed the names of enemies worked. The skill is called Calamity Bloodshed, and she indicated that the approaching person is Wade's assistant, and his name is Felder Elric with Brian Elric listed in parentheses. This unexpected encounter immediately unpleasantly surprised and unsettled the main villain. Seeing this man here and now in his youth is simply very strange. Meanwhile, the prince, following the kinship detector, entered a certain room of the cathedral, expecting to see Victoria there. A dark anticipation had already appeared on his face, and he turned to his sister, saying that he had not expected Ponte to run away and leave her alone. But he did not finish his speech, interrupting himself, because he saw that the girl lying on the bed was not the one he thought it was, but some other girl. He immediately noticed that this child looked suspiciously like his sister, but he understood that it was definitely not her. The blonde immediately decided that the answers might be found in the guy he found nearby, so he shouted to his subordinates to bring him here quickly. Then the room fell silent as people rushed to carry out Wade's orders, and he began to impatiently await their arrival along with Roll. Suddenly, the books that had been lying quietly on their designated shelves suddenly began to glow with a faint golden light and began to leave their places. Then they opened up, and sheets flew out of them, glowing even more intensely. Wade immediately felt trouble because he knew what this meant. Aponte suddenly appeared next to him, instantly grabbed Nora onto his shoulder, raised his hand in a welcoming gesture, and said strange words about how today was the 5th of March and it was sunny. A piece of paper with the same inscription and an addition about Victoria wearing yellow panties today slowly flew past the prince's face. Wade's face remained unchanged despite what had happened, his gaze unblinking as he stared at the spot where Ponte had been a moment ago. When the soldiers burst into the room, they immediately received orders to hurry and find the fugitives, because the prince believed that they could not have gone far and were still somewhere nearby. At this time, Roll was sitting quietly on the street under Elric's supervision, when suddenly the latter noticed a crowd nearby and shouted that they were being attacked. This event initially made Asgard happy, because it meant that his ancestor was somewhere here and the boy had to be saved. A crowd of steel-clad soldiers was rapidly approaching, led by a fully equipped Princess Victoria, who shouted the order to begin the attack. It was then that the main villain began to realize that everything was not so simple and this was not salvation, but new problems. Nobody here knows him. They most likely won't sort things out in the heat of battle. Asgard might simply die in this battle. Events developed further, and the princess's army included only slightly lighter armored archers who were prepared to shoot what were clearly some kind of magical arrows. On command, the projectiles shot into flight, their magical element indicated by the pale green flames enveloping the tips. The arrows apparently found no living targets among Wade's forces, but the explosions caused by their magic caused considerable damage to the street itself and the surrounding buildings. Roel sat behind a small shelter, shocked that such things could cause such destruction. The consequences more reminiscent of shells from a grenade launcher. Despite this, he quickly pulled himself together and analyzed the events that were happening, coming to the conclusion that his ancestor had already taken Nora. But no one from Victoria's camp knew about him. As a result, Asgard decided that the best solution would be to quickly get away from here before the main battle between the candidates for the throne and their soldiers began. Meanwhile, Nora was pulled away from the area controlled by Wade's forces and some kind of magic was used on her. Its influence was positive and soon it allowed the girl to wake up and open her eyes. She immediately asked about where she was. Then Nora finally came to her senses, saw who exactly was using magic on her and instantly recognized her as Victoria. The princess hastened to reassure the child that she was currently engaged in the process of safely directing her breakthrough in the development of kinship. The girl immediately began to excitedly talk about how she was a distant descendant of Victoria, and that she was not alone here, but with a boy named Roel Asgard, and that he was a dear person to her, so she asked to find him. The mention of this name immediately surprised and attracted the attention of the princess and Ponte. They asked Nora about it again. Then, Her Highness asked her teacher if there was a person with that name in their family. The man immediately and confidently answered negatively, while starting to thoughtfully rub his chin, thinking about something. He asked Nora if she was sure of her companion's kinship with the House of Asgard. She swore on her kinship and again asked to find him. Victoria stated that searching the battlefield could be dangerous, and Ponte replied that his family had too few descendants, and even if this Roel was from a side branch, he was obliged to try to save the boy. The man simply couldn't leave the boy here, but he reassured the student that he would always have time to activate the labyrinth before Wade reached them, holding a certain crystal in his hands. Then he looked at the battlefield, already thinking about how he would look for his relative there, and told the others to leave here while he created a fog screen. But the next moment the air was suddenly cut by a series of huge blue lightning bolts, which could only mean one thing. Ponte realized that Wade had decided to enter the fight personally, and this was very bad news, especially in the context of the need to somehow find Roel. At that moment, the prince himself was drawing his sword from its sheath, intending to begin fighting in close combat. He also ordered Felder to go and bring that boy back, and he set about the task without any problems. Meanwhile, Roel was trying to get away from the battlefield. Now he crept up behind one soldier and dealt him a crushing blow between the legs. At first, he expressed his disdain for such a place being so poorly guarded, and then he understood why this armor would be replaced with more advanced one in the future. Then, on his way, the boy unexpectedly met another soldier, who was immediately surprised by the presence of a child on the battlefield. Asgard began to feel joy, because having examined the armor of the fighter he met, he realized that this was a subordinate of Her Highness Victoria. Therefore, Roel took advantage of the fact that he had a holy blade bound to himself and declared that it was the princess who gave him this sword and asked to be escorted to her. The soldier, who turned out to be the leader of his squad, believed the boy's words and ordered his men to change their goal to delivering the boy to Her Highness. But someone else suddenly intervened in this matter, and the name of the bloody mist technique was clearly heard from his mouth. Blood-red patches of darkness instantly appeared near the warriors. The ordinary soldiers did not understand what was happening, but awareness and fear appeared in the leader's eyes. The bloody mist was getting closer and closer to the soldiers' exposed skin, especially their necks, and the leader of the squad screamed in panic that this was an attack by Marcus Elric. But before any of them could do anything, the ability activated and took the lives of all of them. severing some of their heads from their bodies and killing others in other ways. But Roel, realizing where this was all heading, managed to take his protective amulet out from under his clothes and immediately activated it. The sacred stone of power erected a transparent purple barrier around its owner, a valuable artifact capable of withstanding even several attacks from a high-class master. Standing in the middle of a pile of corpses of warriors who had only just been alive, Asgard turned his gaze towards the approaching figure of their killer. It was Brian Elric, and this time for some reason Felder Elric, who immediately turned his attention to Roel's magnificent protective artifact. Then the man asked the boy whether he would go back on his own, or whether he would have to be maimed and dragged by force. The situation was becoming very bad for Asgard. He couldn't move under the artifact's barrier. Standing still wasn't an option either, and he could only use teleportation one more time today. But the skill's power was currently limited to a range of only 50 meters, which would not provide any advantage, so all that was left was to tighten his grip on the 12 Wings hilt and fight. Seeing the boy take a fighting stance, Elric realized that he had made his decision and began to act himself, moving forward. He intended to carry out his threat, namely to cripple Roel and drag him back by force, so he made a dash towards him and the fight began. Realizing that there was no other way out, Asgard used another use of Grandar's promise and became invulnerable for 30 seconds. The activation of this ability, which was granted by the mysterious giant skeleton, was accompanied by an invisible sensation of its presence. The fight between Brian and Roel was heating up, and the guy was able to hold on thanks to the trump card he had used. Elric was able to sense the influence of a certain entity on the world and its attention, realizing that his opponent had powers from some otherworldly being. This meant that the guy was a heretic, which he told him, also asking why he was rushing to Victoria in that case and whether he didn't know what Prince Wade was fighting for. Roel responded tensely with words about the man talking too much, although he himself was thinking about what he said. And the countdown to the end of the ability was ticking. Asgard understood that this war was much deeper than just revenge for his mother or the fight for the throne. He learned a lot from Wade's memories, which he saw then. Then his thoughts filled his head. Queen Marie then died because of illness, nobility, because she was different, from a different region, a different race, nation, faith, and her actions with status did not affect anything. And the prince wants to fix all this. The main goal of the war is to defeat discrimination. He wants to change the attitude towards different people, including heretics, to create a world where everyone will be equal. He wants to create an empire as great as the ancient Austin Empire that existed 1,000 years ago. And it is this aspiration and personal power that has allowed Wade to gain many followers. But Roel wasn't in the mood to think much right now. He had to act. The countdown to the end of invulnerability was coming to an end, and he used his stealth ability, the female lover. The next moment, Elric suddenly did not find the guy he had just fought in front of him. It was as if he had evaporated. Meanwhile, the main villain himself found himself behind his opponent. He had put all his previous thoughts aside for later, because now he had to survive and save Nora. But despite the unexpectedness of the attack and the boy's determination, Felder showed his vast experience in battle and personal strength by blocking the sword strike from behind without even turning around. This outcome of his attack left Roel stunned. He had never expected this, and failure promised him unpleasant consequences. The man turned back and stated that it was weak, and he also somehow guessed that the effect of invulnerability had ended. The next moment, he pointed his open palm at the guy and began to chant the verbal component of some kind of spell. It was called Blood Explosion and carried both a crimson liquid attack and a burst of energy that sent Asgard flying. He didn't have time to defend himself against the spell itself, but he managed to activate a protective artifact in flight to mitigate the consequences of a subsequent collision. This was able to avoid most of the damage, but the Sacred Stone of Power had already taken many attacks and was disabled this time, and this was already enough to avoid the worst. The main villain remained conscious, although somewhat wounded. The next moment, internal injuries made themselves known, causing blood to come from the mouth, while the guy himself was pondering his mistakes and was amazed to realize that Brian had somehow learned about the temporary effect of invulnerability. At this time, he began to walk towards the enemy, and Asgard continued to think, realizing that Elric had been waiting for an opportunity to counterattack all this time, but his defense was still able to save its owner from most of the damage. When the man finally came closer, the boy realized that there was no way he could find out the mysterious secret of longevity, which had allowed him to survive all this time and exist in the distant future. He came to this conclusion thanks to the effect of the skill Calamity of Bloodshed, which turns the names of people who wished death on him red. But Roel did not show this knowledge and with a grin asked if they were going to take him back to the prince's forces. The man gave him a piercing look and declared that the boy had talent and could grow into a great man. But as an opponent, he could pose a threat, so he needed to be killed. But Asgard did not show a drop of concern about this matter. He only thanked Felder with a smile for such a high assessment and decided to give him one piece of advice. Elric didn't want to listen to anything and was already swinging his blade. But the main villain still casually began to give him unsolicited advice. It was that the next time a man wanted to kill someone, he shouldn't talk so much about it. Brian's blade was already rushing at high speed towards Roll, intending to cut him, if not in half, then something like that. But suddenly, the words to activate the center of gravity spell sounded nearby. The guy was pulled out from under the blow and pulled to the side, while the sword only shattered the stone pavement of the street. The man instantly realized that this was Ponte's interference and became angry at his pathetic tricks. He managed to save his relative at that moment, and now the latter received praise from his ancestor and could rest a little. Brian immediately declared that the boy was a heretic, but Ponte remained calm and saw no reason to give the child to Marquis Elric because of this. He then said that he had been busy lately and apologized for not being able to stay longer. Taking a book out from under his clothes, the man opened it with one hand. The sheets actively fell from it, glowing golden. Then short words of farewell were heard. Paper flew around the area, and Ponte disappeared along with Roll, while Felder could do nothing and only cursed in annoyance. Soon they found themselves among the forces of Princess Victoria. She greeted her teacher with a joyful cry, and Nora greeted the boy with an equally joyful cry. With tears in the corners of her eyes, the girl rushed to hug the guy, expressing happiness that he was safe. And he immediately rushed to be more comfortable with her because he was in pain. The blonde immediately pulled away and began to fearfully ask for forgiveness and wave her hands, justifying herself by saying that she didn't want this. Meanwhile, the battle continued, but was already coming to an end. Ponte ordered not to spare supplies and to fire a final volley at the enemy positions, and then begin a retreat. Then he glanced at the children and decided that he needed to go back as quickly as possible and cure the boy. Soon Roll passed out or received treatment and fell asleep. It doesn't really matter because this time too, simple sleep will not await him. But something else. Asgard again found himself in a strange place. This time he appeared not on a plane, but in the air among sharp rocks. He was moving in some kind of golden energy ball. Soon the guy landed on the ground right in front of the same giant skeleton sitting on a throne-like structure, and the vehicle dissipated. This time, the main villain was already expecting something like this and was calm, unlike the last time, when the encounter with the undead stunned and frightened him. The giant stated that the guy was the first one who returned to him so quickly, because others before him had incredibly treasured the ability they had received. But he had spent 2 of his 3 charges in one day. Well, Asgard casually replied that this skill was given to him precisely for use, so at the critical moment he played his trump card. The creature propped up his chin with his bony hand and confirmed the man's words, because his power should not gather dust in the darkness. Then the gaze of his empty eye sockets turned to the giant sword stuck in the ground, and the undead gave a long speech about great warriors, their bravery, the fear of their enemies, and how this fear gave them power. After that, the conversation turned to activating his gift. He didn't rate the second time as so-so, since his enemy survived and now knows about it, which will make his opponents more cautious. But the first time was used to protect that angel. Roel responded to the skeleton's interest by killing Peter and ending the madman's atrocities. And he protected Nora because he wanted to, even though she has flaws, but that doesn't matter. The boy then asked the following questions, but the giant, as if smiling, although the lack of skin and muscles in fact did not allow it, stated that he simply liked this girl. Asgard began to complain about this, dissatisfied with the conclusions the skeleton had come to, but he said that it was obvious, not paying much attention to the little man's babble. Then the entity stated that it didn't matter, and that the next time they met, when the guy used the last charge of the ability, he would begin to demand an answer to the question asked earlier. After this, words were said that it was already quite late, and it was time for the boy to go back. Roel was covered by a giant skeletal hand, one bone of which was as big as he was. The purpose of this action was still unknown. But the next moment, a sudden feeling of intense drowsiness came over him, and his eyes began to close on their own. Soon, just like the first time, he woke up on the bed and suddenly jumped up from it. Again, crystal clear in his mind, everything that had happened to him in this dream, if you can call it that. Nora was nearby and immediately noticed Roel's awakening and rushed to hug him, glad that he had finally woken up. The guy reassured her that he was fine and that the long sleep was caused by the awakening of his kinship. And he also apologized for dragging her into this. The blonde said that this awakening also most likely happened because of her grandfather. And besides, Asgard saved her from that heretic. It turned out that she knew about the latter fact, since she was half asleep and heard sounds outside. Nora believed that she should have protected the guy herself, because she was stronger, and he considered it his male duty. To which the princess declared that he was her property and only she could hurt Roel, to which he immediately began to deny this state of affairs. After this, the girl gently placed her palm on the boy's hand and began to make him a certain promise. Its essence was that Nora pledged to protect Asgard in the future, to jealously guard him and become a shield for him, and even to give her life to keep her word. At that moment, Ponte and Victoria entered the room. interrupting the conversation and starting to discuss true love between spouses and these little children, who, although so young, were already flirting so much. The girl looked at her teacher and hinted that he should follow her example, to which he turned away in embarrassment. Roel also paid close attention to the princess, finding her very similar to Nora in the future, and he still remembered her adult appearance well from the game. In a few years, she will look the same. Then, continuing to examine the future queen, the guy noticed her neckline and realized that some details would still be different. Meanwhile, the girl continued to press Pontus, drawing his attention to the sweet relationship between the children and declaring that the tradition of arranged marriages would soon become a thing of the past. Without letting up the pressure, she approached her teacher closely, looking into his eyes, to which the man reminded her that he had a wife. Observing all this, Roel decided that Nora's strange predilections were a legacy from her ancestor, the queen, now Princess Victoria. The girl herself did not slow down, insisting that he had an arranged marriage and they only saw each other at the wedding, without interacting anymore. And he did this only to get them to leave him alone, to which Ponte asked not to start all this again, but Victoria did not back down. At this point, Roel intervened, wanting to ask his ancestor about something concerning their Asgard family. The man immediately, with joy and relief, hastened to change the topic to something else. But the girl lagged behind. Then Ponte hurried to the boy's bed and declared that he was the current head of the house and that he could be confidently asked about all family matters. The main villain was now interested in information about the blood relationship of his family, so he asked his ancestor to enlighten him on this matter. The elder Asgard immediately became serious upon hearing his relative's words, and also asked him whether it was thanks to the awakening of kinship that he was able to hold out for long enough on the battlefield. He then grabbed Roel by the hand and pulled him along, informing the girls that they would be taking a walk to the office for now, and that they needed to wait. Nora tried to stop it, claiming that the boy still had wounds, but Ponte was not going to put it off. Therefore, already in the corridor, he shouted into the room the words that Roel was already okay, but this did not calm the girl down much. Then the elder Asgard calmed down a little, and his steps became normal, and the guy took advantage of this and asked what had happened. Ponte began to enlighten his relative about the fact that their family did indeed have a relationship, but it was interrupted in the 3rd century. Since then, only 2 people have been able to awaken. But this was not good news because the awakened ones eventually disappeared without a trace, leaving no clues. This meant that if they did die, then not a single spot would remain of them, no matter what the cause of their death. Then the 2 of them sat down in the office. Ponte told them everything he knew and also provided some written information. Already sitting in his assigned bedroom, Roel regretted that there was so little information and that family records were too damaged, so he could only guess that the relationship was somehow connected to time travel. Researching the history of one's family's past and heritage may also be important, but this meant that those 2 ancestors died in their time travels. The lack of any reliable information and almost complete uncertainty made the guy feel despondent. He really wanted to get to the bottom of the truth, but it just didn't work out. The countdown in the system ended in 32 hours, and Victoria decided to fight Wade tomorrow to call them to leave. He also noticed that his grade had improved quite a bit, but at the same time, something about it was bothering him. So he decided to make sure and ask the system whether this indicator could decrease, to which he received confirmation of his guess. This news did not please Asgard, since it seemed he would not be able to simply leave here. At that moment, Nora looked into the room, wanting to say something to the guy, but he was distracted from his activity and turned to her. It turned out that after hearing about the upcoming battle between the forces of the princess and the prince, the girl decided not to leave and stay. Roel was immediately alarmed by this statement, as it would be too dangerous for Nora, so he inquired about the reasons. She also said that running away like that after they saved her was against her principles and beliefs, and if she did that, she would be unworthy of owning her angelic kinship. Then the girl leaned towards Roel's face and noted that he wasn't planning on running away from here either. The guy looked away and responded with words that this was a different matter, and he had a serious reason for this. Nora sat down on the bed next to Asgard and told him that her grandfather would have wanted her to witness these events, so it was her duty to see everything to the end. Then the blonde placed her hand on the guy's hand and added that, besides this, she didn't want to part with him. At this, Roel looked away in embarrassment and said that since everything had come to this, he had to tell her something about this war. The guy wanted to tell Nora that the reason for this war is not just a rebellion. In fact, everything is much deeper, and Wade did not start it for nothing. A day had passed since the story of what Asgard had learned from the prince's memories, and the time had come for that very battle. The 2 armies lined up opposite each other. Wade didn't expect Victoria to decide to fight on her own, and asked if she remembered how their mother was treated and decided to give in, throwing aside her resistance. His sister responded by saying that she had never forgotten all of this and would not dissuade her brother from taking revenge. But then she gave a speech about how everything cannot be changed overnight, reproached him for the fact that because of this revolution, in less than a month, the holy capital was filled with rivers of blood, and also asked about his attitude towards the victims. The man was convinced that a revolution without sacrifices was impossible, and that if wood was not added to its fire, its flame would gradually be extinguished by aristocrats and bishops. From these words, Princess Victoria realized that they would not be able to come to an agreement, which she informed her brother about. Wade confirmed that this was indeed the case. This battle was inevitable from the very beginning. Then he called on the girl to draw her sword. The brother and sister took out their weapons, the first proclaiming that he was fighting for justice, while the second did it for the sake of peace. Then the call to battle sounded, and the soldiers of the two armies rushed towards each other, while Roll and Nora watched all this from above. Just as her grandfather had wanted and wished for her, the blonde witnessed a similar fateful event. Then the girl said that even though she was here, she was still not sure which of them was right, but the guy understood her and said that this often happens, that you can't divide the world into black and white. Looking at the battle that was about to begin, Roll outlined the goals of both sides: brutality for the sake of future justice and resistance to it for the sake of present stability. Asgard believed that each of them was right in their own way, and that they only had to figure out whose goals were closer and which side was worth supporting, that's all. And Nora completely agreed with this. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Victoria and Ponte fought back to back, discussing the situation along the way, namely that since their forces did not have a numerical advantage, the battle could not be prolonged. And Asgard the Elder had something to use to create another advantage, namely a family relic that allowed him to activate the labyrinth. This was accompanied by the appearance of thick fog in the area, as always, which allowed us to hold out until this moment earlier. Wade expressed his contempt for the fact that Ponte had once again decided to pull his pathetic trick. At that very moment, the man just mentioned appeared before him with his sister, holding the hilt of one sword. The prince's eyes widened in surprise, for this was no ordinary weapon, but one of the holy blades. Meanwhile, a vortex of energy, reminiscent of yellow lightning discharges, swirled faster and faster around the sword. The charge attack promised to be especially powerful. Victoria was sure that this would be the end for her brother, so she said goodbye to him, but her face was not happy. Then, from the end of the holy blade, a huge bolt of energy erupted, heading towards Wade at high speed. He was not going to give up so easily, and with a loud, desperate cry, he prepared to meet the attack with a blow of his sword, adding his own strength. In the first moments, he even succeeded. The magical energy was cut by his blade and spread out to the sides, but then it began to spin, which ultimately led to the fact that behind the riot of mana, it was no longer possible to make out the silhouette of the prince, nor what was happening to him. The holy sword attack was so massive that its charge swept across the entire street in a huge wave, hitting the buildings on the sides and causing massive destruction. This move required Ponte and Victoria to spend almost all of their reserves, and now they were at their limit, hoping that this was the end of it. But as the dust and debris began to clear, the silhouette of Wade appeared behind him, leaning on his sword. The man was a bit battered. Blocking this attack took a lot of his strength, and he was forced to kneel down to avoid falling to the ground. All these events did not go unnoticed by the soldiers of both sides, so the battle froze for a while Victoria's fighters uncertainly wondered whether they had won. Felder Elric approached his leader, Wade, to hear any further orders or plans from the prince. But at that moment, he looked devastated. His eyes seemed to have gone dark, and from his mouth came a question about whether it was all over. But he was asking more of himself, somewhat rhetorically and without belief, so he soon closed his eyes. To immerse himself in memories, to recall happy times and his mother's words about him becoming a worthy monarch of the theocracy of Saint Masida, in his mind, he asked whether he had lived up to her expectations. And before his mind's eye there floated the period when she was in prison, still alive. The next picture was of the cemetery on that rainy day when only his mother's children, himself and Victoria, came to her funeral. These memories filled Wade with determination. He did not agree with the fact that people were divided into nobles and commoners, into faithful and unfaithful, divided by right and wrong attributes. Since they hated heretics, he became one, rejected his attribute of mercy, and chose wrath, since it cannot be extinguished in the heart of man. With a loud cry, the prince turned to his mother and asked her to see his glory, while a beam of red energy shot high into the sky. After a few moments, it lost its brightness, acquired a certain blackness, and also began to dissipate, but managed to swirl a small vortex among the clouds. As the energy began to fade, it became possible to see Wade, who had changed somewhat in appearance, specifically his hands, which had acquired impressive claws and turned blue. Victoria and Ponte watched everything that was happening with surprised faces, realizing that something incredible had happened, and the prince had broken through. Pieces of new red-black energy continued to swirl around him, and the overall sense of danger from him increased exponentially. Roll and Nora continued to watch from above, and the latter realized that Wade had broken through to the second original level through sheer willpower, which was the reason why he had not been defeated in this battle. Asgard noted that their actions did not have much of an impact on the course of history. Events did not change too much. Then he turned to the blonde and declared that it was here and now that they should make their choice. The prince, meanwhile, decided to continue the confrontation with renewed vigor, so he began to pull his sword out of the stone covering. After this, he looked at his opponents and declared his goal, justice without compromise. The next moment, Wade swung his blade, sending forward an energy slash of his new energy. He rushed forward in a very wide wave, straight towards Victoria and Ponte, who had spent too much on their previous attack. None of them expected or anticipated such an incredible turn of events, so there were no plans in case of failure, just as it was not expected that Wade would be able to fight at all after something like this. But the elder Asgard acted decisively, pulling himself together. He first of all pulled his student closer to him, to then use the same relic responsible for activating the labyrinth and summon a shield that protected them both. But the energy slash of the prince, who had broken through to a new level of strength, was too strong, and even the family treasure began to fail to cope. When Ponte realized how bad things were, he had no choice but to save himself and the princess by teleporting. Nothing could stop Wade's blow anymore, and she flew on, cutting through all the buildings in her path that had already been damaged by the previous large-scale attack. The culprit of this destruction watched over them, as if with eyes burning red, also examining the surroundings for the presence of his sister and Asgard. The blonde realized that they had made a jump and thus escaped his attack, which was somewhat unpleasant. Meanwhile, Ponte and Victoria landed near the battlefield, the man continuing to hold the girl. Roll's ancestor then showed that this move had not been easy for him, spitting out a stream of blood from his mouth. The princess immediately became concerned about her teacher's condition and informed him that he could no longer use magic. He himself began to urge his student to run, since they had not teleported very far. But the next moment the man saw that it was most likely too late for this, and they were found almost immediately. The building they were hiding behind was cut right down the middle, and stone chips from the house itself and the street pavement began to fly in all directions. Ponte immediately pulled Victoria closer to him, staring darkly into the newly formed passage. When the dust and debris no longer posed any threat, the princess opened her eyes, immediately tensing up and unpleasantly surprised by what she saw. Wade was already standing nearby. For some reason, the energy manifestations around him had lost their red color, remaining completely black. The sword was also surrounded by this power. The prince was preparing to stain his blade with the blood of his sister and the head of the Asgard family. Seeing how bad their situation was, Ponte said that it seemed like it was time for the teacher and student to say goodbye. Wade was determined to end it all, and he told his sister about it. He launched a magical attack from his hand, releasing a kind of snow-white energy, reminiscent of lightning, towards Victoria and Ponte. The princess and Asgard no longer had any trump cards, artifacts, or relics, and their reserves were already depleted. There was no longer any way to defend themselves or somehow save themselves. All that was left for them to do was hug each other one last time and close their eyes in anticipation of the inevitable. But then Nora suddenly appeared, jumping right in front of the couple and ending up in the path of the prince's attack. The girl activated her protective artifact, and a translucent golden barrier appeared around the three of them, blocking Wade's magical attack. The child's appearance surprised Ponte and Victoria, and the latter couldn't help but ask what Nora was doing there. Asgard Sr. inquired about the location and occupation of his relative Roll. Meanwhile, he was busy sneaking up on Wade from behind, and as if on purpose, at the very moment Ponte asked, the camouflage malfunctioned and he was discovered. But it didn't matter anymore. The main villain remained calm and determined, and words flew out of his mouth about how this time the prince would not be able to dodge. He again played his trump card and spent the last charge of Grandar's promise, becoming invulnerable for 30 seconds. But this time, the guy instantly found himself in front of that skeleton. The giant reminded him that this time Roll must answer the question asked during their first meeting about how the dead transfer their power. Asgard said that he had two answers to this. The first concerning all undead in general. The second specifically concerning this skeleton. The backbone expressed his interest in this turn of events and decided to hear both options from Roll, telling him to start talking. Before he began to answer, the boy said that after seeing the events of this era, the giant should already know what he would say. Then Asgard began to speak to the point, explaining that the dead transmit their power through spirit, will, and aspirations, which is achieved in various ways through writing books, research and discoveries, and through heirs. And when all this is in its fullness, it turns from ordinary pages into culture. Thus the present changes, the unnecessary is discarded, and the new is added. And the more time passes, the stronger the influence of the prominent dead becomes, eventually leading to connections between them and the living, like between Nora and Victoria. But this only works when there is a descendant and a legacy. But the giant skeleton has none of that. The undead was dissatisfied with the way the question was put, so he looked intently with his empty eye sockets at Roll and told him to watch his language. But the guy wasn't scared. Moreover, he stated that based on the reaction, he was right in his conclusions, and he had a reason for being fearless. He simply believed that the giant would not kill him, otherwise he would not have helped so much, which was indirectly confirmed by his subsequent silence. Then the skeleton laughed and said that the baby had plenty of courage, adding that he liked it. He then stated that the answer was accepted, and also said that over the years he had seen many people who could not say a word against him, but the smug boy could. Roll himself would have preferred to be called at least self-confident. But the undead ignored his statement and said that he had one more question. He asked the man what he thought of them, and Asgard responded nonchalantly that they were friends. Due to the lack of a face, it was impossible to understand what the giant was feeling. But one could say with certainty that he was pleased with what he heard. Then, the giant rose to his feet, stretched out to his full height, and asked Roll, as a friend, to bring victory. Then the events were transferred back to the ordinary world, where not a second had passed, and the prince began to express surprise at meeting Roll again. But he was more interested in the aura emanating from the guy, which indicated the favor of the ancient deity, something he did not expect to see here. Wade asked if this was the trump card he was going to use to win, but Asgard remained silent. Then the blonde began to talk about how sorry he was, because for the ancient gods, people like him were just toys, which it was a pity to even pay attention to. With his last words, he swung his blade sharply, sending a magical attack towards his enemy. But this did not bring any result. The magic only splashed powerlessly against the invisible barrier, without causing any damage to Roll. The only thing this led to was the rise of a dust cloud, which hid the guy's silhouette, although white lightning began to break through it. This phenomenon attracted Wade's attention, and he began to carefully examine what was happening without taking any new action. Soon, Asgard became visible, clutching a snow-white lightning bolt in his hand, and a tattoo appeared on the left side of his face. He decided to respond to the prince's words that the gods were not interested in all this by saying that his new patron was on his side. Roll's next move was to either gather the opponent's energy back and send it back to him, or create a similar attack. Either way, a magical strike was fired at Wade. He managed to dodge it, although he did so only at the last moment and the magic flew right past his head. A role was played by both the speed of the projectile and the surprise of the attack itself. Moreover, the prince suddenly noticed that although he had managed to escape the attack, it had still scratched him, grazing the edge of his cheek. Then the main villain turned to the giant skeleton, whose name was still Grandar, like the ability he had granted. The deity responded immediately, appearing in a fiery flash as the silhouette of the upper part of its massive body behind Roll. This time his appearance was not a projection of presence or anything of the sort. No, now God appeared in the material world personally, at least partially. The appearance of this figure allowed Wade to understand that the boy had not just the favor of an ancient deity, but a full-fledged contract with an entity of this caliber. At that moment, Asgard informed Grandar that Nora needed to be taken from here at any cost, and asked his patron if it was possible to do this. To this, the giant responded that he could do it, but now, with his strength, one blow would be enough for the guy to defeat the enemy. Roll nevertheless asked again whether this was really the case, to which he received confident confirmation. Then the boy decided to follow Grandar's advice and informed him of this, beginning to concentrate mana in his fist. At this moment, they were mimicking each other's actions. The small silhouette of a child and the huge skeleton behind him, preparing attacks with their limbs. Despite the presence of this creature, the prince was not going to give up so easily and gripped the hilt of his blade, having already hidden it in its sheath for a special move. He also began to concentrate his power, but in the sword, preparing to meet the attack of Roll and his patron with his own blow, the fist of the enormous skeleton flew at high speed straight towards Wade's small figure, forcing him to make his final preparations and tense up. The blade began to be drawn from its sheath at the last moment, so that a lightning-fast strike, charged with energy, would be directed straight at the limb rushing towards it. The attacks collided, causing a huge explosion and raising a column of dust into the air, obscuring the scene from view, and the prince's red-black energy also rose into the sky again. The consequences also affected Nora, Ponte, and Victoria, who were standing a little further away. The shockwave reached them, but the shield withstood everything without any problems. Then numerous fragments and stones from the explosion began to hit the barrier. But at this time, the girl was more concerned about Roll's condition. The princess decided to calm her down, saying that everything should definitely be fine with the boy, and that Nora would be better off taking care of herself for now. The riot of energies continued for some time, but eventually it began to cease. The wind blew away the dust, revealing a newly formed crater, with Roll and Wade standing opposite each other in the center. The latter's hand was visibly shaking, and his blade was broken almost at the guard. The weapon could not withstand the blow and the riot of energies. The prince did not stay on his feet for long. It all took too much of his strength and he fell face down on the ground. Asgard also allowed himself to sit down at the bottom of the crater. This confrontation was also difficult for him, but he was in better condition than his opponent, even though he was holding the hand that had channeled the energy of a god. Wade, as it turned out, had not lost consciousness and, despite his situation, was somehow able to say that the guy had managed to surprise him. Roel replied that he himself had the same feeling, but this time regarding the fact that the prince was still able to speak even after such an attack. The blonde then brought up the fact that the guy was using heretical power in battle, which left Wade wondering why he was trying to stop him. To which Asgard responded by saying that it would be more appropriate to spend the money consumed by this war on improving people's lives. But there was a more important reason. The revelation that Roel had stood up to him to protect someone close to him made the prince's eyes widen in surprise. Then the man noticed that he and the boy were similar, and also expressed his regret that he himself could not do the same when he was little, and then it was too late. Then Asgard approached Wade, who was lying on the ground, and said that even though he had lost, he was still a worthy ruler, although his views and ideas were questionable. In response, the prince noted that the boy was indeed a very obstinate subject. By this time, Nora had arrived at the recent battlefield, shouting the boy's name, to which the blonde again interjected his words about how this lady would have to be simple in the future. Meanwhile, the girl herself, having quickly run up to Roel, immediately hugged him tightly, rejoicing that he was safe. To this, the main villain called the blonde to calm down and asked her to take it easy, because after the fight he could barely stand on his feet. The defeated man continued to lie on the ground, thinking that these kids could handle everything even better than him. He decided that combining the boy's powers with the unique abilities of the All-Clydes could change everything for the better and wearily closed his eyes, mentally asking his mother's opinion one last time. Roel and Nora, who were distracted from each other and looking at their defeated enemy, also noticed the prince. Ponte and Victoria were also watching the children. The man hugged the girl, and tears gathered in the corners of her eyes. Meanwhile, a message from the system appeared in front of the guy, stating that the observer's goal had been completed, the assessment had become excellent, and the countdown to return was almost 5 hours. The boy was about to start a conversation with Nora, but was immediately interrupted as she noticed some strange things happening to his body. At first, Roel didn't understand what was happening, but when he looked at himself, he saw smoke or fog rising up from him, as well as some fragments of energy. Then Ponte was surprised to realize that his relative's body was already half dead, and Victoria assumed that this was the price for using the power of the ancient deity. The guy didn't really understand what was going on, but he noticed that Grandar no longer showed himself after that blow, and his body could indeed have suffered from that force. Princess and Ponte were running low on mana, so Victoria urged Nora to do something quickly, to which the latter stated that she had never used a healing spell. Then, the only remaining heir of the theocracy proposed the option of using the Holy Blade to transfer mana, which was possible due to its activation by their shared blood. The exchange was possible through the Scarlet Liquid or Intimate Touch, but the former was impossible due to Roel's condition. It was impossible to weaken his body even more with such an intervention. The mention of the second method alarmed and puzzled the main villain, so he tried to clarify something, but Victoria was not going to even discuss it. She was supported by the determined Nora, who apologized to the guy in advance, only to then ask him to shut up. This unexpected turn of events caused Roel a fair amount of shock, confusion, and anxiety, as did the sudden silence. Ponte took the floor, trying to ask whether it was too early for children to do something like this, but he was also shut up by Victoria. Now, there were two people standing here, the younger Asgard and his elder ancestor, looking shocked, confused, and worried. In contrast, the female part of the company was determined and serious. Nora declared that she knew what needed to be done, while Roel tried to ask about what would happen in general. He hoped to finally find out the answer, but the girl decided not to say anything and began to quickly approach his face, causing even more anxiety and bewilderment in the guy. It turned out that it was just an innocent kiss on the cheek, which calmed the main villain down somewhat, but even this caused a rich blush and surprise on his face. And in the current time period, Marquis Asgard and his adopted daughter Alice sat by the fire and simply looked around the area. Sister Rowella was dressed in a new outfit and was also in a somewhat gloomy reverie, looking at the horizon. The adoptive father turned to her and asked the girl if she still thought about her brother, fully understanding her worries and sharing them. Alice responded by saying that she couldn't even imagine that Her Highness would invade the estate like that, and also adding that she was probably torturing Roel right now. And Carter closed his eyes and told the girl that he didn't even know what to say to her about this statement. Their conversation was interrupted by a servant hurrying towards them, who brought news of the arrival of an urgent telegram. At this, Alice immediately felt a surge of anxiety mixed with hope, because something like this could somehow be connected with her little brother. Meanwhile, one of the clergymen was pacing nervously outside the cathedral, pondering the current situation and realizing that things were bad. starting with the fact that one of them somehow got injured and they had to resort to healing through the Holy Blade, which is why they can no longer be separated, continuing with the unknown attackers. But this was not very important, because judging by everything, they managed to deal with the enemies themselves. But the serious problem, in the opinion of the elderly man, was that at least 10 people saw them. His frantic thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Marcus Carter with Alice Ascart. The man immediately expressed a desire to see his son. Then the girl spoke up, with tears in the corners of her eyes, asking what had happened to her little brother. The priest hastened to reassure the visitors by saying that Roel, although for some reason he could not move, was certainly completely fine with him. Then he decided that since they were relatives of the victim, they could be allowed to take a look at everything once and make sure that everything was okay. Opening the door, the elderly man called on the father and daughter to look and make sure of everything, which surprised them that their relative was not alone there. But what was happening in the room immediately caused different reactions on the faces of all three. The priest was stunned, the Marquis was somewhat surprised and embarrassed. Alice also blushed, but was also indignant. The thing was that they were presented with the unexpected sight of a kiss between Roel and Nora, this time on the lips. Later, Ascart reads a book of fairy tales brought to him. The first one began with the fact that in one kingdom there lived two children in love with each other, heirs of high houses, but already engaged to others. But one day they could no longer contain their feelings, swore their love and ran away from home when their relatives were away. And this opportunity was taken advantage of by evil cultists, who, thanks to the carelessness of the guards, were able to attack the children. Although the young people won the fierce battle, the young man was seriously wounded, and to help him, the innocent girl gave her first kiss with healing power. But this was seen by the rescuers sent to help, thanks to which their families learned about the incident. In the finale, the lovers' secret affair was revealed. They were placed under house arrest and severely punished. Roel didn't like this ending to the story, and he threw the book on the table, starting to complain about the pictures and words the author had chosen and the fact that at the end the story had completely lost touch with reality. Anna said that this work is passed down from aristocrat to aristocrat, and that there are 6 more parts, but the guy didn't want to hear anything about it. He banged his head hard on the table and began to complain about how quickly rumors about what had happened had spread everywhere. Even his little sister was upset about all this and asked him questions like how he didn't need her anymore, that she wasn't good enough, and so on. Now Alice even began to avoid Roel, eating only in her room, which made the guy sad and think that all his efforts to build a warm relationship with her had gone to waste. Hearing the young gentleman's lamentations, Anna hastened to calm him down with the words that the girl was simply jealous and would calm down in a few days. But Ascart did not believe her, because he thought that his sister was still just a child, and it was too early for her to think about something like that and experience such feelings. Then he began to think about what the problem really was, and the maid mentally noted that the problem was in the boy himself. Having abandoned this matter for now, the main villain inquired about the fact of his father's absence from the estate, and the maid replied that he had been summoned to the palace. This news became another reason for Ascart's sadness, since the Marquis was most likely called there because of the incident with Nora, which added even more hassle. A week had already passed since their return, and since the history of the world had not changed in any way, it was concluded that they had previously only traveled to a short copy of that time period, as if in some kind of game. This entire adventure led to the awakening of a bronze-ranked Kingmaker's bloodline, connected to space-time and bringing comfort to the dead, new abilities, and a huge debt. Roel irritably asked the system where it would put such a huge sum as $500,000, whether it would one day destroy the economy of the surrounding lands, and whether it would suck out all the gold reserves of the world in the future, to which he received the answer that everything would return back underground and be mined again, which eased the guy's anxiety, but also showed some senselessness of it all. Then Ascart calmed down, because he considered this not such a big price for his strengthening, because strength is the most important thing. And in the future, awakening the bloodline will pay for all the costs. So far, using affinity, as well as the new acquired ability, was impossible due to the need for the crown attribute. The skill, by the way, was called Wade's Gift, received for repose in the afterlife, and it was a global army buff spell, Howl of Crimson Lightning. It significantly strengthened the troops of the allied forces, depending on the predisposition of each, but put them into a berserk state, with a side effect that had a chance of inflicting fatigue at the end. But this was still somewhat useless. So Roel, deciding that enough time had passed, asked the system about new elixirs or discounted items, to which he was offered a new serum at a 90% discount, costing 1,000 gold pieces, which would facilitate a breakthrough to the next level of strength, the side effect of which was a serious illness. The boy considered the consequences not too severe, was glad that his father was not at the estate, who might again notice that he was drinking suspicious potions, and bought the elixir. Meanwhile, Marquis Carter arrived for an audience at the request of the ruler of the Theocracy of St. Messeth, John Heathcliff. The aristocrat took a kneeling position before His Eminence, and the latter immediately began by saying that the further conversation would be about the incident connected with their children. The head of the Ascart clan immediately expressed his regret that Princess Nora had been injured in the attempt on his son's life and apologized for her being drawn into it. Heathcliff responded by saying that such a situation could not have been foreseen, but that they now needed to work together and prepare appropriate countermeasures. The Marquis hastened to agree with John's proposal and decided that since everything was heading towards a joint discussion, he could raise his head from the floor and get up from his knees. Looking ahead, Carter was surprised that His Holiness had decided not to wait for the servant while sitting on the throne, but had approached him. The ruler, as it turned out, was in a good-natured mood, which he showed with a kind smile on his face and told his vassal that he first needed to take care of the children. In the dark of the palace throne room, Lord John Heathcliff offered to make his granddaughter, Nora Allclyde, Roll's protector. This proposal first made the head of the Ascart clan breathe a sigh of relief. Then he spoke the words of the Holy See out loud. Only after this did the full understanding of the essence of this proposal come into his head, which made the man open his eyes in surprise and loudly ask about the ruler's intentions. He then noted that there were already many rumors circulating about his son and the heiress of the Seclid family, and if His Eminence appointed the girl as his protector, this would significantly strengthen them. To which John replied that people have always loved to gossip, truth and lies have always fought on the battlefield, and after what happened, they most of all need to strengthen the truth. Carter tried to somehow object, but he couldn't find the words, internally thinking that these arguments sounded logical, but he felt that something was wrong here. Heathcliff then made his next argument, this time citing an ancient treaty that required those with an angelic bloodline to protect the awakened Ascart until he came of age, and the ruler, despite the long absence of the awakened in the Carter family, considered this agreement to be still valid. And the Allclydes are always true to their promises to the very end and do not abandon their duty. Then, he put some pressure on the Marquis with suspicions that he wanted to terminate this agreement, so the man could only agree with this decision, internally somewhat indignant at this. After all, the Holy See first asked his opinion, and then forced him to agree, now showing a joyful smile on its face and announcing that it would carry out all this in 6 months. Carter agreed with this as well, while thinking that something was definitely wrong with the whole thing. At this point, the night audience ended, and the head of the Ascart clan hurried to leave the throne room, closing the door behind him. John was left alone, starting to talk out loud about Nora's stories, namely about the awakening, the ancient god Grandar, the victory over Prince Wade, who was at the second true level. If his girl's words were true, then Rowell should not be ignored under any circumstances. But the man did not consider this the main reason for all his actions today. What worried him much more was that this guy had somehow deeply touched his granddaughter's soul, and she could already live without him, not eating or drinking, which is why he even had to act directly and somewhat rudely. Be that as it may, he did everything in his power in this situation, so the caring grandfather could only leave everything else in Nora's hands. A new day had arrived, which at the Ascart family estate began for Anna with a general meeting of all the maids, where each one first had to report on the situation in the family nest. One of the girls came forward and began to tell that today the young lady looked at the door 11 times every time someone knocked on it or walked past, and the reaction was quite violent. Also, although Lady Alicia had begun to use a knife and fork, her mood remained gloomy, and her appetite was deteriorating. Yesterday, she ate a third of the portion, but today only a quarter. Something similar but on a smaller scale was observed with the young master. His portion was reduced by a third, but considering that he is an incredible glutton, this alone causes some concern among the servants. Miss Alicia's sleep quality has also been found to be declining, with her sleep averaging 4 hours over the past few days. Then another maid took the floor, saying that the girl still asked everyone to keep the fact that she had begun learning magic a secret from her brother, apparently for fear of losing his care and protection. The next maid predicted that at this rate, little Alice would work hard for Roll while he was with another woman. This even brought tears to her colleague's eyes. She already felt sorry for the girl. Anna hastened to interrupt the chaos and dampness among the team, announcing that the meeting was not over and telling them that over the past few days the heir had tried to make peace several times, but it had not worked. Failures force him to stop his attempts, and Alice herself does not know how to behave after the hysteria she recently threw. The maids must somehow resolve this situation, but no one has any ideas yet. Then Anna decisively declared that since the children could no longer cope with all this on their own, the maids themselves would tear down the wall that had formed between them. During Alice's next meal, where she again showed low activity, one of the maids tried to make her eat more, praising the freshest delicacy of fish, to which the girl apologized, said that she was full, and reported that she hadn't had much of an appetite lately. Then the maid casually told her that Roll was experiencing similar problems, but blamed it all on the poor work of the cooks. But this already got Alice's attention. Then the girl, as if in secret, told him that the boy was eating less than half of his normal amount when he needed to recover as quickly as possible, which seriously worried his sister. Then the maids continued their game, telling him that the young master had been feeling depressed lately and that if things continued like this, he might even become depressed. This news even brought tears to the girl's eyes, and she began to blame her brother's poor health on the fact that she had been refusing to see him for several days. Then she decided that today she would sit down with him at the common dining table and eat together with Roel. Everything was going according to the insidious conspiracy of the estate's maids, and while Alice sullenly lowered her gaze to the floor, the girls, unnoticed by her, smiled at each other and showed a thumbs up. But that was not all. The maid hastened to remind him of what had happened between them earlier and said that it was somehow wrong to forgive the young master so easily. The maids advised her not to see him for a few more months and declared their support for the young lady, as well as their help in preventing an accidental meeting between them, which already worried Alice and made her think about what she should do with all this. Not even suspecting that all this was in fact some kind of cunning plan of the servants to reconcile them. It was time to move on to the next stage, and one of the maids gave the thumbs up again. With this gesture, she conveyed a signal of success to her colleague, who was watching everything closely, hiding behind the door and looking through the crack between them. To then, the next moment, feigning concern on his face, burst into the room and shout that the young heir was unwell, immediately causing concern in the young lady. By a funny coincidence, it was precisely this time that Roel chose to drink a store-bought serum, the consequence of which is a serious illness. The consequences became apparent very quickly, without making him wait long. Even though the guy had hoped for the enhanced immunity that people with various superpowers have, the system immediately reported that this was a forced negative effect that would not be affected by good health, which Asgard had already realized and was now suffering, regretting that he had not simply been knocked out like last time. But the boy wasn't upset by his condition, as he could already feel his mana reserves growing. For the sake of strength, he was willing to endure even more, and the elixir's progress was 35%. Soon Anna unexpectedly ran into his room. Roel was delighted by her appearance and quickly tried to ask her for something, but he was immediately interrupted by the girl, who apologized for her tactlessness and asked him if the young gentleman would like to make peace with his sister. Asgard immediately agreed, then complained about his failures in this matter, since Alice did not give him a chance, after which he expressed hope that Anna had come up with a way. Then the girl happily confirmed the boy's guess, saying that they would be given a chance for reconciliation, but Roel would have to pretend to be ill. Coincidentally, he was already like that, but his condition did not allow him to be happy about it, only to mentally ask an ironic question about whether it was not already obvious that he was not feeling well. Then, a worried Alice, with drops of tears in her eyes, literally flew into the room at high speed, shouting her brother's name. She jumped onto the sick man's bed, hugged him, and began to apologize, believing that his illness was her fault and promising that she would not do that again. The guy was at first surprised by his sister's unexpected outburst, but then he realized what was going on and gave Anna a thumbs up, silently thanking her and thinking that she was a real genius. Then Roel began to apologize to the girl, and he himself responded, admitting his guilt in their quarrel, neglecting Alice and expressing his regrets, remorse, and so on. Alice immediately forgave her brother completely, and also said that she could forgive him anything if he recovered. Then, wiping away the tears that were streaming down her face with her hands, she admitted that she hadn't really been too angry at the guy, and began talking about her guilt again, and also began asking Roel not to die. In response, the boy began to speak somewhat embarrassedly about how, in reality, everything was not so bad and that he was not going to say goodbye to life. Then he stroked his sister's hair and asked her to express her feelings differently next time. Otherwise, he had already thought that she hated him. Alice replied that she would never feel such emotions towards her brother, and, wiping away her tears, declared that the next time she was offended by him, she would simply start crying. Then Roel again began to take the blame for the entire situation, also promising that he would try not to offend the girl in any way again. Anna continued to observe the entire process of their reconciliation and was pleased that everything had been resolved successfully. Asgard noticed the girl and asked her to cook porridge and bring some medicine for his headache, since he was really quite exhausted. At this moment, the maid finally realized that the young master was truly ill and had not been pretending all this time. Realizing her mistake, the maid rushed to fulfill Asgard's request in the shortest possible time. Anna then began to sheepishly apologize for her mistake, which consisted in the fact that she was unable to detect the boy's illness in time, and promising to be more attentive in the future. Roel assured the girl that there was nothing to worry about, while Alice took the bowl of porridge into her hands and decided to feed her older brother herself. Soon, one spoon after another, the spoons rushed into the mouth of the boy, who did not object to such care. At this point, Anna decided to leave the children and leave them alone with each other. So she went out into the corridor and quietly, without distracting them, closed the doors behind her. She then gave vent to her feelings, showing a smile on her face and clutching her cheeks with her hands, thinking about how cute Roll and Alice were. The girl was so absorbed in her thoughts, recalling the images of their interaction, that she almost missed the appearance of a new character. Only out of the corner of her eye did the maid notice familiar blonde hair, realizing who it could be. But there was no time to stop her. It was Nora Vjeklida, who rushed past Anna at high speed, suddenly opened the doors and entered the room, shouting Roll's name. Her appearance was very unexpected for the guy, which caught him just when Alice was feeding him with a spoon. The princess was somewhat amused at this sight, and then reported that she had already heard about Askart's sudden illness. It didn't take long for the tension to build between the girls, as it had before, again over Roll's attention, and a bowl of porridge stood between them. At the same time, there was a deafening silence in the room, which was quietly broken by the guy, hesitantly suggesting that they continue eating the food, which could have gotten cold. Nora replied that she didn't want to, Alice that she wasn't hungry, and the main villain mentally turned to them with a request to still take care of the sick man, because he really wanted to eat. The blonde approached Rowell's sister with a proposal to leave the task of feeding her brother to the maids, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Alice pointed out Askart's weakened state, and also referred to the fact that he himself had once fed her as well. And then, the white-haired girl's lips curled into a weak smile, and the girl said that he did this every day. The blonde cast a displeased glance at Rowell, demanding an explanation, to which he, sweating nervously, said that his sister needed his care. After this, Nora decided to close this topic and raise a new one, this time regarding which room during the journey to the past they hugged in, because since then everything has changed a lot. And without waiting for an answer, she looked at Alice with superiority, assuming that this was the very room. Now it was the white-haired girl's turn to cast a dissatisfied and questioning glance at her brother, demanding an explanation. The guy couldn't find any excuses for this, even though he tried. He couldn't squeeze out anything coherent. Then the main villain mentally became outraged that he still did not understand what was going on at all, and would really like it to be explained to him. Nora took the floor again, calling his father Uncle Carter, and told about her meeting with him, as well as about the fact that he asked her to convey some news to his son. Asgard suggested that it was somehow directly related to him, which the girl immediately confirmed with her affirmative answer. The princess then rose to her feet and solemnly announced her appointment as protector of the heir of the Asgard family, adding that the agreement was secured by an ancient vow. Then, surprising the guy even more, she said that she had made changes to the contract and now he was considered a member of the royal family, and that attempts to harm him would be considered disobedience to the crown. After this news, tension arose between the girls again, and Nora told Alice that she should have realized that role belonged to her. The white-haired woman clutched the fabric of her dress and said that Her Highness was now using such methods. She grimly confirmed that the princess could indeed take advantage of her position as her brother's protector, but the girl wasn't going to give up so easily, so she declared that she hadn't lost. And Nora was a busy person and would hardly be able to spend much time accompanying Roel. Alice then pointed to herself and said that she could always be there for her brother and keep him safe. She also made a jab at Nora, the meaning of which was that she only realized she had organized this protection after the fact, when she should have done something similar for her beloved from the very beginning. This made the blonde fall silent for a moment. Then both girls turned their gaze to Roel and demanded to decide which of them was right. The guy decided to cowardly avoid answering, not interfering in the women's showdown, and pretended that he was going to sleep. After some time, the serum's effect wore off and Roel moved to the 5th initial level, also receiving the crown attribute he needed. And in his dream, he again appeared in that lifeless wasteland. The boy greeted Grandar, and the giant skeleton was pleased with Askart's visit, realizing that he had become stronger. The undead man lowered his huge hand to the ground, silently offering to jump on it, which the main villain did, in the process asking why they met in the first place. He then went into more detail, pointing out that his kinship was somehow connected to historical events and so on, so he was interested in the unclear connection with the long-dead Grandar. The skeleton threw Roel onto his shoulder and told him about what he had become after his death. Much of his life had already been forgotten, and he himself no longer remembered anything. To this, Asgard quietly joked that he had no doubt about it, since the giant's skull was completely empty. The story then went on to say that God had met other people here, penetrating into this world of eternal twilight. They were all dressed in different clothes, and it was unclear to him whether the visitors were from different countries or eras. It was difficult for the giant to estimate time in this place, and these same people possessed a strength similar to Roel. Among them, there was also a woman whom he estimated to be quite strong. Asgard was surprised that even Grandar acknowledged her power, which meant that she must have been some outstanding general of her time. The guy was interested in why the undead did not choose this woman and make a contract with her, to which the answer was that she did not even listen to the skeleton's question. The unknown guest immediately declared that there was already some ancient vow between her and Grandar, Its meaning is that the skeleton can turn to certain people for help, and they can return to the world with its support. But for this, some kind of catalyst is needed, and she had a ring from Grandar's previous life, but Roll had nothing like that, so the undead doesn't know how he managed to get here. The woman also stated that the giant should come to her aid in case of serious danger, while she looked worried. But Grandar saw no reason to help her because she was not his follower. The latter immediately attracted Askart's attention. The skeleton explained that just like humans who have 3 compatible attributes, giants have a special attribute of strength, and those who develop in the same way founded their own cult. Transcendents, with the help of special rituals, could offer their prayers and sacrifices to the beings at the source. This is the goal of most cults. From time to time, someone's voices even reach Grandar. This indicated that there may still be people in the world who use the power of the giant race, the attribute of strength. This aroused some interest on Roll's part, and upon further questioning it became clear that the undead could even have subjugated them to his will, but did not do so, as they were just a bunch of pathetic weaklings. This conversation about strength reminded the guy that he was now at the 5th initial level, and he was interested in how many hits he could now make with Grandar. But the boy's hopes were not justified, because it turned out that now he would be able to simply talk to his patron without entering this place, that's all. This news caused a certain amount of despondency in Asgard, and Grandar also fell silent. Realizing that he had somewhat upset his contractor, the giant suggested that the guy leave already, but the situation there was quite complicated, so he wanted to stay here a little longer and suggested passing the time by playing Jenga, puzzling the skeleton. Meanwhile, in distant lands called the Land of Chaos, in Tunson, near Mount Kelon, events of their own were taking place. There was a fight going on here between people whose appearance indicated that they were some kind of savages. One of them had red skin. The unusual man emerged victorious from this battle and was now cursing at the damn cultists who wanted to steal the scales of the snake god without paying anything. Suddenly, the red-skinned man noticed a new unusual event. Something suddenly began to quickly fall on him from the sky. It was a short old man who, having fallen from the sky onto a man who, it turned out, bore the name Rodney, and addressed him with the words that he had already managed to deal with the invaders in the village. The red-skinned man responded by reproaching the elder that he could have landed more softly, but he said that at their level it didn't matter. The old man thought all this didn't matter. There was more significant news, because the cultists were no longer a problem since their deity had awakened. Rodney just sighed and ignored this news, asking the elder, whose name is Wise, about other interesting events. Then, the red-skinned man received a punch to the back of the head, and the old man began to shout that the effects of his transcendental ability had already passed, and that he was now in his right mind, and that other residents had also received the vision. This already attracted more attention from Rodney, and he asked to tell him more details. Then the wise man told how the villagers had gathered together and discovered that they had all seen the same picture, in which a little boy was sitting on the shoulder of a huge skeleton. This meant nothing to the redskin, and he asked him to continue the story, to which the old man adjusted his glasses and said something incredible. The thing was that the visions continued with a scene of a little boy and a giant skeleton, apparently playing something. Mutter did not know what Jenga was. Rodney was surprised and perplexed by this continuation of the mystical story about the awakening of some deity. Following this, the emotions changed to joy. Laughter burst out of the red-skinned man. He saw the situation in which God was playing with the boy very funny. Having calmed down somehow, the man praised Mudra for his sense of humor. But the elder was indignant and said that he was completely serious. Rodney threw this nonsense out of his head and moved on to more important matters, namely, the fact that he had managed to obtain information indicating danger. The thing was that the Martha Traders Association had already set its sights on them, and their goal was to obtain the snake god's comb. This was very bad news, and the elder stated this, adding that this could lead to the loss of the idol's protection, which would put the village in danger. If the situation develops in this way, all that remains for the residents is to take refuge from the enemy in the mountains. Then, the two walked away, and on the way, Rodney asked if the old man had gone nuts, to which he again replied that the effects of his ability had already passed. Meanwhile, already returning back to the theocracy of Saint Masita in the city of Rosa, to Osier Street, where certain events also took place. Along the road, harnessed by snow-white horses, a rich carriage was traveling, from which, upon arrival at its destination, a certain girl got out. Passers-by immediately recognized this person because it was the young miss of the Sorofia house, Charlotte Sorofia. People began to whisper that this family, as they say, concentrated all the money in the world, and the girl herself was accompanied by a servant. The guest was already awaited at her destination, and the servants opened the doors for her with the utmost respect. Although her appearance on the city street was fleeting and Charlotte had already disappeared inside the building, the passers-by who caught her there continued to discuss this person's visit for a long time. The lady of the house, Sarofia, met the local boss inside, who began to scatter words that were typical for such cases. This visit was clearly quite nervous for him, as evidenced by the pouring sweat that the man hastily wiped from his face, while simultaneously talking about what an honor it was for him to meet this girl. But, to his surprise, all the efforts of the plump man were ignored. Charlotte and the maid did not even deign to glance at him, silently passing by. Lady Sarofia sat down on the sofa, and her servant stood next to her. This behavior of the dear guest immediately increased the man's anxiety, which was accompanied by a noticeable trembling of his body. Then the conversation finally began. Charlotte immediately got down to business, starting with the fact that she had already familiarized herself with Mr. Roberts' financial report, which showed that his income had increased this year. Despite the not-so-bad start, the man continued to be nervous and sweat profusely, although he somehow managed to squeeze out the words that all this was thanks to the support of the Sarofia clan. The girl asked if this was their first meeting, which Robert confirmed, adding that their trade association had only joined Osier Street last year. Charlotte then rose abruptly from the sofa and announced that the man's license to operate in this place would be immediately revoked. Robert was then instantly grabbed by the servant's hands and dragged out of the building while he tried to find out the reason for such a decision. The lady of the house, Sarofia, decided to explain that the whole problem was his excessive passion for gambling, which was why he no longer smelled of profit. No longer paying attention to Robert being dragged away, the girl turned to her maid with a question about how the development of the Land of Chaos was progressing. She replied that the Martha Trade Association had good news, the gist of which was that a small settlement had been found that possessed a certain artifact called the Scale of the Serpent God. Charlotte considered this very good news and ordered that they be told that the Sorofis were ready to pay any amount. She then took a sip of tea and declared that if all this went well, she would finally have the opportunity to replace her father. Meanwhile, at the Ascart family estate, at that very moment, Norov Seklide was drinking exactly the same drink. Roll finished his time with the giant skeleton Grandar and finally began to wake up. When he opened, the guy began to indignantly ask about his strange situation. But Her Highness ignored this and calmly noted that he had broken through to the 5th true level. Rising from her chair but continuing to advance on Ascart, the girl stated that despite this, she herself had already developed her kinship to the silver quality, so he was still a step lower. The main villain himself only once again recalled the blonde's sadistic inclinations, also gloomily demanding that she finally remove her foot from him. The girl decided to agree, while doing it as if she was doing him a favor, adding that she was going to discuss some important matters with him anyway. Soon they settled in one of the offices, where Roll told about his successes regarding the fact that he managed to somehow conduct an investigation indicating that Brian and Felder Elric are one and the same person. Her Highness did not expect to hear such news, and images of these men immediately appeared in her head. She could not believe that that valiant knight and that snake were in fact one and the same person. But the facts spoke their word, and Asgard then began to discuss how this was possible, suggesting resurrection by the forces of cultists. This conclusion was based on historical records indicating Felder's suicide, and Nora decided to ask her family to pay attention to it. Then the girl began to share her successes, starting with the fact that after her return, she had managed to dig through many sources and learn something secret. Roel asked not to keep him in suspense, but the blonde told him that she was actually a descendant of Wade, not Victoria. In true history, in the current timeline, the prince was defeated in the Gemini War and was imprisoned. William, Victoria's husband, was in fact a servant in disguise. The spectacle of this wedding was staged by the queen for the sake of the Marquis of Ponte. Time passed and the ruler died, and a couple of years later the head of the Ascart clan mysteriously disappeared. That being said, they were both powerful transcendents, so there is a high probability that they may actually still be alive. After some time, the discussion was completed and the princess began to drive back. Roll watched her from the window. Now the thought occurred to him that since Ponta was still alive, he was continuing to write his diaries, which meant that those of them that were kept here could finally be burned, since they had no historical value. Besides this, his head was also occupied with thoughts about the girl who had just left, and specifically about what she had said at the end. Nora then decided to reveal the secret that after returning from time travel, she had her first kiss in her life with him. He cleared his throat and decided to put it out of his mind for now, concentrating on what methods he should use to develop further. First of all, it was necessary to understand the power of his new origin attribute, and this could only be done through strengthening the body. The boy didn't know what the crown attribute could mean, and decided to first try to find the answer in the family books. The randomly pulled out work told the story of Vincent and Roy Ascart, both of whom were surrounded by the attention of powerful women. They had some fights with their partners and the guys somehow disappeared after leaving home. These stories made Roel wary, but in the end, he more or less calmed down, deciding that this was not like his life after all, since he did not have such a formidable bride. The boy then continued his research, discovering that the holdings of the House of Asgard were little explored, making it no wonder that the family was in decline. The mountains in the south of the ancestral lands bordered the trading union of Rose, and establishing roots through them became the main villain's new goal. Some time passed. On this day, another day of Nora in the Theocracy Palace began. Now she was taking a bath. Having finished washing herself, the girl came out of the water and the numerous maids present in the room began to help her dry herself. The number of maids was indeed somewhat excessive, and when the princess moved on to her next task, they lined up in 2 rows before her. In their hands, the girls held some trays on which were placed items of clothing and jewelry of their young mistress. The servants began to help the girl put on all these things, preparing for the upcoming day, which would still be noticeably different from the usual. The maids worked quickly and soon Nora was almost ready. Only a few elements remained, for example, the shoes. And lastly, Her Highness's head was given a golden tiara, adorned with precious stones. At this point, the image of the heiress was complete, and one of the maids could no longer contain herself and tenderly declared that the mistress looked like an angel who had descended from heaven. At that moment, Nora herself was looking at herself in the mirror, satisfied with the result, and also hoping that Roll's reaction at today's ceremony would be just as positive. After some time, the guests gathered in the hall of Saint Sacer, and then Asgard the Younger came out, with his father and sister walking on either side of him. The arriving aristocrats began to whisper among themselves, discussing the fact that in all of history, this guy was the youngest of those who had participated in such a ceremony. The guests also thought that he and Her Highness were a perfect match, but Roll himself felt strange, realizing that he had greatly underestimated the scale of this event. Be that as it may, the Asgard family in full force approached John Heathcliff and Nora Alclyde, who were waiting for them. Before the ascension, Marquis Carter and Alice left the boy, and he ascended to the princess alone. Seeing the girl up close, he examined her new outfit and preparations for the ceremony, which even made his cheeks blush slightly. Nora herself was able to notice his reaction and was pleased with the effect produced, which was reflected on her face in the form of slightly narrowed eyes and a small smile. The princess then took up one of the holy blades and declared her intention to fulfill the ancient vow between their families and become the protector of the descendant of the Asgards, adding that the ceremony was beginning. She raised the weapon above her head, and at that moment Roll began, in accordance with tradition, to kneel before her. But before he could do this, quiet words came from Her Highness's lips that this should not be done. The guy stopped and looked up at her face, silently asking for an explanation of what this meant. Then Nora said that she didn't like it when people close to her kneeled before her in front of everyone. These words confused Roll a little. He did not expect such words from her, especially remembering her special hobbies, but something like this touched his heart. Then, already at the same level, they took hold of the hilt of the holy sword and began to utter oaths, according to which the girl would become his protector. And he accepted this. Then the children confirmed their intentions, and a yellowish golden energy began to slowly spread from the blade. After this, a coil of mana burst forth in a huge stream, striking high into the air in a fan shape, and also swirling a vortex of air around them. Then the magic continued to manifest itself in a more focused manner, forming angelic wings on the princess's back. The same new energy limbs began to appear in the air of the Asgard family, which indicated some kind of energy exchange between him and Nora. Then the energy wings disappeared from both of them. But the children rose up, being in a magical sphere, and Her Highness called upon quite material manifestations of her kinship. After the ceremony, their bloodlines became intertwined. Both gained new powers and abilities. The boy could now use some angelic abilities, but that's not all. Once every 7 days, they could communicate with each other. Once every 70, they could transmit a spell to their partner, and once every 700, they could project an avatar with all their abilities. The girl was already looking forward to being followed. Be that as it may, the ceremony ended, and immediately afterwards, influential men of the capital began to approach Asgard and introduce themselves. And in the process, he began to gain affection points, albeit only a little. The same picture could be seen very close by, at Nora's, but noble ladies approached her and congratulated her on what had happened. Suddenly, one of the women was surprised to notice Alice Asgard approaching their group, which attracted her attention. The girls moved closer to each other, and the aristocrats began to whisper about the adopted daughter of the Marquis Carter and what their interaction with the princess meant. The white-haired woman curtsied to the blonde, then greeted her, and Nora herself asked with displeasure what she wanted. But Alice, with a smile, assured Her Highness that there was no need to worry, because she appreciated all these measures to protect her brother and did not intend to complicate the life of the crowned person. The princess didn't expect to hear such words, so she coughed and silently continued to look at Roll's sister, because she still remembered their last meeting and the tension between them. Then Alice explained that she was not against Nora's protection, at least until she herself became strong enough. The princess thought about this, realizing that when they first met, this girl was completely powerless, and now she was already at the 5th primordial level, having made a similar journey in just 2 months. The blonde said that since Alice had intentions of replacing her, she should try and see how big the difference was between them. Roel continued to communicate with the aristocrats who had arrived for the ceremony when he suddenly noticed his father, who was going out into the street. Seeing this, the guy hastened to say goodbye to the nobles, apologized to them, and hurried to the door. The boy quickly followed Carter outside and began looking for him, intending to find out something from the man. It didn't take him long to find the Marcus, and the boy asked him why he left the party. Then, the head of the clan, Asgard, looked at his son and declared that he would not return home with the children. The main villain, upon hearing these words, immediately asked for a more detailed explanation of what it all meant. The father reassured his son, saying that work was to blame for everything, because after the banquet, a military council would be convened, because of which he would not be able to return home. The news about the emergency meeting interested Roel, and he asked about what had happened, to which Carter put his finger to his lips, calling for everyone to be quieter. The Marquis whispered in his son's ear that the reason for this was the discovery of traces of several deviants moving in the vicinity of the Tark fortress. Time passed, the holiday ended, night fell, and Roel returned home, where he waited for his father to return in the same room with Alice and Anna. They had already spent a long time doing this. 9 hours had passed since their return, which showed the seriousness of the situation since the council was taking so long to end. Anna decided that it was already too late, so it was time for Miss Alice and Mr. Roel to go to bed. But the white-haired girl did not agree with this and stated that she was going to wait for the return of her noble father. At that moment, as if hearing the mention of his identity, the door to the room was opened by Marquis Carter himself. Then the man immediately noticed the presence of children in the room and asked them why they were not yet asleep. But, without waiting for an answer, the head of the Asgard clan turned to the boy and girl and said that it didn't matter, because he had something to talk to them about. Hearing this, Anna understood everything without further explanation, bowed to the aristocrat, and silently left the room, closing the door behind her. After this, the Marquis approached the children and declared that he was a bad father, since he spent very little time with them. And he continued by saying that for any military man, defending his home and his country is a matter of primary importance. The aristocrat announced that the coming war could drag on for several years, and then gave his heir the order that from that day on, he would be the trusted ruler of the estate. The very next day, the servants and troops of the House of Asgard began to prepare for war, as did the head of the family, and carriages for his children were also loaded. In one of the rooms of the capital's family estate, Roel and Nora sat down to talk. The latter was interested in the imminent departure of her friend and his relatives. The boy replied that his father would go to the front, and he himself, as the trusted ruler of the estate, was obliged to return to his domain as soon as possible. The girl in response stood up, grabbed the boy by the jabot, and pulled him towards her, demanding that he promise to write her letters every week. At that moment, Anna and Alice appeared in the doorway, the latter declaring that something like that would distract her brother from his new responsibilities. And besides, it had nothing to do with protecting him. Her Highness had to let go of the main villain's frill and turn to the new characters. Then, Nora asked the white-haired girl with a smile whether she thought she had the right to be responsible for Roel. Tension arose between the girls again, which Asgard decided to dispel by saying that he understood everything and that he would write to the princess, adding to Alice that it was time to go. Soon they were already in their carriage. Nora was seeing them off, and the guy asked his sister to calm down. The princess pointed to the soldiers standing nearby and said that they were the royal personal guard, which was a gift for the boy before his departure. The heir of the Asgard family considered this a little too expensive, but he did not refuse it, thanking the girl. Then the guy took his leave, asked Nora to take care of herself and everything else, and then climbed into the carriage. All the preparations were completed. Farewells were said. The passengers took their seats and the horses dragged their burden along the road. Roel looked out the window, watching the receding silhouettes of Nora and her maid, thinking about how much had happened in just 3 months of staying in the capital. Despite the many problems and difficulties, Roel only smiled, remembering everything he had experienced, because he had gained a lot here. He was also pleased by the fact that he would no longer have to witness scenes of quarrels between Alice and Nora. After some time, the journey ended and the carriage stopped at the Asgard family's lands. The soldiers were already there too. The young man, appointed by his own father as the ruler of the estate, finally came out into the street to look around and stretch his legs after the journey. Dirk, captain of the Askartoth Guard, hastened to greet his new superior and express his respects. And the soldier standing nearby was surprised that a boy of such an age had taken up his position. The fighter kept his thoughts to himself, but the guy had already come up with his first task in his new post. He had found information in the system about the inventions of a certain Milton, which allowed him to create durable bricks from wood. The store had a 50% discount on this item, and the building material also took root, making it ideal for Roel's plans to build routes through the southern mountains and beyond. Therefore, the goods were immediately purchased, and he gave the soldiers orders to cut down the trees nearby. The fighters were only too happy to contribute to the well-being of their native lands and to engage in road construction, as evidenced by the enthusiastic cries and the relationship points that had accumulated in Roll's account. Then the guy left the warriors to carry out the order, took Dirk with him, and went with him to inspect the nearest settlement, which was not in the best condition. There was some kind of garbage lying around everywhere, food scraps, animal or fish bones, just piles of dirt and other things that did not bring Asgard any joyful emotions. On the way, he asked his companion about the results of the survey of the population's standard of living, and the man replied that people living near landfills do not have the best health. Roll continued his work to improve the lands of his family, having discovered in the store knowledge about the Axer furnaces developed by the dwarves, whose temperature could help with all this trash. After some time, the burning of various wastes was organized outside the city, which quickly affected the health of the population, while he attributed all his innovations to relics from the family warehouse. Dirk was quite impressed with these results. Even though his occupation was war, the guy was not going to stop there and announced that he wanted to see what else could be improved. Many settlements, including this one, changed greatly. Order now reigned on the streets, dirt roads had a normal surface, and garbage was burned in furnaces. The inhabitants of the surrounding lands could not help but notice all these positive changes, so the heir of the Asgards became very beloved to them, which they demonstrated in their relations. Roll remained satisfied with his work, realizing that his Three Axes project had proven very effective, and also promising himself that he would do everything to ensure the prosperity of his house's affairs. Meanwhile, some events were also taking place to the south of the main villain's fiefdom, in the Trade Confederation of the Rose, in the city of the same name. Its leader summoned his daughter and heir, Charlotte Sorofia, who immediately reported that the curse of the Lands of Chaos was about to activate, and therefore asked to quickly find out the reason for what was happening. Bruce, that was the man's name, cleared his throat and came a little further afield, asking the girl about her opinion regarding the Asgard house. Charlotte replied that she knew about their northern neighbors, noted the high potential of their lands, but at the same time did not have the highest opinion of the managerial qualities of that ruler. Her father, the paper. Later, Bruce finally got down to business, saying that the Askartov estate had sent him a proposal for joint development and that Charlotte could go there for negotiations. The daughter. He stood up and walked over to his child, telling her that Charlotte needed to know something else about Roll Asgard. Bruce's subsequent words greatly surprised the girl, because the heir of the northern neighbors turned out to be, among other things, her fiancé. 3 more years have passed. In addition to the 2 Roll spent on developing the lands of his family, the action takes place in the capital, another celebration of the princess's birthday. But the birthday girl herself was not to be seen in the banquet hall, just as the corridors of the palace of the Holy City were deserted. There was a sign on one of the doors to the room stating that it was occupied and its inhabitants should not be disturbed. But from inside, Roll's somewhat panicked voice could be heard, dissuading Nora from certain actions. During this time, the girl turned into a young woman, and the boy became a man. The princess declared that she had not seen him for 3 years and could no longer restrain herself, writing him. Then the blonde bit Asgard's lips with a passionate kiss, which made him even more embarrassed and surprised. But Roll still resisted, trying to calm her highness with words about how many guests had arrived here, and they couldn't be left alone during her name day. The girl, although she heard his words, brushed them off, because she was now much more interested in something else, and not those aristocrats. But their mention reminded the girl of how, at the banquet, Roel was surrounded by the daughters of the Duke of Lucerne, and now she demanded answers regarding what they wanted. The guy, realizing that details might be unnecessary here, replied that they were simply interested in the secret of the success of the Askartov fiefdom, to which he told them about the support of one particular giant. Lost in his thoughts and story, he didn't even notice how Nora began to unbutton his shirt, and when he realized that they were already undressing him, he became quite nervous. Taking the very satisfied and persistent girl by the shoulders, Roll tried to resort to the help of his patron Grandar, shouting his name. But the blonde was prepared for something like this, and God could not help his contractor in this situation, which dashed Asgard's hopes. Then the girl pressed her whole body against the guy and asked him to be a good boy and not resist. But, fortunately for Roll, and unfortunately for Nora, they were interrupted at the most interesting point. Alice's voice was heard in the room, feigning humility and urging the princess not to mock her brother. She was also no longer that little baby, but already a young girl, and the main villain was very happy about her appearance, which was just in time. The white-haired girl herself, as it turned out, brought the news that her father had returned and would soon arrive here, in the capital of the theocracy. After some time, the long-awaited meeting between Carter and his son took place, while the girls lagged behind a little. The princess reproached her rival friend for the fact that her innocent appearance would soon cease to hide her true motives. to which Alice pretended not to understand anything and denied it. Then the girls snorted in unison and turned away from each other, adopting dissatisfied body positions. Their emotions also reflected on their faces. Carter, meanwhile, turned his son over, examining him from all sides and saying words about how he had matured, adding that the Ascart line was felt in him. Roll was quite surprised by his father's arrival, as he was supposed to be at the front for a long time, so he expressed hope that the man had already completed his tasks. Nora knew more, but remained silent. The thing was that over the last 2 years, the enemy side of the deviants had only become more active and the end of the war was still far away, which meant that the Marcus had gone away for some special purpose. At the same time, this must have somehow concerned his heir, since he had come here. Carter, before saying anything, cleared his throat somewhat embarrassedly. And then the father stunned his son, and not only him, with the words that the guy had a fiancée named Charlotte Sorofia. A little later, Nora looks at a certain document, according to which a marriage contract had already been concluded between that girl and Roll, which she did not want to believe. Alice was also nearby, who found out about this only today, as was her friend rival. The blonde was clearly worried about the fact that this particular person turned out to be the bride. This caught the attention of the blonde, who had never seen Charlotte before, so she asked the princess about her opinion regarding this girl and whether the rumors about her were true, to which Her Highness, with some hesitation, shared that upon meeting Lady Sorofia in person, her heart began to beat faster. At these words, Alice turned away from Nora, interpreting this as her being into girls, to which the latter became indignant and began to deny such conclusions. She then explained that Charlotte had magical abilities similar to charm, but much stronger, which could be related to her kinship, and Roll could be affected by this since the princess also felt something. As a result, the girls formed an alliance against their new rival and began looking for a way to break off the engagement, realizing that Ascart Jr. would not be able to break the agreement unilaterally. The ladies' solution was seen in the fact that Charlotte had never seen her fiancé before, which meant there was a chance to convince her that the guy was unworthy of her. At the end, Alice and Nora shook hands, and the blonde agreed to play the role of the villain this time for the sake of her brother. He himself at this time was sitting on a chair, nervously clutching his head, realizing that after many more or less calm years, a new storyline had begun. The guy also gloomily recalled the violent reaction to the news of the engagement from Nora and Alice. The first was angry, shocked, and shook him, and the second grabbed his clothes and cried. The guy was already seeing images of girls driven to the brink by jealousy, either killing him or the princess completely losing control of her sadistic tendencies. The fantasy turned out to be so realistic and detailed that it caused a very real fear, manifested in a large tremor of the body. Then, Roll recalled the game's plot, according to which Charlotte herself was against marriage, which could open the possibility of joining forces, and as a bonus, one could get affection points. Later, there was a train back to the Askartov estate, where the main villain tried to relax by reading books from the family library, with Alice keeping him company. His sister offered him a work called Secrets of the Sea People, to which the boy explained that the information in it was a complete fake, a horror story, and a fable. At this, the blonde quickly flipped through the book, noticing what was written there, surprised that all of this was useless writing. Suddenly, then, Alice put her arm around Roll's shoulder and, smiling, showed him the letter closer, inviting him to see what it was. The main villain began to open the envelope to read the find. The white-haired girl also watched this with curiosity. She was also curious. It turned out to be a message to some ruler from some queen, and the words were outdated, and it was impossible to indicate exactly what was meant, although one could guess. After examining the writing more closely, Roll realized that this dialect was used in the Austin Empire about 300 years ago, and this ancient script was exactly what he needed to break through the 5th-level peak. Alice became curious to know what these words meant, and Ascart assumed that the imperial family of that time was expecting a child, but did not want to explain this to his sister. Sharply turning the envelope over, the guy changed the subject to the fact that the rose emblem depicted on it was very similar to the one used by the Sorofia family. This could be found out from Charlotte. The mention of her brother's fiancé immediately caused Alice to look displeased, which showed on her face. She immediately declared that she had enough reading for today, and it was time to sleep. At this, Roll stood up, stroked his sister's head, and declared that she was too old to sleep in the same room with him, after which he asked her to go to her room. Alice smiled happily and readily agreed with the guy's words, but at the same time she had completely different thoughts in her head. She was already at the 4th base level and had the attribute of perfection, which allowed her to overcome the resistance of her less powerful brother and put him to sleep with the lullaby spell. The plan worked as planned. The girl laid Rowell on the bed and changed into sleepwear. Then Alice herself climbed into bed with her brother, covered herself with a blanket, and began to prepare for rest. But before that, she had one more thing to do. First, she spent a few minutes admiring Roll's sleeping face and wishing him sweet dreams. Then the white-haired girl kissed the guy, who was struck by her spell, on the corner of his lips. The next day, in the south of the Ascart family's patrimony, the Diamond Riviera motorcade, belonging to the Sorafia house, moves along the road. The heiress of the family was riding in the main carriage, not far from which 4 lines of soldiers were marching. Charlotte was consumed by the thought that all the girls of the Sorafi family were doomed to an unhappy marriage. But she did not want such a fate for herself. Then she remembered the words of her father, who noticed that after a whole 100 years, heirs were born to their houses in the same year, which he considered an omen of fate. But the girl decided not to rush to conclusions because the groom might not be too bad, since he manages his land so well. She also relied on her servant Grace, who should get information about the guy. The maid Charlotte was thinking about, who, by the way, had the surname Caden, had just left ahead of the cortege and had already arrived at the Ascart family estate. At the door, she was met by Roll's personal maid, Anna, who, it turned out, had the last name Eldor. Grace introduced herself and said that it was an honor for her to pay this visit, mentally adding a plus to the impressions. Both girls demonstrated high professionalism and knowledge of etiquette. Then, the maid of the Ascart family began to lead the guests through the halls of the estate. Both the reception and the interior decoration were fully in line with Grace's expectations of such a distinguished noble house, which made her add another plus. During the conversation, Caden was surprised to learn that Roll Ascart had still not woken up, although it was long past time, to which Anna referred to the fact that he had stayed up late reading. Such diligence in her studies left only a good impression on Grace, and Eldor suggested that she wait until she woke up her young master. But when they came to Roll's room, Charlotte's maid was surprised to see a picture of a young girl appearing from behind the door. It was Alice. Anna became nervous but tried to explain the situation, saying that this was the younger sister of the Askartov heir, with whom he was on very good terms, and that this time they had been sitting up late in the evening reading books. Alice, who had just recently woken up, looked at the maids who had come here with a degree of bewilderment and curiosity, trying to figure out what was going on. Caden looked at her sternly, considering such behavior for a brother and sister to be complete nonsense, adding one more minus to the impression of this visit. Anna tried to divert attention and smooth things over by inviting her guests to visit the kitchen and decide on today's menu. But on the way, they encountered another surprise, or to be more specific, first they saw a bright glow, and then angelic wings. It was Nora who activated her kinship, dressed very provocatively, and also took with her a collar and a whip, deliberately creating a very interesting impression. She was pleased with the effect produced, but the performance was not over yet, and the girl, with a smile, asked Anna about Roll's location. Grace was again dissatisfied, and Anna was nervous, but she greeted the blonde, said that she was glad to see Her Highness, and replied that Ascart was tired yesterday and was still sleeping. Then the princess lashed out with her whip and declared that she would go to him right away because she couldn't wait to have fun with him today. Outwardly, Grace remained more or less calm, but inside she was extremely surprised that the heir to the theocracy of Saint Maceda, in addition to her position as Roll's protector, was doing something like this. And as if the girl's friend who spoke immediately asked her to be quieter since they had a guest in their estate, but it was already too late. But inside her there was a real storm of indignation, discontent, and determination not to allow her beloved mistress to settle in such a place under any circumstances. Soon, the visit to the Askartov estate ended, and Caden headed back to the cortege, which, upon her arrival, had just stopped for the people and horses to rest. In the Sorafia completely trusted her personal servant, so she simply accepted her words and was now somewhat gloomy. Resolute, she then began to think about the situation, starting with the fact that this marriage was essentially just a beneficial cooperation agreement for two families. After some time, the Diamond Riviera motorcade arrived at the Ascart family home, and Roll himself came out to meet his, albeit unwanted, bride. Elite guards stood on either side of them, and the first meeting between the heirs of the two families began with bows to each other and mutual introductions. Then the main villain invited Charlotte to go into the estate, pointing to the door, and the girl thanked him. When he first met Sorokina, the guy immediately noticed her truly noble aura and decided to first win her favor before proposing to collaborate in breaking off the engagement. The girl herself was thinking at that moment that for some reason she felt a strong aroma of luck from this estate. While for Roll, for some reason, everything was the opposite. At the door, they were met by the maids bowing, and Ascart assumed that Charlotte was tired from the journey and invited her to rest and have some tea with him. The girl did not refuse, replying that she would consider it an honor. Then everything was quickly prepared and the guy, as expected, courted the lady, moving a chair closer. The estate's maids immediately began to fuss over the table, providing cups of aromatic drinks and other things. Then, they both began to look for a topic of conversation. Charlotte was looking for an advantage, was interested in fashion and musical art, but none of this was suitable. This was not suitable. The silence dragged on. Roll's interest lay in the search for knowledge, military affairs, and the management of the estate. As a result, the conversation never began. They simply drank tea in silence, the main villain already feeling a little uncomfortable, wondering where to even begin. Then an idea finally popped into his head. He remembered that letter and the interesting emblem, and decided to start the conversation by asking about it. The envelope with the ancient message was right there with him, in the inside pocket of his jacket, where Roll began to rummage around to find it. His movements allowed Charlotte to see the mark of a kiss on Askart's neck, a real hickey left by an unknown person. But she remained silent, continuing to drink tea, but not for long. She put down her cup and, noticing the unceremoniousness of her next statement, declared that their engagement was a mistake. Roll didn't have time to pull out the letter and froze, surprised to see that they hadn't had time to get to know each other better. While deep down he understood that he himself wasn't against something like that, but he wanted to earn relationship points from her first. Sarafia, meanwhile, ignored his words and took out a coin, explaining that it was the currency of the ancient Austin Empire, the Mora, in which heads meant bliss and tails meant misfortune. Charlotte herself possessed the attribute of fate, which allowed this very ancient object to be used for fortune-telling, which is what she suggested doing. Without even waiting for an answer, the girl tossed a coin into the air, letting it decide the outcome of their marriage. Already watching the rotation of the Mora, Roll responded with words that he had no objections to such a thing. Both watched the coin's flight with tension, and at a certain moment Charlotte used her destiny attribute, activating it verbally. At that very second, the Mora instantly fell down, as if it had become many times heavier. The result of the fortune-telling was about to be known. The coin began to hit its edges against the wooden surface of the table, bouncing off and delaying the result. Finally, the tense anticipation of the fortune-telling result ended, and the eagle came up, which signifies bliss. Charlotte, however, had expected a completely different outcome. And this event made her jump up from her chair and loudly ask how this could have happened. She was so moved by the fact that the girl possessed the attribute of fate, and her fortune-telling was usually spot on, but now she came to the conclusion that something was wrong. So she tried again. The coin of the ancient Austin Empire once again took off into high flight, which was once again observed by Roel and his bride. But in the end, the result of the fortune-telling was again the same. The plague again showed an eagle, foreshadowing the so-called bliss. Then Sarafia threw the ancient plague a third time, and then a fourth and a fifth, but the result remained unchanged. Roel watched all this with a strange look, but the girl was already much more nervous. Her plan had failed miserably, but she still frantically continued to toss the Mora, hoping for a different result, repeating the same actions. But this fortune-telling was already interrupted by Roel, who caught the coin in flight right under the gaze of the worried bride. It was as if she was no longer there, just with her mouth open and staring into space, while the guy, uncertainly watching her reaction, suggested that they stop all this. Then the girl suddenly turned her head to the side, hearing, and now seeing, how the servants watching this performance were barely able to contain their laughter and were quietly whispering. Realizing the shameful situation she had found herself in, Charlotte covered her face and let out a long cry of denial and shame. Then, finding herself in the same position, the girl quickly informed her fiancé that she was not feeling well and said goodbye, which she did while running, hastily leaving the hall. Roel, in some shock and confusion, tried to stop the girl, but she did not want to listen to him, and soon there was a loud slam of the door. While he froze in place, realizing that Sarafia had simply up and run away from their first meeting, which was already a bit too much, the maids stopped holding back and loud laughter began to sound from them. Roel came. A little later, one of the maids went to Charlotte's guest room and knocked on the door, then asked her to come out and informed her that no one was laughing at her here. Sarafia left this request unanswered, simply lying silently on the bed, her face buried in the pillow. Her personal maid, Grace, was also in the room, and the girl asked her opinion regarding the fortune-telling and its results. Caden replied that although its meaning was quite clear, many factors that could influence the outcome should also be taken into account, such as weather influences, the relationship of the participants, their attributes, and so on. Charlotte agreed with this, but added that this marriage was a very risky business and she could not play with it. Later, the boy and the girl met again at the table. This time it was time for lunch and they had to share food. Roel looked at his bride with displeasure, mentally indignant that she had the courage to come here after that escape in the morning in which she left him looking like a fool. At a certain point, the girl put the cutlery aside and began to apologize to Asgard for the incident. Having expressed her regret about this, Charlotte again raised the issue of breaking off the engagement, adding that if the guy supported her, then she could offer something. It turned out that Sarafia was ready to give 300,000 gold coins as compensation for the termination of the contract. Outwardly, Roel remained calm, although inside he was overcome with greed because he still owed the system 350,000, and this would allow him to pay off most of the debt, and also get revenge for the mourning. But the guy was in no hurry to agree so easily. He began to inflate his value, starting with the fact that Charlotte values his centuries-old family extremely low and insults him with such a proposal. Then the heiress of the House of Sarafia decided to raise the stakes, offering 400,000 gold coins. But even this was not enough for Asgard, and he, continuing to maintain a pious appearance, declared that he treated the sacred promise between their families with the utmost sincerity. Such words already made the girl quite nervous. She grabbed the fabric of her dress tightly, and her hands began to shake. The groom's statement seemed true to her. But still, interrupting and stuttering, she raised the price again, offering 500,000 gold, then getting ready to say something else. But what exactly is unknown, because as soon as the main villain heard the new bet, he interrupted it with an exclamation in which he agreed to this amount. This instantly reached Charlotte's ears and she froze in place, because she had no longer hoped for a positive outcome. The guy leaned towards her with a cheerful expression on his face and said that this amount would be enough, and his house was committed to love marriages and would not interfere with the girl's happiness. Sarafia herself did not understand what emotions she should experience, because on the one hand she achieved her goal, albeit at a higher cost. But her feelings told her that she had been deceived. Her thoughts were interrupted by Roll, who was finally able to show her the letter, tell her about the seal of her family on the envelope and ask her to look at it. The girl was surprised that Asgard had such an ancient thing and agreed to look at the message and tell her what she found out. But, at the moment when they both came into contact with the letter, something strange happened. Some kind of magic worked. Then, an unknown influence suddenly showed only the girl a vision of several ships sailing in some sea or ocean. The strange vision immediately made Charlotte uneasy, and she was even able to recognize and identify the picture she saw as a certain golden fleet. Fearing an unknown phenomenon, Asgard pulled his hand back, releasing the letter from his fingers, which instantly interrupted the magical phenomenon. The girl slowly brought the envelope to her face, silently trying to comprehend what she saw and think about what had just happened. It didn't take her long, and soon Charlotte announced that she had changed her mind and was not going to return home. This turn of events was not part of Roll's plans, but he still asked for a more detailed explanation of this decision, albeit in a surprised tone. The lady told me that among the members of her clan who traced their lineage back to the High Elves, there was a legend about the Golden Fleet, a story that goes back as far as the Third Age, somewhere between the years 200 and 300. Over 700 years ago, the Kingdom of Sophia, using a special spell inherent to the High Elves and spending a huge amount of resources, created the Golden Fleet, which defeated the mythical Kraken. This, at one time, opened the first sea route from north to south for humanity. But later this state broke some taboo for which the gods wiped them off the face of the earth. Only the Sarafia clan survived to this day. Having finished the story, the girl asked Roll for help. She wanted to get more records about all of this. For the sake of restoring the former power of her house, she was ready to pay any price the guy demanded. He would have been glad to receive more money or other services, but he had nothing else except this letter, which he told his bride about. Charlotte then began to look for another way to obtain information about the Golden Fleet. First of all, by asking why they suddenly saw this vision. To this, Roll responded with a whole lecture about some of the possibilities of his family's lineage. When in contact with ancient artifacts, he is able to see these visions, and now their lineages resonated. Sarafia interrupted further explanations and stated that she understood everything, and now they needed to become closer to each other. First, she offered the guy to take her hand, adding that she would pay 1,000 gold coins for this small service. Roll frowned at the offered limb, thinking about the whole situation and weighing whether to agree to it or not. Suddenly, he then explained his position by saying that his contractor had been stuck on the 5th base level for too long, and that this opportunity couldn't be missed. Asgard needed to finally break through. Having finished his practically one-sided conversation with the ancient deity, the main villain looked at the hand extended to him with a calmer and more determined gaze. The next moment he agreed and carefully took the girl's hand, expecting a new vision, or even something more global. But expectations were not met. They simply stood opposite each other, holding hands and were silent. Absolutely nothing happened. In the end, this led only to embarrassment on both sides. They simply touched each other and stood like that for some time in complete silence, hoping for something. Having broken contact, Charlotte began to think about what to do next, since holding hands had led to nothing. After a short time, a new idea came to her mind, which was for the guy to hug her, which she voiced, surprising him. Feeling a little embarrassed and unsure, Sarafia asked to make it stronger, as this would increase the chance of their bloodlines resonating again, adding that she would pay 2,000 gold. Roll thought that he wouldn't want to do this, but his greed and debt to the system came into play again, because the girl was paying huge amounts of money for such insignificant actions. His cheeks blushing slightly, the main villain abruptly pulled his bride towards him, pressing her tighter to his chest, which was quite unexpected for her, Charlotte asked the guy to be a little softer with her, to which he recalled her own words about needing to hug her tighter. Then the girl looked up at the groom's neck and did not see the trace of the kiss there, involuntarily wondering out loud that it had already passed. Roel didn't understand what Sarafia was talking about and began trying to examine the place where she was looking and rubbing his neck, but found nothing. This reaction allowed Charlotte to realize that Asgard himself was unaware of the hickey, and she also noticed a suspicious residual pulsation of mana from that place. The hug continued. Roel stared into space, and the girl wondered who made that fake kiss mark. At that very moment, Alice opened the door and immediately started talking about breaking off the engagement and suggested to her brother that she feed him herself. But then she saw that the heir of the Asgards was standing and tightly embracing his bride, which immediately brought her unpleasant surprise, anger, and indignation. Charlotte glanced at Roel's sister and immediately realized that this fake hickey was definitely her doing, and this was indicated by her attribute of fate, which she associated with the appearance of the white-haired girl immediately after her mental question. This option was also indicated by Alice's visible mood, which was manifested not only on her face, but also in the swirls of mana behind her and around her. The main villain began to justify himself to his sister, but was almost immediately interrupted by a question from Sarafia, who addressed him with the kind word "dear" and asked who this girl was. And to motivate him to play along with her, she asked him about it, once again adding that she would pay for it in gold, this time 3,000. Greed took over again, and Roel and his bride began to pretend to be a good couple. He also introduced his younger sister Alice. Hearing this, Charlotte apologized to the white-haired girl and also explained that the scene she saw happened because this was their first meeting, in which they unwittingly allowed their desires to take over. The girl then leaned against the nervous Roel, called him darling again, and said that in the future they would have to be more careful about observing the rules of decency. This made Alice worry because she did not understand what was happening, since her brother's fiancé should have been disappointed in the engagement after everything that she and Nora had done. Eventually, the guy's sister decided to find out about all this and started spying on the couple. But Charlotte noticed the white-haired girl's presence every time and quietly offered the groom thousands of gold coins to play along with her. Neither in the living room nor in the garden, when they were walking, did Alice manage to catch them by surprise. Sarafia continued to bribe Roel, and he continued to accept them, although he mentally understood what he had sunk to for the sake of money. This continued at dinner, Charlotte personally feeding the guy, this time offering him 5,000 gold coins. Alice was also sitting at the table, and she could not stand the sight and the atmosphere, which she destroyed by abruptly throwing her fork on the table. Then she rose from her chair, gloomily declared that she had no appetite, and added that she was leaving the room. Roel followed her up, worried about his sister's behavior, but Charlotte offered him 10,000 gold pieces to sit back down and continue eating with her. Then the guy looked at her with a strange look. The amount for such a small thing was very substantial, and his gaze was a mixture of greed, nervousness, surprise, and anticipation. Alice realized that this woman, who she considered vile, had completely subjugated her older brother with the power of her money. It was also depressing that she could not compete with Roel's bride, having the status of his younger sister, and she did not have such wealth as the heiress of the Sarafia family. But then a cunning idea came into his head about how to resist Charlotte, because Princess Nora could become her rival, although giving another competitor a chance is also so-so, but there is no other way out. 10 days passed. Another morning, Roel is sitting in the family library, surrounded by stacks of books and reading one of them. At that moment, someone opened the door to the room. The guy noticed the guest only when she came right up to him. So focused was he on his reading, and also obvious fatigue and lack of sleep, evident in the bags under his eyes, played a role. It was his fiancée Charlotte who showed concern that Asgard had once again spent the whole night poring over books. The guy responded by saying that there had been no results regarding the Golden Fleet for almost half a month, and besides, the lady had already spent so much money that he even felt a little ashamed and said that he was sorry. Then the main villain rose from the floor, took off his cloak, and said that he would go make himself and her some tea at the same time. Over these 10 days, Charlotte had developed some sympathy for her fiancé, and was unhappy that he was torturing himself so much, believing that they no longer had a purely commercial relationship. Soon the guy returned with a tray containing a teapot and 2 cups. He offered the girl a try and said that he had made the tea himself. But the girl suddenly interrupted him, took him by the elbow and suggested taking a break for today, causing Asgard to be perplexed. He didn't have time to ask anything, because Sarafia abruptly pulled him along with her, declaring that they would soon admire the butterflies. It didn't take long before the couple unexpectedly found themselves transported to the Austin Empire, Lehman Forest. Driving, Roel himself was more excited at that moment about the instantaneous movement to the Austin Empire, 1,000 miles away from the Asgard estate, which was possible thanks to the unique ability of the Sarafievs, the Twin Stone, While he this time, moreover, then the man, but he quickly pulled himself together and greeted a certain Count Roland and Mrs. Scher from the Kingdom of Mandel, which indicated that Roll and Charlotte had arrived here under false identities, although they did not hide their faces. Soon, almost immediately, a man in a butterfly mask approached them and handed the boy an egg in a stand, saying that this was the incubator they were supposed to use. Having thanked the man, Roll noticed the strange look on his companion's face, and she explained that she was looking at an exclusive area reserved for the nobility of the Austin Empire. She paid special attention to the woman with fiery red hair sitting on a comfortable sofa, who at that moment was being offered his hand by some blonde aristocrat. Asgard also noticed Charlotte's strange interest in this person and began to examine her himself, but not noticing anything unusual, he asked if they knew each other. The girl somewhat gloomily confirmed the groom's guess and said that this woman was her mother. This news made Roll wonder about the identity of the man next to her, because he had previously met Bruce Serafia, and he looked completely different. Then, Asgard guessed that they had caught this woman cheating, and now had to collect evidence, and information also surfaced that he and Charlotte were not here in their real bodies. But the girl only laughed at her companion's words, thanked him for his willingness to help even in such a matter, and said that they were here simply to see her mother. Then, Serafia said that she had not seen her for 5 years, and also said that she and her father had entered into a marriage of convenience. At the same time, the girl's memory flashed back to the day when her mother left, when she tripped her daughter up and was generally cold. Without going into details, the girl said that her parent, Adelicia, believed that Charlotte was a disgrace to the pure blood of her Milton family, so she refused her. Then she admitted that she herself did not understand her feelings for this woman, whether it was indignation or some kind of languid attachment. After this, Serafia asked if she herself was a fool, and Roel supported her with the words that this mother was not worthy of her daughter. These words made Charlotte beam, admitting that this was the first time someone else had felt angry for her, which gave her a strange but at the same time joyful feeling. Then she corrected herself, declaring that her fiancé could not be someone else, at which time Asgard turned away from her, hiding his embarrassment at such sincere words. Be that as it may, soon Serafia thanked her companion from the bottom of her heart for his support, and the celebration continued. After a while, someone began tapping a glass with a spoon, attracting the attention of the aristocrats who had arrived. It was the master of ceremonies, who, like the staff, wore a butterfly mask, who addressed the guests with the announcement that from that moment on the festival was officially considered open. The time had come for the nobles to pour mana into the incubators given to them, which they began to do. All the aristocrats were mages. The couple of Adelicia, Charlotte's mother, and the blonde man who accompanies her were no different. It was the woman who poured the magic into the egg. The fiery red-haired woman continued to receive attention from her daughter, who noted that the incubator in her hands was charged with the attribute of the imperial family, the kingdom, which would make her butterfly the brightest. Then the girl added that in this way, Adelicia wants to show everyone that she is the most beautiful and purebred here. After this statement, silence reigned between the couple. Serafia looked somewhere to the side, most likely at her mother, and Roel glanced at her. He suddenly turned to Grandar and asked if the realm was really that powerful, but added that compared to his contractor's attribute, it was just trash. Then, Roel began to fill his incubator with mana, also addressing his companion with words about how she should not envy her mother. And he complimented her, saying that the most beautiful and purebred girl was right in front of him. Almost immediately after these words, the incubator's drink reached its maximum, and excess mana began to spill out of the egg in the form of small lightning bolts. Then the shell cracked, small fragments flew up, and a small golden barrier appeared around it. The egg began to crack more and more actively. It was falling apart, and a still dim glow began to emerge from within. Soon the incubator was completely destroyed, revealing a newborn magical butterfly, which was bright golden, and its wings were still folded. When they straightened out, their color changed to a more orange hue, and in the patterns on them, by a strange coincidence, it seemed as if one could see a rose. Charlotte stared at the magical creature, around which the same golden barrier had appeared, mesmerized by the brightness and beauty of the spectacle. Then, the magical insect rushed somewhere upwards, to the ceiling of the hall, allowing itself and the other guests to examine it. The appearance of the brightest light did not go unnoticed by the festival's organizer. He announced this year's winner and added that it was a rare species of royal butterfly. The host asked them if they were a couple, to which Roel began to mumble uncertainly. But the girl declared that they were married, with both of them having a blush on their cheeks. To this, the man wasn't too concerned with the details, whether they were married or engaged. The main thing was that they were still a couple, and therefore could begin the kiss of luck ritual. At this, the main villain immediately became nervous and wary. He had never heard or read about anything like this, and no one had told him about it, so he clarified the details with the manager. It turned out that this was a tradition according to which a lady should thank a gentleman with a light kiss for an open bow tie. Roel was against this, but Charlotte began to convince her companion to agree to this, declaring that this was just a small ritual, and maybe even fate. Without waiting for consent from Asgard, the girl quickly approached him and stood on tiptoe to reach the rather tall guy. In the end, Serafia kissed her fiancé on the cheek, and the main villain himself also noticed a small message from the system about a one-time increase of 10,000 affection points. Roel's attention was also drawn to the intense magical bursts that erupted around the couple, while the girl continued to kiss him on the cheek. Apparently, their bloodlines resonated again. This time the vision showed a couple. The woman looked like an older Charlotte, and the man was Vincent Asgard, whom he recognized from pictures and portraits. The kiss on the cheek seemed to have dragged on for too long. The riot of magic and the scenes shown by the magic ended, which allowed Roel to pay attention to this and become embarrassed. Soon his fiancée decided that this was enough and nevertheless moved away, remaining quite satisfied with her actions. The master of ceremonies called on the guests to applaud the demonstration of true love and asked goddess Saya to bless the couple so that their feelings would be recognized by fate itself. After this, the man thoroughly embarrassed the boy and girl by urging them to go to the bedroom and have a good rest, and at the end of his speech, wishing them an unforgettable night. The couple had no choice but to follow this and head to the bedroom allocated to them. As Roel surveyed the room's furnishings, he mentally acknowledged that in his home world, this would have been a luxury suite, and Charlotte reflected on the many business decisions the Miltons had made during her parents' marriage. Despite the circumstances, both were calm, at least for now. But the guy raised the issue that his companion's mother did not recognize him. Serafia sat down on the bed and said that 5 whole years had already passed. She had grown a lot, and there was a possibility that Adelicia had simply thrown the memory of her daughter out of her head. Then, her slightly sad mood from the question raised quickly changed when she touched her lips and remembered that innocent kiss in the hall. Remembering what happened then and that moment as a whole, the girl asked the guy if he saw anything then. The main villain, embarrassed by the discussion of this kiss, told about a vision in which he saw his ancestor Vincent Asgard, who, most likely, is the recipient of that letter, the Lord of the Estate. Charlotte admitted that she also saw a vision then, in which she recognized her ancestor, the ruler of the Kingdom of Sophia, Queen Isabel. She then suggested that they were both members of the Assembly of Twilight Sages, to which Roel asked for details regarding the organization. Serafia shared information that when her family created an intelligence network, they accepted many people from the famous Karash clan of assassins, whose founder was from this assembly, which no longer exists today. There was very little information. The only thing that Asgard understood was that the organization included members of very eminent families, and it could not simply disappear without a trace. Charlotte hugged the pillow and Roel sat down next to her, starting to ask if she knew anything else. The girl had nothing new to say. She only thoughtfully noted that Her Majesty Isabel and Vincent were a couple. The guy inadvertently noticed a funny coincidence, also remembering a past temporary adventure. After this casually slipped-out remark, an awkward silence reigned between the couple. Charlotte hid her face in the pillow, and Asgard looked around, embarrassed. After some time, they calmed down a little, but Roel still tried not to look at his bride, but she herself called him, attracting her attention. When he turned to the girl, he instantly experienced a whole cocktail of feelings, which mixed extreme embarrassment, shock, shyness, and even anxiety. The thing is that Charlotte, her cheeks slightly flushed, lay down on the bed, assumed a somewhat seductive pose, and called her fiancé to also lie down next to her. The next thing Roel did when he was able to tear himself away from the spectacle before him was to immediately try to hide the problem that had arisen. The girl, it seemed, had done all this unintentionally and was now aware of her mistake, starting to get nervous and explaining that she was simply suggesting they sleep since it was already late. But the guy only quickly turned away from his bride, hiding his face, and said that he would go to sleep on the sofa, wishing his companion good night. Charlotte, however, was against this option, so she extended her hand towards her fiancé and exclaimed his name. But the main villain did not turn around or stop, and the lady's fingers could not reach him, only barely touching the edge of his cloak. And so he left, while Serafia looked after him, apparently not fully realizing the effect she had had on Asgard. The guy himself, as soon as he left the bedroom, immediately leaned against the door, putting his hand on the door handle. So he stood there for a while, trying to get his feelings in order, while outwardly remaining quite calm, even somewhat gloomy. But in the end, to calm his emotions, he bought 2 new abilities from the system store: Cold-Blooded Animal, which increased rationality, and Tough Skin, which also increased defense. After this, he managed to fall asleep quite quickly, which he hoped would also put his thoughts in order. But that night he was unable to sleep peacefully. This time, just like a long time ago, during his first meetings with Grandar, his soul or consciousness was carried away somewhere, and this time the cause was not an ancient giant skeleton, but someone more alive, and apparently no less powerful. She was surprised that someone could find her here, noted the man's youth, and wished him to survive at least until their next meeting. Asgard himself remained unconscious all this time. At this point, the meeting with apparently some other deity ended. The main villain never found out about it, and now his spiritual body is falling somewhere at high speed. He woke up in a completely different place, feeling the rain on his skin and hearing loud thunder. No longer on a comfortable sofa, but in an unknown place. The shock this time he had 120 hours to do everything. He was already at 11% awakening, and when the guy was getting up, he accidentally bumped his hand into something other than the floor. It was something soft and out of place, which made Roll think that something had been transported with him. But looking at this surprise, Asgard saw Charlotte, his bride, lying next to him on the wooden surface. The girl also soon woke up, feeling both the rain and the movements of her groom, and also hearing thunder, after which she began to sleepily rub her eyes. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings in Asgard, she immediately asked him where they were and how they ended up there. And when she looked around more closely, she was completely shocked, because there was sea and storm everywhere, and they were lying on the deck of some ship. The main villain was ready to give the bride all the explanations. But before that, he decided to apologize to the girl, as he felt guilty for unwittingly dragging her into danger with the power of his lineage. And then Asgard explained that now the two of them were not just anywhere, but in the 261st year of the Third Era on one of the ships of the Golden Fleet. After hearing all this, Serafia, surprisingly, accepted this news quite calmly, without screaming or panicking. Moreover, she declared that she would protect Roll. He began to deny that he would be the protector for the bride, but their conversation was interrupted in the middle. The thing is that some kind of monster began to climb on board the ship, making a loud sound that sounded like breathing. It turned out to be some kind of deep-sea humanoid, with a human-like build, but with a fish head, scales all over its body, fins, webbing between its fingers and claws on its hands and feet. The appearance of such a monster quite shocked Charlotte and Roll. The guy even let out a cry of surprise and bewilderment at the existence of such a creature. The monster didn't wait and, seeing people in front of him, instantly rushed at them in a jump, emitting something like a hiss. But what it already considered prey turned out to be not defenseless, and the fish received a shining fist to the face. The blow crushed its jaw and broke some of its sharp fangs. It was, of course, Roll, who with his attack sent the humanoid flying far back into the water from which it emerged. Having dealt with the danger, the guy returned his gaze to Charlotte and continued the conversation, declaring that it was he who would protect her. This sight, the groom's words, and also the way he now looked made a certain impression on the girl, causing her cheeks to blush. But there was no time for further conversation. The fishman was not alone, and new monsters were already climbing onto the deck of the ship, and there were many of them. Moreover, there were more and more of them, which made Roll become more serious, standing up for the lady. But Serafia herself did not intend to be a damsel in distress. She was going to help her fiancé in the battle. First, she activated her necklace, which was an artifact. The next second, the stone on the jewelry glowed golden and began to levitate slightly, while the girl closed her eyes, concentrating on her mystical abilities. The effect was not long in coming. The first signs of activation were the appearance of energy flows near her hands. Very soon, the girl was already holding two pistols and jumping between the crowd of fishmen, accurately shooting them and dodging all the attacks of the monsters. At this point, Roll stood frozen in amazement, openly admiring the sight that opened up before him and Charlotte's skills. So far, she was coping on her own, but the guy was distracted by his system, which suddenly sent him a new notification. The numerical value of the evaluation parameter increased by 1 point, reaching 7, remaining low for now. But this showed the benefit of killing these creatures, and also that Serafia's successes were also being recorded in the system. Be that as it may, Roll still felt guilty for putting the girl in danger, so he offered to take her to a safe place while he himself would kill these deep-sea creatures. But the lady had her own opinion on this matter. She stated that she was the guy's fiancé, and not a useless burden. She then asked him to rely on her and continued shooting. Now they were fighting back to back, covering each other and continuing to kill the fish-like creatures. At the same time, the ship's crew was also not idle, fighting the monsters that were attacking them. For example, one man, distinguished by his well-developed muscles, was now pulling the enemy's jaws in different directions. But in the end, he simply tore the humanoid into 2 pieces with his bare hands, throwing the bleeding pieces to the sides, demonstrating monstrous strength. He was the captain of this ship called San Pablo. His name is Jeff, and he is on the 3rd true level. He was now concerned about the condition of one of the crew members, Lower, who was seriously injured and also held an important position, responsible for activating the ship's engine. He was the vice captain, and no one else possessed the Imperial spell needed to activate the ship's electrical grid, which was a huge problem right now, which consisted of the fact that the wounds were critical. His last words were the information that there would be enough energy for another 10 minutes. during which time it was necessary to break out of the encirclement, an apology, and that's all. Then Lower closed his eyes and breathed his last. And Jeff took a precious moment to remove his hat and pay his last respects. As soon as the man said goodbye to his old friend, one of the crew members pointed somewhere to the side and called for the captain to look at what was happening on the deck. The bearded man put his hat back on and glanced at it, continuing to smoke his cigar even in the midst of this battle, with the storm and drops of water falling from above. There, he saw the battle between Roll and Charlotte, which caused him considerable surprise since he did not have these people on his ship, either in the crew or among the passengers. Jeff realized from their clothes that they were both members of the nobility, while Asgard went wild, sending at least 7 fishmen flying with one blow. Although the captain admitted that the guy's strength was quite good, he was much more attracted by the girl, her fighting style and magic. The thing was that she used gemstone magic, which was only possessed by members of the imperial family of this country, which awakened the man's hope that she would be able to activate the engine. But he didn't have time to develop his thought and do anything. A new problem appeared. A huge mass of water suddenly rose next to the ship. Something huge was emerging from the depths, tilting the ship with a wave. It was a giant humanoid creature with wings, an octopus-like head with tentacles instead of a mouth, and glowing eyes. Each member of the San Pablo's crew was an experienced sailor, which allowed them to immediately recognize this monster. It was Cthulhu, and its appearance instilled fear in the people. It seemed that Charlotte was too caught up in the battle with the fishmen and did not notice the appearance of a new enemy. And he himself, in the meantime, decided to hit the ship with his huge fist, aiming straight at the girl. Asgard immediately noticed this and warned his bride with a loud cry about the danger looming over her. She finally realized that a crushing attack was about to fall upon her, but she no longer had time to dodge. Cthulhu's fist was falling with enormous force and speed, the air resistance even heating up his skin. Realizing that Seraphia would not be able to avoid the blow, and also not knowing whether she would be able to block it somehow, Roll himself stood in front of her to protect her, and he decided to do this by responding to attack with attack. After asking Grandar whether one fist, well charged with mana, would be enough to deal with this creature. Now the not-so-huge skeleton replied that if one was not enough, then 2 would certainly be enough, after which he joined his contractor's counterattack. The blows, in which the monstrous power of the magical creature and Roel's mana were intertwined, together with the support of the ancient god, generated a huge explosion. And the riot of energies was so bright that it blinded all witnesses of this exchange of attacks, as well as the initiators themselves. The explosion also created a huge shockwave, which benefited the ship's defenders, throwing overboard, if not all, then most of the attacking fishmen. The deck was cleared of deep-sea creatures, and the resulting aftermath, including the wind, raised several new waves and straightened the sails. Some problems also affected the crew members, in particular the captain and the guy next to him. But they stayed on the deck without any problems, just covering their eyes, and Jeff even held onto his hat. Charlotte, although she was located as close as possible and watched everything, one might say from the front row, was also not harmed in any way. Her fiancé fully fulfilled the duties of his protector. When everything finally calmed down, the girl was able to open her eyes and take in the view that opened before her with surprise. The combined attack of Roel and Grandar clearly overwhelmed Cthulhu's power. The monster ended up losing about half its body, and the clash of blows even dispersed some of the clouds, revealing the light of the sun. Captain Jeff and his subordinate watched these consequences with their mouths open in surprise. The former even let out a curse word. Cthulhu himself, or most likely his already dead body, could no longer stand towering over the ship, but with a loud splash fell into the water, sinking to the bottom. At the same time, someone was watching the death of this creature from a distance using a telescope. The observer turned out to be a woman with pointed ears and clothing most likely characteristic of the people Charlotte had spoken of, the High Elves. Seeing the scene before her, she could only wonder what had happened there. After all, the telescope did not zoom in very much. Roel, meanwhile, was overtaken by the consequences of his attack, and something like steam began to be released from his entire body, as well as from his mouth. The guy also began to feel incredibly weak after spending a huge amount of mana, and even more help from Grandar, which caused him to fall backwards. Charlotte noticed her fiancé's condition and immediately ran to him, intending to stop his fall, and she made it just in time, hugging the guy from behind and supporting him on his feet while he tried to come to his senses. 10 seconds later, Asgard reassured his fiancée by saying that he was fine and just needed rest after the fight. Then the couple sat down right on the deck. Charlotte continued to hug him from behind and thanked him for his protection. In this position, feeling a certain peace, Roel began to restore his strength, closing his eyes and feeling the girl pressed against him. But this atmosphere, to the displeasure of the main villain, did not last long, and soon he opened his eyes again, staring at the world with a somewhat gloomy look. The thing is, the ship's crew approached the couple. People were loudly discussing everything that happened, and Cthulhu, while the captain came closer to check on the guy, and Charlotte was embarrassed that they were caught in such a situation. But then, having confirmed Roll's condition, Jeff moved on to the second question, which was whether the lady could control the ship, surprising Asgard and Serofia. Be that as it may, the ship's deck was soon empty. Everyone went about their business, and the bearded man led the unexpected passengers deeper. There he showed off San Pablo's very futuristic-looking control system and explained that it ran on an electrical grid that only members of the Imperial family could use. Vice Captain Lower, who was responsible for this, died, and now all hope is on Charlotte, because there is only about a minute of energy left, so she began to figure it all out. There was little time, so Serofia began to study the control interface, all the magical flows and so on as quickly as possible. To do this, she once again took up her amulet with the precious stone to use her special magic. Soon, at the same time, she put her hand to the control systems and began to transfer energy to the ship, charging it. This was accompanied by a small riot of energy around her. Her hair began to rise up, and small magical lightning bolts struck from the amulet in her hand, around which a small barrier appeared. The girl was glad that she had succeeded and turned to Roll, informing him of her success. The main villain silently praised his bride, showing her the well-known gesture, a thumbs up, and smiling. Jeff, still smoking a cigar, closed his eyes, took off his hat, and turned to the goddess Sia with a request that his friend Lower could rest in peace. When this little ritual was over, the captain became serious again and began to command the crew, pointing to the required bearing, the target number, and ordering the shot to be fired in a minute. The man then invited Roll and Charlotte to come back with him to the deck to get a better view of the fireworks. Soon the ship's guns were aimed at the required target and the countdown to the shot began. It wasn't just one barrel that had to fire, but all the ones that could hit the point the captain had planned. It turned out that Cthulhu, although he had lost almost half of his body, was still alive and had now returned to continue the fight. And it was this creature that would now be struck by the ship's weapons. Meanwhile, the company of the captain, Roll and Charlotte, positioned themselves right under the barrels of the San Pablo's main cannons, and the shot sounded right above their heads without damaging the hearing of the superhumans. The shots hit all over the body of Cthulhu, who was unaware that he was not safe and could no longer do anything. A moment later, the silhouette of the monster disappeared behind a thick veil, and all sorts of tentacles and other pieces scattered in all directions. Having seen the ship's weapons in action, the boy realized the true power of the Golden Fleet and why it became legendary. And after that, indeed, as Jeff promised, the fireworks began, and beautiful multicolored lights lit up the sky. The rating parameter reached 56 units and moved to average. But the guy was now more interested in the atmosphere that had developed between him and Charlotte. Soon the small celebration ended and the sky became clear again, and the stars were already visible. After some time, another ship docked with San Pablo, from which 3 elves disembarked. One of them was immediately greeted by the captain. She turned out to be the queen. She was also met by Asgard and Serofia. She praised Jeff for his successes, and was also instantly recognized by the couple as the current ruler of the Sophia Empire, Her Majesty Isabella. The woman herself also paid close attention to Roll and Charlotte, immediately realizing that they were strangers, thinking that they could be spies, and also noticing that the girl looked somehow familiar. Determined to get to the bottom of what was going on, Isabella demanded answers as to who had sent the two of them, immediately assuming it was the Convocation of Saints. But Roll began to talk the monarch's ear off, introducing himself and declaring that he brought her a message from the patriarch of his family, Vincent Asgard. The woman was surprised, but the guy provided evidence using the knowledge from that letter, which indicated that Isabella was supposed to arrive at the port of Dvorog in mid-April. He then produced the message itself and lied that the head of the family had teleported him here to help the queen. The elf was taken in and decided that she was mistaken about these people and that they were not spies, because it really was her letter, and the guy's words seemed credible. Roll, however, was pleased with the result achieved and winked discreetly at his bride, while she herself thought with some displeasure that her fiancé was too well-spoken. But the proceedings did not end there. Now the elf turned her attention to Charlotte, demanding answers from her. The girl presented her magic pistol for inspection, which was proof of her belonging to the Serofia family, which was related to the imperial family of Sophia. And Charlotte said that she also came here to help. Isabella believed her. And it also turned out that she did not know about the fact of the survival of this house, because they had long ago left for distant lands. Now the girl had demonstrated a good skill in weaving verbal lace, and Roll thought that he had not expected his bride to be as good as him in this matter. The elf had no idea that she had been fed a mixture of lies and truth. So she decided that the arrival of these two was quite good and called them to follow her. She was going to discuss the rest of the matters later, and the main villain clenched his fists, glad that everything had worked out. After this, Isabella's ship undocked and the Golden Fleet continued on its way, lined up in battle formation. The largest ship, belonging to the elf, went ahead, cutting through the water at high speed. At this time, the woman herself led the two guests into the depths of the hold, where a real spacious treasury was located, full of various riches. Looking at the mountains of coins and jewels, Roll was quite surprised and thought that the Sophia Empire really knows how to run business, just like their Sorfi clan did 800 years later. While the guy was dreaming about how he would escape from here with a whole fortune and pay off his debt to the system, the pointy-eared one raised the question that he and Charlotte were engaged. The girl explained that her father decided that the military power of the Ascart family would be necessary for their family, so he entered into this marriage contract with them. Isabella remarked that this was somewhat sad, and also said that she and Vincent were also engaged, which is why he was waiting for her at the port of Bicorn with a certain egg. Trinity continued her journey through the treasury, and Ascart tried to find out more details about what kind of egg it was. Meanwhile, they arrived where Isabella had planned and pointed her finger forward, answering this question. It turned specifically in the treasury of the Golden Fleet flagship, the sealed vault of the Glacier Maker was located. Roll was these beings, which appeared after the death of the Mother Goddess, were the culprits of the collapse of many ancient civilizations and were very diverse. The elf and the last one is now being transported by the Golden Fleet, although they would like to destroy it, but can only restrain it with special spells without the ability to do anything else. At the same time, Isabella's forces are hampered by many opponents. The Sea People, who want to return the Glacier Maker, as well as the conservative part of Sophia's house, the Convocation of Saints, led by Gordon Sophia. The woman spends a lot of energy on holding back the monster, which slows down her ships, allowing the latter to gradually catch up with the Golden Fleet with their vessels. These difficulties associated with the task led the elf to believe that Roll and Charlotte had been sent to her aid, because at this rate they would soon be surrounded, and a battle would begin that would promise many casualties. This news made Ascart tense up, and he began to actively work his head, soon surmising that by taming this frosty block, they would be able to break away from their opponents. The item was identified by the system as a mutated crown stone that could be absorbed, but the boy was too weak, so help would cost another 300,000 gold. And because of the outstanding first loan, the interest rate was 10% per month, which, in Ascart's opinion, was real robbery, but he saw no other way out. In the future, the port of Dvorog became a cursed, frozen place, and this voyage became the last for the entire Golden Fleet. The reason for all this was now known. In order to survive and save Charlotte, whom he himself unwittingly dragged into all this, the main villain was ready to get into even greater debt to the system. He could not allow the girl to suffer. In the end, he made up his mind and accepted the loan offer, then walked towards the Glacier Maker, surprising Isabella with his movements. But Ascart was in no hurry to explain anything, continuing to walk forward, while the elf tried to stop him, explaining that it was deathly cold near the sealed monster. The ice block itself suddenly reacted to the man's approach, beginning to pulsate strangely and seemed to tremble. Everything indicated that the Glacier Creator was afraid of the boy, which Empress Sophia realized with surprise. At this time, Roll himself had already approached the storage of this creature and extended his hand towards it, while a riot of energy began around him, manifesting itself in cold, icy streams. The system has reported the activation of the Origin attribute. The assimilation process has begun with a 73% chance of success. This should take 3 minutes. The countdown began, and within a minute things had gotten very bad. The main villain's hand was already completely covered in a thick ice crust, threatening to continue to spread further. What was happening did not escape the attention of the spectators, particularly Charlotte, who became very worried about her fiancé, exclaiming his name. There were still a whole 100 seconds left, and the guy was already barely holding on. The ice had already begun to cover his hair, face, and the rest of his body. Serafia could no longer stand aside and tried to help her fiancé, approaching him despite the extreme cold and beginning to transmit her mana to him and heal him. He instantly felt some relief and glanced behind him, where Charlotte had already supported him with words about holding on, because his fiancé was with him. But it didn't help much. The ice from the legendary monster's storage continued to spread, covering the rest of Roll's face. Serafia realized that her help was not enough. The glaciation had only slowed down, and there was still a lot of time until the end of the absorption and Ascart could die earlier. But neither the main villain nor his bride were going to give up, continuing to fight the influence of the Glacier Creator and the consequences of the ongoing process. Isabella watched this spectacle with amazement, witnessing the power of the Ascart family and deciding that she could now help her distant relative. She began to use her magic, which was accompanied by the appearance of streams of magic around her, which seemed to gather into some kind of pattern. As a result, for a moment, a picture of the starry sky appeared in the room, in front of which was a huge elf with blindfolded eyes and scales in her hands. After this, a handful of some bluish coins appeared in the Empress's hands, which she tossed into the air and told Charlotte to watch the process carefully. The girl turned some of her attention to her ancient relative and began to listen about how there was a certain true way to use their lineage. The number of bluish coins grew. They fell onto one side of the illusory scales, and the elf said that they were not servants of fate, but its creators. The round pieces, which the woman called chips, began to outweigh one of the bowls, near which Roll's face appeared. The guy himself seemed to feel better. The riot of cold ceased, became weaker, and the system counted down the last 10 seconds until the end of assimilation. Soon the ice covering Asgard's hand disappeared. The assimilation was complete, and a notification appeared about the successful absorption of part of the powers, as well as about a new skill, Icy Touch. All this did not come so easily to the main villain, and he spent a lot of effort. But now he could finally relax a little and close his eyes. The last thought the boy had before he lost consciousness was that spending 300,000 gold coins was not in vain. After a short time, the women laid Roll on the bed, while he actively spread a visible cold aura around himself. His fiancée was extremely concerned about this fact, because the guy's body temperature was dropping extremely quickly, and this seemed very dangerous. Isabella realized that this was a side effect of assimilation. He could be helped by what had previously held back the glacier creator, the Golden Soul. But now he was overwhelmed by icy energy, which was hindering him. In the end, the ruler thought about it and found a way to solve this problem. But Charlotte had to do it, since she was his fiancée. The girl didn't understand what was being discussed, so the elf pointed her finger at the unconscious boy and declared that Sorofia should kiss him. This explanation immediately made her flustered, and her cheeks blushed. Then she asked if it was possible to take advantage of his vulnerability. The woman didn't see anything wrong with this, since her and her relative's attribute of destiny forces them to remain faithful to only one chosen one. And she believed that a man like Roll would definitely have a lot of girls hanging around him. So Charlotte needed to take action if she didn't want to be left out of her happiness. The Empress's words immediately reminded the girl of the performance that the groom's sister and Her Highness Nora had previously put on for her and Grace in order to force them to break off their engagement. This allowed the lady to gain determination. She did not want to let her rival steal the guy, so she kissed him on the lips, blushing deeply. This had an immediate effect, and the ice crust covering Asgard began to evaporate and his body temperature began to rise. This action was accompanied by a riot of mana around them, and soon Roll completely came to his senses. The cold went away and he began to look the same as before. This allowed him to wake up very quickly, and the first thing he saw in front of him was Charlotte's face. He also felt a kiss. The girl moved away from the main villain and joyfully shouted that he had finally woken up, while he could clearly see the blush on her cheeks. Then, Sorofia hastened to share the joy of her success with a distant relative, who winked and praised her for her determination. After this, Charlotte decided to inquire about the condition of the groom who had come to his senses. He replied that everything was fine, also being embarrassed, but only a little. He was more interested in the new skill, Icy Touch, which allows one to release a directed frost aura, the strength of which depends on the user's mana, and has a side effect in the form of periodic chills. The main villain was pleased. Powerful magic had to be paid for, and besides, his fiancée could help him with this. Meanwhile, the countdown was already showing 60 hours. Looking at the women, Roll thought that they would spend this time in safety, while regretting how everything turned out in real history, where Isabella managed to at least preserve humanity, despite losing everything. Meanwhile, far behind the Golden Fleet, the ships of the Convocation of Saints continued their pursuit of the Empress's forces. They had just arrived at the site of the battle with Cthulhu. Gordon Sophia, an elderly man of the second true level who had betrayed the ruler because of his faith in the mother goddess Sia, was examining its remains. He couldn't understand how they had defeated this monster because he believed that San Pablo was definitely doomed, which could only mean one thing. Someone had helped them. Next to him stood Douglas, the leader of the Convocation of Saints, who helps the children of the goddess, the six disasters, and seeks to revive Sia. He told about the appearance of another owner of the Golden Soul on Isabella's side. This meant the presence of a person who could also activate the Eternal Seal, and Gordon promised that he would do everything in his power to stop the Empress and restore glory to the House of Sophia. White-haired Douglas, however, was filled with determination and bloodlust, announcing that he would take on the elimination of the second owner of the Golden Soul who had suddenly appeared. Roll, meanwhile, was unaware of the impending danger, believing that his actions contributed to the safe completion of the time travel. So he relaxed, looking at the horizon. Isabella decided to join him on the bow of the flagship and began the conversation by asking him if he liked Charlotte. The guy was quite shocked, not so much by the topic itself, but by the elf's unexpected directness. Nervously, Asgard responded by saying that although they were engaged, their relationship was very complicated, but he still hesitantly admitted that he liked her. The woman heard what she wanted and changed the subject, explaining that in order to successfully complete the transportation task, she had applied a certain eternal seal to the glacier creator's storage. Once this safety measure is activated, the solidified golden soul in the San Maria's keel will melt. dragging the source of calamity into the depths of the sea. Until now, she was the only one with a pure enough bloodline to activate this seal. But now Charlotte had appeared and the woman was afraid that Gordon would take some action against her. And then the pointy-eared one moved on to the main topic for which she had come, saying that if anything happened, Roll should do everything possible to protect Seraphia. The guy replied that it was already his duty. As a groom and a man, he must protect his bride from danger. But he still decided to calm the Empress, solemnly swearing that he would make every possible effort to protect Charlotte. Isabella noticed that he now looked as serious as Vincent did when he also made promises, suggesting that this was a family trait of the Asgards. The main villain remembered a completely different feature of the members of his house, namely their early death, becoming somewhat nervous, recalling other coincidences in fate with his ancestors. These reflections led him to an unexpected question about whether fate is immutable, which he asked Isabella. The woman replied that fate does not exist to be obeyed, but to be changed. She then placed her hand on Roll's shoulder in a supportive gesture and stated that he still had a very long way to go. At this point, the conversation had to be urgently interrupted because a loud alarm signal rang out throughout the fleet, meaning that they were under attack. The countdown still showed almost 25 hours, and now Isabella's ships were actively catching up with the vessels of the Convocation of Saints. The Empress ran up to the side of the ship, watching the approaching enemies and noticing in the distance the silhouette of a man she knew. The new arrivals were accompanied by all sorts of deep-sea creatures on the water, sharing with them the same task of freeing the Glacier Maker. The elf was surprised to realize that her enemies had somehow allied with the Sea People, and Gordon explained that this was possible because the Convocation of Saints could communicate with them. At this point, the short exchange of words between the opponents ended, and the pointy-eared one gave the order to open fire on the enemy ships. The young man understood the importance of his duties and hurried to his bride, while at sea, fiery flashes erupted and a battle began between the ships. At this time, Seraphia herself was in the flagship's control center, ready to activate the Eternal Seal at any moment, so that in the event of the Golden Fleet's defeat, she would not allow access to the creator of the glacier. She was forced to defend this place and regretted that she could not fight shoulder to shoulder with her fiancé Roel. She wanted to be next to him now. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the silhouette of the killer formed behind her. The same Douglas who couldn't resist and spoke up, declaring that she would never leave here. While the lady was in confusion and surprise, the killer did not hesitate and made a swift dash towards his target. Charlotte, who did not stop there and continued on his way, trying to hit his victim, and soon blood was shed. But it did not belong to the girl. The attack intended for Seraphia was taken on his body by Roel, who had arrived in time. The scarlet liquid immediately began to soak his clothes and come out of his mouth. The blow itself, which Douglas had delivered, was water magic, namely a sharp tentacle which he abruptly pulled out of Asgard's wound, allowing the bleeding to begin. The damage was very severe. The main villain was able to shield the bride with his body, but now he himself was falling to the floor, suffering from pain and the loss of scarlet liquid. The killer himself, although he was somewhat surprised that the guy had managed to protect his target, did not see any big problems in what had happened. Once again turning his hand into a water tentacle, the man addressed the girl with the words that now it was her turn. Asgard lost consciousness, and at that moment the mysterious woman showed herself again. Touching the boy's spiritual body and blessing him, he instantly opened his eyes and saw a system notification in front of him, informing him that Petra's blessing had been activated and would last for the next 5 minutes. Douglas transformed his tentacle into a water blade and rushed towards Charlotte, intending to finish his job and kill her. Roll instantly rose back to his feet, activated his new skill and froze the enemy's magic, then broke the resulting ice and also pushed the bride behind him. Douglas was amazed that the guy, who seemed, if not dead, then already dying, suddenly stood up and, what's more, was able to fight. Charlotte was also surprised, and it was a pleasant surprise, although it was not clear to her how her fiancé could do this with such wounds. The killer, having received unexpected resistance, hastened to jump away from the enemy and assess the situation. The man became quite nervous. He had never expected to see this boy alive, since the wound he had inflicted was probably fatal. But that wasn't all. Douglas's opponent also possessed frost power, which was extremely unpleasant for water magic. The advantage was on Roll's side. Deciding that he had nothing to do there, the would-be assassin began to provoke Asgard into pursuing him by turning his entire body into water. Soon the intruder had disappeared from the control center. The moisture had leaked into some technical hole, and in the end he said that the girl would not be so lucky next time. The liquid that Douglas had turned into poured straight into the ocean, disappearing into the world's waters and leaving no chance for pursuit. Asgard still intended to track down the killer, so he asked his fiancée to activate the protective ritual and stay here. The girl, having asked the groom about his intentions and having learned that he wanted to kill his opponent, felt great anxiety. Because of this, Charlotte tried to stop Roel, reminding him that he was still wounded, and that the magic of that killer allowed him to feel very free in the ocean. The main villain immediately rushed to calm the girl, pointing to the clothes that were already dry from the blood, and saying that his wound had healed. Douglas was jumping on the surface of the water at this time, moving away from the ship. Apparently, his transformation into water was temporary. At the same time, she thought about the strange guy, but decided that it was useless to do this now. And in the ocean, he still had no equal, and there was nothing to worry about now. But his conclusions turned out to be wrong, because when he heard something and turned back, he at first did not believe his eyes. There, Roll used Icy Touch to freeze his ice armor and ran across the waters, freezing the liquid beneath his feet. In doing so, he used something called sliding, which allowed the guy to overtake the man jumping on the water and block his path. Now Douglas had no choice but to fight his pursuer, although he still believed that he had the advantage. The next moment, a furious confrontation broke out between them, with both actively jumping on the surface of the ocean, constantly colliding, lunging, and attacking each other. During the battle, they somehow approached one of the ships. Asgard hit Douglas again, and he took advantage of this, turned into liquid, and flew aboard the ship. In the process, he regained his human body, with all possible damage quickly repaired by collecting missing body parts from the surrounding moisture. While the man was regenerating in his unusual way, he decided to strike up a conversation, noting his opponent's strong talent in using his bloodline. He then continued by saying that it didn't matter, because the ocean was his world, where he was immortal anyway, so Asgarta would only face defeat. The Ice Warrior himself thought about these words, realizing that everything really was like this, because as soon as the failed killer came into contact with water, he restored his body. But this wasn't much of a problem, since everything indicated that Douglas couldn't control moisture outside of his body. Otherwise, he would launch long-range attacks and summon tsunamis, which he didn't. The main villain realized that his guess was correct only based on the enemy's face, after which he added that this ability of his was complete garbage, good only for sneaky attacks on defenseless girls. Following the surprise and tension, Douglas felt anger at these words and declared that the brat had completely lost his place. He then pushed off from the railing and turned into something like a bullet, or rather a drill, shouting the name of the spiral wave of death technique. The man rushed towards Roll, while he continued to simply stand on the icy platform, not even moving from the spot. Asgard suddenly shouted that he had been waiting for the moment when the enemy would be in the air, but nevertheless moved and took a strange pose. Raising his head sharply, he left a trace in the air from the glow of his changed eyes, saying that since the water mage could not be frozen, then something else could be done. He had previously purchased an ability called the Eyes of Petrification from the system's store, which he now used, turning the liquid that made up Douglas's body into stone. He immediately felt changes in his body and managed to express his surprise at the existence of a spell of such a level and insult Roel. The water drill itself had already managed to develop a high speed, and now its mass had increased significantly, and the stone, lifting a whole layer of liquid into the air, fell down. Looking at this, the main villain declared that the failed killer had made the biggest mistake of his life, which had led to the current moment. Dissolving his icy armor, he continued that the mistake was attacking his fiancée, although in fact that person had died long ago and under different circumstances, and time travel had no effect on reality. Then Roel walked away, leaving behind fragments of Douglas's petrified body, some of which had not yet sunk, remaining on the frozen platforms. Meanwhile, the battle between the forces of the Golden Fleet and the Convocation of Saints was also not limited to just mutual shelling. Direct clashes were also used, including the use of ice magic. The battle was also accompanied by huge flashes of explosions, and it was difficult to determine when this was the result of magic and when the weapons were at work. One of them managed to catch up with Gordon Sophia himself in the chaos of the battle, a very important member of the Convocation of Saints and, in fact, the commander of this operation. But despite this, his strength allowed the man to survive the attack without any problems. He was only thrown back some distance. At this time, Roll had just climbed back on board the ship, and Petra's blessing had come to an end. The evaluation was already high, and the bloodline had awakened to 77%. The fight with the water mage itself had taken a lot of effort from the guy, and now the buff had worn off, leaving Asgard feeling tired. And on the ship, the gentle hands of his fiancée Charlotte were already waiting for him and ready to support him, and she was grateful for the protection and salvation. The girl hugged her tired groom and realized that the assassin was already dead. Tears came to her eyes from all the recent experiences, and she also felt cold from Roll, but did not move away. At that very moment, a short pause occurred in the battle between the leaders of the opposing forces. The Empress descended toward the old man, battered by the recent explosion and other impacts. Isabella glared down at Gordon and demanded that he give in, as the odds were clearly in her favor. But the man only laughed at this proposal, quietly at first, but then becoming increasingly heated, while his body visibly trembled. The elf only frowned and silently looked at this spectacle. not understanding what caused such a reaction from her opponent. The old man himself was already spreading an aura of darkness around himself. His face was distorted in madness, and he declared that the one with the pointy ears must surrender now. Then his significantly reduced pupils glanced back, where something was already approaching the fighting ships, and he said that he was already here. Soon a huge cloud of shadowy fog approached the flotillas, threatening to cover the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Isabella no longer stood on ceremony and decided to force answers, putting her magic pistol to Gordon Sophia's forehead. The woman wanted to know what it was that was approaching them, but the man did not show fear. He even smiled. He has clearly gone mad over religion for a long time now, and has now started talking about the inevitable end, which he has already warned about, and that this is divine retribution from the Mother Goddess, which will cleanse the world of traitors. Isabella realized that she would not receive clear answers and shot the fanatic, declaring that worshipping this god of hers was his choice, which led to this ending. She felt contempt for the deceased because he still remained, albeit rebellious, one of the kings of the Sophia Empire, but did not think about his people, putting religion above all else. Moreover, he did not hesitate to unleash this so-called divine retribution on his people, the nature of which the elf had already guessed. Everything pointed to the presence of one of the 6 disasters that had destroyed many civilizations throughout history, the Lord of Darkness. The woman began to restrain the creature's powers and also strengthened her voice with magic, raising the morale of her troops with words about the attack of a monster that was eager to destroy all of humanity and that it needed to be stopped. The soldiers did not flinch before the Lord of Darkness and, understanding the danger the legendary monster posed to all people and their loved ones, opened fire with all their weapons at the creature. Finally, in the blackest fog, the silhouette of the ancient monster appeared, weakly affected by the explosions echoing throughout its body, and its voice echoed throughout the fleet, calling them ignorant little people. Immediately after this, the enormous fist of the giant monster struck not even at the ships themselves, but at the water next to them. But that was already enough. The force was such that a huge wave immediately arose in the ocean, which tilted many ships, and the closest one even rose into the air and sailors poured out of it, screaming loudly. But something unexpected happened and they didn't fall into the water, because a huge translucent hand suddenly appeared from it and picked up the people. It was the same blindfolded elf silhouette that Isabella had previously manifested. This time, the woman summoned her fully. Her eyes were filled with determination and powerful magic was needed to confront one of the 6 disasters. The rescued sailors were put aboard one of the ships and they began to loudly rejoice at the appearance of the Golden Avatar and the fact that their ruler had saved her subjects. But the main reason for using this magic was still to confront the Lord of Darkness. So the time had come for battle. The battle of the giants began. But the ancient monster only laughed and caught the fists of the magical construct, showing that this was not enough to defeat him. He then simply slammed his fist into the Golden Avatar's head, and everyone in the area felt the energetic aspect of the attack, sensing the legendary beast's killing intent. Isabella knew that her magic was failing, despite her power as a second-level true transcendent and the might of the Golden Fleet, which together could destroy an entire country. Meanwhile, the situation was only getting worse. The Dark Lord was showing a huge difference in strength. Now he grabbed the Golden Avatar by the neck and began to squeeze it. The main villain was a little surprised and decided to give in to Sorophia, asking her to share her ideas first. It turned out that she had a magical tool with her called the Heart of the Protector. It was created from a mixture of 7 high-class gems mixed with Roll's blood. In essence, after this, then, completely unexpectedly for the main villain, his bride's limb pressed much harder and he began to lose his balance, falling backwards. Then Sorophia applied all her strength, pushing the guy overboard and finally addressing him with a short but succinct wish for him to live. This, of course, was not at all part of Roll's plans, but after the battle with Douglas he still had not fully recovered, and Charlotte's actions were very unexpected, so he simply plopped into the water. He didn't swim anywhere, but simply spread his arms out to the sides and rapidly sank into the depths of the ocean. At some point, he suddenly met Petra, who had recently given him a blessing, who was lying on some shell and was surprised by such a surprise. She understood that Asgard liked Charlotte and said that at this rate she could die. But the guy said that he did not want to lose her, and being underwater did not bother him. The woman in this case decided to ask the guy a question, which was what is the most beautiful thing in fate? He first remarked that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, then added that since they were talking about such a thing as fate, he had an answer. The main villain finished absent-mindedly examining the expanse of the ocean, turned his gaze to Petra, and announced that he considered it the most excellent choice. He then gave a whole speech conveying the idea that the most beautiful thing about destiny is the ability to choose. When even in the face of destructive threats and fear, people decide to fight, and that is wonderful. At the same time, he was not even interested in what they would choose, to fight or to surrender, because regardless of this, they still personally decide their fate with these actions. This answer brought a smile to Petra's face. She liked the words of the guy who declared that people are not slaves of fate, but its arbiters. Roel himself noted this, to which the woman confirmed his observations and reported that this thought, to some extent, filled her life with meaning. Ultimately, this strange test was passed, and Petra agreed to provide some assistance to Asgard. But before doing so, she warned him about the incredible power of the Dark Lord. The boy's strength was not enough to defeat the monster, and the woman believed that the price for saving Charlotte would be Roel's life. He only thought about it for a moment, but almost immediately a picture appeared before his mind's eye of a girl with tears in her eyes, asking him to live and pushing him overboard. In the end, the main villain confidently decided that either they would go through all this together or die together. During this long dialogue, Petra at some point took a position directly opposite Roel, and now she said that she understood him. They were already located almost at the very bottom, where small bubbles had been running out of some crack. But now the earth suddenly shook and something burst out of the depths. The unknown creature broke through the ocean floor without any problems and quickly swam upward, showing off its enormous size. The figure of Asgard, frozen nearby, was completely insignificant against the backdrop of this inhabitant of the depths. Stones from the breakthrough flew in all directions. At that moment, the guy himself was amazed and tensely looking at the sight that opened up before him and trying to comprehend what he saw. Taking a closer look at the creature, Roel realized that it was the legendary world serpent. The reptile itself was now also looking at him with curiosity. Only now did Asgard understand that the blessing, the name of the woman who had given it, the appearance of the beast, and she herself were all connected, realizing that before him was the earth goddess Petra. She herself did not want to drag out this meeting any further, so she began to use magic and informed him that it was time for him to return. As a result, the ocean waters were illuminated by a bright flash, which hid Roel's silhouette and probably also blinded many local inhabitants. When the guy finally blinked, he realized he was hanging in some kind of spherical barrier, shimmering with gold and purple colors. Sitting down right inside it, Asgard decided to rest a little. He was also clearly no longer next to Petra, but closer to the surface, if the meeting with the goddess had not taken place in another space at all. As he examined the magical barrier, he noticed clear peeling of the spell, as well as the fact that the life force was gradually being depleted. The image of a tearful Charlotte appeared in his head again, and the boy felt the desire to see her now, even if he was about to die soon. And while Roel was deep in the ocean thinking about what to do, the battle continued on the surface, raising huge waves. Their main reason was, of course, the ongoing battle between the two giants, the Golden Avatar and the Lord of Darkness. At the same time, the situation on the battlefield did not change radically. One of the 6 disasters was still pressing Isabella's construct, slowly approaching victory. The Empress had already spent a lot of energy on confrontations using such a large-scale skill, and was already mentally wondering about defeat. At that moment, Charlotte suddenly ran up to the elf, attracting her attention by pronouncing the woman's name. The ruler turned towards the voice and was surprised to realize that the girl had come alone, so she asked her about it. But no answer was required. Isabella understood everything only from the expression on Serafia's face and simply stroked her relative's hair, noting that they both had something they wanted to save. Then the holders of the Golden Soul Power joined hands and began to act together, combining their efforts. The Avatar, having received nourishment from another source, became even more powerful, and flashes of energy appeared around him. The Dark Lord also noticed these changes, but he reacted to this only by bursting into laughter. He was not afraid. He was anticipating a good battle, which threatened to flare up even more. Now the fist of the huge elf again rushed towards one of the 6 disasters with greater power, but the ancient monster blocked this too, even though this time he used some technique, and he also smugly declared that it was still too weak. And now it was time for the Dark Lord to attack again. Now he wanted to show that he was still disproportionately stronger than his opponent. The creature's fist rushed forward, but suddenly stopped abruptly in mid-swing as something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a veritable horde of golden glowing butterflies flew out from under the water, their appearance even causing a splash in the water. Both the Avatar and the Dark Lord froze in surprise, and some of the magical insects suddenly rushed towards the latter's hand. But the rest of the swarm of butterflies flew somewhere further, higher into the clouds, away from all people and monsters. Charlotte and Isabella were also surprised by what they saw, and everyone began to admire the beautiful sight until the battle died down for a while. Serafia suddenly felt a shadow of uneasiness. These insects seemed very familiar to her, as they almost completely resembled the butterfly that Roel had summoned before the recent events. Tears came to the girl's eyes. She was touched by this and realized that this was definitely the work of her fiancé. The spectacle, surprisingly, did not leave even the Lord of Darkness indifferent, and upon hearing Serafia's exclamation, he wanted to know more details about the person who had done this. The main villain himself continued to sit in the water and create magical insects, thinking only that Charlotte would like it. He had no idea that his prank had accidentally stopped the battle. Suddenly, he stopped the process, as he felt something strange. His life energy stopped flowing into the enhancement that was supposed to help in the fight against the monster. In the end, he decided to try to call the goddess Petra and find out why she stopped her influence. But the world serpent decided to answer the guy, who was very touched by the beauty he saw and was now going to thank the man for this demonstration by leading him to victory. The surface of the water suddenly became agitated. The Lord of Darkness realized that some creature of enormous size was rising from the depths and tensed up. The size of the mythical reptile was in no way comparable to either the golden avatar or this monster. It was so enormous that its head was hidden above the clouds, although part of its body remained in the water. The Cyclopean beast looked around and took in the scene before him. Looking down on one of the 6 tribulations in the truest sense of the word, the monster itself was not taken aback by the appearance of the world serpent, or rather, it quickly came to its senses and was now going to continue fighting despite the new enemy. His flexible body instantly turned into something like an arrow or a spear and rushed towards the face of the reptile, which menacingly looked at the approaching living projectile. The mythical beast opened its mouth wide, preparing to meet the Dark Lord with a counterattack. The two creatures' powers were incomparable. The world serpent's bite captured most of the enemy's body, while the force of its jaws scattered the energy body that did not enter. Then the reptile raised its head upwards, helping itself to swallow the prey that had flown into its mouth. Having finished its meal, the huge creature let out a satisfied, victorious roar, creating a sound wave with this action. On this note, the battle ended. The world serpent proved beyond all categories, having dealt with the enemy in one attack and eaten him, after which he looked at the surfaced roll. After exchanging glances and silently communicating about something, the Cyclopean beast decided to end its stay on the surface of the ocean and dived back. A moment later, most of the huge, long body disappeared into the water, and only the tail waved as if saying goodbye. It all ended in a very unexpected way, but Asgard would have been wrong to complain, and he only mentally thanked Petra and the world serpent with a smile. It all finally ended, and the guy decided that he could finally get some proper rest and immediately closed his eyes, falling asleep. He no longer cared about the system's notification about the completion of all witness status objectives, about the excellent rating, and about the remaining 22.5 hours of his stay here. He woke up only much later. He was lying on a huge frozen platform, and Roll immediately saw his bride and the Empress next to him and asked them how they managed to find him, since he had surfaced very far from the fleet. A butterfly was fluttering above Charlotte's palm, and she pointed to it, explaining that this insect had led them to its creator. At the same time, the guy was lying with his head on Seraphia's lap, while she stroked his hair, which made him a little embarrassed, and also glad that his gift had finally reached its addressee. Isabella intervened in their conversation in a serious tone, reporting the deplorable state of Asgard's body, which was a side effect of his abilities, and it was even surprising that he was still alive. This seriously worried Charlotte, but the elf already had a solution. The owner of the Golden Soul could fully help Asgard, and now the girl had to be by his side all the time. At the same time, the pointy-eared one insisted that this was her duty as a wife, which greatly embarrassed her relative, but also pleased and charged her with energy. Then, as if in reality, hearts started coming out from the happy bride, and she began to squeeze the groom, while his face turned red, and he mentally noted that at this rate, she would rather finish him off than cure him. Suddenly, a system notification arrived that the transfer would take place in 5 minutes, which made Asgard jump up abruptly and realize that he had been lying somewhere here for more than 20 hours. But more importantly, he still wanted to find out something about the Assembly of Twilight Sages, so he began asking about how to join it, intending to obtain information through roundabout routes. Isabella was somewhat surprised by such an unexpected topic, replying that the guy was still too weak to join the organization. Charlotte decided to help her fiancé get information and asked who the founder of the Assembly of Twilight Sages was, adding that she would also like to join it in the future. The ruler explained that the organization was founded shortly before the end of the previous era, and now the identity of the first leader, who is called the Great Sage, is known only to the current head. This was not enough at all, and Roll tried to find out again how the process of joining the Assembly of Twilight Sages actually works. Then the woman told them that the selection was made from the talents of the Braun Academy in the country of scholars, and that 2 letters of recommendation were also required, one of which she could provide, as well as a discrete test. The organization's members also send candidates special objects through which they are observed. Roll decided to obtain such objects in the future and attract the attention of survivors from the association, which had long since collapsed. There were only 40 seconds left before his return, and the guy hurried to find out where he could find such things, citing the fact that they were leaving soon, and then he would have a long time to recover. To this, the elf advised them to look for a certain drunkard Trent in the Cairn Forest, taking with them Conti wine from the ancient Austin Empire. This only raised more questions in Asgard, But there was no time left. The countdown ended. Unspoken words hung in the air, and Roll and Charlotte disappeared into strange system interference. Isabella was left alone on the huge ice platform and began to actively turn her head, not understanding where and how the boy and girl had disappeared. And in the real world, in the current timeline, the servants noticed the couple missing in the morning and raised a huge commotion, starting to search the area. Grace Caden, Charlotte's personal maid, was almost tearing her hair out with worry for her young mistress and the disappearance of her and the heir of the Ascart family. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught the strange energy fluctuations that had recently accompanied their travel from the past. The next second, Sarafia and Roel appeared on the bed, and the guy was again not in the best condition, although a moment ago, before the transfer, he had been calmly communicating with Isabella. While Grace was surprised and happy at the couple's return, Charlotte didn't pay much attention to her, more focused on her fiancé's condition. Having decided that the side effects of everything that had happened had resurfaced, the girl came to the conclusion that it was time to use the power of the Golden Soul. But after trying to use the power she had learned, she realized that the world had changed greatly over the centuries and that this skill would have to be recreated anew in the current timeline, which would take some time, but the guy needed to be treated now. And then Charlotte remembered one of Isabella's lessons, in which she told her that the Golden Soul came from herself. It was both a source and a channel at the same time. This allowed Sarafia to come up with a solution to the problem that had arisen. All she had to do was pour her mana directly into the victim, which required some action, namely, a kiss, which she immediately performed, biting into the lips of the unconscious Roll and transferring her energy to him. Grace witnessed this intimate scene and was extremely shocked that her mistress gave Ascart her first kiss and did not understand what was happening. The process itself dragged on. Charlotte transferred the maximum amount of Golden Soul energy to her fiancé, pouring in her own mana without a trace to help him. Through his oblivion, he turned to his bride with words about not being afraid. She herself had spent everything in the meantime. But this did not bring Roel to consciousness, causing tears to come to her eyes. While Sarafia was thinking about what else she could do, Kata noticed her condition and cautiously approached her mistress with a question about what had happened and how they would tell the Ascart family about the boy's condition. Charlotte immediately had a picture in her head of Roel's relatives angrily blaming her for their son or brother's condition, Princess Nora joining them with complaints, and the engagement being broken off because of the incident. She eventually came to the conclusion that it was impossible to report what had happened to the Askartov household, which she reported to her personal maid, making her nervous. Then, Sarafia looked Grace in the eye with complete determination and declared that it was time to prepare for an urgent departure, since they were now returning to Rosa. Caden couldn't even find what to say to this news because it turned out that they weren't notifying the unconscious groom's family about his condition, essentially kidnapping the helpless guy and running away to their lands with him. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, a lone carriage was racing along the road, heading towards the estate of the House of Asgard. Inside were a tearful Alice and a disgruntled Nora, who mentally called the white-haired girl a fool for not being able to defeat Charlotte and running to her in such a state. The scene of Sister Roel falling to her knees before her, tears streaming from her eyes, and her explaining that with her position she could not compete with Sarafia, and now all hope lay with the princess, came back to her. Taking pity on the poor girl, the blonde gave her advice that she simply needed to find some reason to kick the unwanted person out of the estate, which immediately lifted her spirits a little. Her Highness then expressed concern that at their current speed, they would still have 3 whole days to reach the Ascart family home, while the guy was practically alone there with his bride. The girls had no idea about the true state of affairs and what had happened to Roel and Charlotte in such a short time, expecting only a new round of rivalry for the guy,